Why? Why is it my ass that's getting fucking gaped? Why? I've been doing this shit for a decade. And until recently, until I decided to become more active in this part, in the electoral route a little bit, and actually put a couple fucking numbers on the leaderboard, ain't nobody was gaping my ass. And now it's gaped. Why do you think that's the case? Why are they not yelling at you? You got the radical points. Anyway, guys, oh my God. I know everyone's excited that I'm back home, but it's crazy that, you know, you're blasting me with some shit. I want to start off where I want to start off. Okay. I want to start off with the NPR piece. Do internet superstars matter in elections? Apparently, this is on the Politics newsletter. As Democrats and Republicans look for new ways to reach voters, many are struggling with how to turn valuable online views into even more valuable votes. That's what Democrat Tom Steyer tried to do in his bid for governor in California. He spent tens of thousands of influencers. Spencer Pratt, a Republican, also grew his already large online presence while running for mayor of Los Angeles, despite repeatedly going viral in creator-made videos and appearing on Joe Rogan's podcast, which averages nearly 12 million listeners a month. He too came up short at the ballot box. It's becoming a more common goal for campaigns to seek out viral moments and support popular internet stars as a part of an effort to reach more voters online. It's a strategy Democrats and Republicans alike watch Donald Trump ride to victory in 2024. You know what's really funny? I'm available. Like, I'm available to give you insight on what works and what doesn't work, especially as someone who is now, you know, more involved in campaigns and whatnot, and have had a sequence of victories and even some failures along the line. And let me tell you, that's not how it works. It's not just going up to influencers and being like, "Duh, you have a following, like, vote for me." That's not how it works. And it's really interesting because I've been saying that since the entire Joe Rogan of the left meta started. Nobody ever listens. What was the thing that I said when they were like, Joe Rogan of the left, you're the Joe Rogan of the left. Who's the Joe Rogan of the left? I was like, I'm not the Joe Rogan of the left. And Democrats can't podcast their way out of this problem at all. But it's so funny that these reporters who don't understand anything are still running around being like, let's just talk about this. Let's just talk about it. Let's just talk over these people. Political strategists partially credit Trump's focus on reaching voters through non-traditional media as a reason he made inroads with young Americans, sitting down in interviews with a slew of prominent streamers and podcasts, including Rogan. However, with Trump not on the ballot this fall, campaigns are looking for ways to continue harnessing that same energy in the midterms, even if some strategists like Republican Eric Wilson points out limits. Social media content creators, digital media, the whole umbrella is a blunt force object, Wilson said, arguing that while that structure may benefit national campaigns and organizations, it can be harder for targeted audiences to state and local races. Even if someone has millions of followers across the country, when you slice that down to, okay, who's actually in the state, who's actually a primary voter, you start to see sometimes that the juice isn't worth the squeeze. A big audience worth the risk, ? To Wilson, campaigning with internet stars has a lot of benefits. It can bring in cash and energize to get out the vote efforts. I think it's smart for candidates to be reaching out to these creators and influencers. Why are you asking a Republican strategist, a Republican social media strategist? Why? NPR, what are you doing? But there's also a caveat. Is the cost-benefit analysis, does the baggage that comes with that person outweigh the political benefits? It's a debate currently taking place within the Democratic Party over whether candidates should associate with streamer Hasan Piker. Known for his staunch support of leftist policies, Piker has developed a massive online audience with nearly 10 million followers across major social media platforms. He's become one of the most prominent voices on the internet while also being a divisive messenger, garnering pushback for fierce anti-war and anti-Israel comments, including saying in a recent interview that he would vote for Hamas over Israel every single time. However, as Democrats look to re-engage with the younger voters that have distanced themselves from the party in recent years, some candidates see Piker as an important messenger. There have to be on-ramps back to politics, Democrat Abdul El-Sayed, who's running for U.S. Senate in Michigan, said. We cannot be shunning certain media platforms because, in effect, we're shunning the people who pay attention to them. In early April, Piker appeared with El-Sayed on the campaign trail, the first of several campaign stops and endorsements that he has made for progressive and left-leaning candidates this cycle, a move that sparked outrage on both sides of the political aisle over Piker's past controversial comments. El-Sayed stands by the decision to campaign with Piker, arguing that Democrats want to repair ties with voters they lost in recent years, particularly those under 30 who shifted right in 2024. Then they can't shy away from engaging with those voters where they are, even if it sparks backlash. It's a pretty crazy thing that we want to hold people accountable for things that other people have said. And I just don't think normal people think that way. It's not something I hear about when I'm on the stump, he added. In fact, when I go to different events, there are two things that happen. I get older folks who come up to me and say, how did you get all these young people to come here? And then when I get young people who come up to me and say, hey, man, I saw you on Hasan Piker. It's pretty cool what you're doing. Michigan primary set for August 4th. El-Sad's campaign says Piker's involvement caused an initial spike in engagement, noting a boost in volunteer signups and an influx of fundraising dollars in the first few days after the events were announced. Since then, Piker has continued to voice support for other Democrats, including several that have since gone on to win their primary contests, including Adam Hamawi in New Jersey's 12th district and Chris Rabb in Pennsylvania's 3rd. But his record is mixed, particularly in California, where Piker lives. Piker did not endorse Steyer, but hosted him for a lengthy interview on his live stream. Steyer came a distant 3rd. As did Shoykat Chakrabarty, Piker's preferred candidate in the race to fill San Francisco area congressional seat, being vacated by former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. To my audience, the message is simple. I'm telling them I trust this person, I like this person, and I think this person is worth supporting, Piker said in an interview last month. This is a person that you don't have to just reluctantly vote for. He describes his audience as overwhelmingly Democratic, roughly 60% white men between the ages of 18 and 35. It's a demographic that he says is right in the pocket of that demographic that the Democratic Party has lost significant support in. I mean, all of it is true. It's actually not a bad article at all. But what a lot of these people don't understand is this. What a lot of these people don't... By the way, they didn't mention Nithya Raman, who was also considered to be endorsed by me when I said I did not endorse her, nor did I endorse Tom Steyer, but she won, so they're not bringing that up anymore. So here's the thing. Okay? There's a perfect, harmonious relationship between my community, myself, and also the local organizations, specifically Democratic Socialists of America. Okay? And there are other orgs as well. You know, Sunrise Movement is another great one that's all over and it's very active. But what's interesting about this is it doesn't work on my, like, I'm not a kingmaker. I will never be able to like make or break a candidacy. I can give them a boost, a necessary boost. I can give them, additional media coverage. I can get them volunteers and door knockers. But the reality of the matter is the goals have to align. Okay. So they have to have the fundamentals first and foremost. They have to have the background. They have to have the organizing work, or at least the advocacy work that they can point to beyond just like running, right? Beyond just running for office and then deciding on a whim that these are issues that will get you attention, right? So like their goals have to align with our goals. That's number one. Number two, they have to have the solid fundamentals. They have to have the ground game. They have to have knocking on doors. They have to have real excitement behind them. And in that situation, if the policies align, if the goals align, then yes, we can have a perfect, harmonious relationship. And therefore, especially with a sequence of other like higher profile endorsements coming from Bernie Sanders or AOC, or in New York, obviously Zohran Mamdani, then we'll see what happens. But I think then that's the magic spot, right? It doesn't, no one is capable of winning or losing elections. It doesn't work that way. And I've never said it works that way. As a matter of fact, I've said the exact opposite. And yet for some strange reason, these guys never seem to listen to me. You need to be nicer to Zohran. Wait, what? Why? So it's an interesting predicament. I keep talking about it, and yet for some weird reason, people don't seem to hear it, right? And I said this after Zoran's victory too. Like everyone was like, "Oh, it's because he's handsome, because he smiles, and because he has a winning smile. He's handsome, he's affable, and he has a great social media team." And I was like, "I know his team. Okay, I know his team. They're wonderful. They're brilliant, and they did a phenomenal job." But if you were to even ask their team, they would say that ground game played a significant role here, and the policies played a significant role here. Hasan looks dead inside. Ah ha 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 ha. Strange. I don't know why you're saying that, but okay. Is it because you guys have to feel like, does it make you feel alive when you're like, oh, well, a guy that I have been taught to hate is actually having a really rough time at it. He's having a really rough go at it, even if he's not, and all signs point to him having an awesome time. I'm just going to visualize in my mind that he's having a bad time, and that'll make me feel better. So yeah, the last line of the article actually says what I'm saying now as well. Mamdani won only in part because of his social media. He won primarily, in my opinion, because he addressed the cost of living crisis. That's what drew people in. I think that sometimes Democrats can skirt around that point, which is that, yes, the social media is good and we need that, she said, but that means nothing if you're actually not addressing the issues that are affecting real Americans today. Yep. 100%. But yeah, Maylot Quiros rally supporters of Colorado Capitol after venue changes and Hasan Piker absence. Democratic congressional candidate Maylot Quiros spoke to a crowd of hundreds of people without leftist commentator Hasan Piker at the Colorado Capitol on Sunday afternoon. A last-minute location and lineup change after 3 Denver area venues declined to host the rally. Quiros, 29-year-old lawyer and first-time candidate, is challenging Representative Diana DeGette in the Democratic primary for Colorado's 1st congressional district. Piker was slated to speak at Sunday's rally, dubbed the Power to the People rally, but did not show up after it was moved to the Capitol. Piker's a streamer on the platform of Twitch. And Quiros joined him on stream for nearly an hour-long conversation in May, and then again after the rally Sunday. The rally was originally scheduled at Real Works in Denver, then moved to the Ogden Theater before landing at the Capitol. Event organizers said the venues, as well as the Stanley Marketplace, canceled the contracts for the event. In an Instagram post, Quiros blamed DeGette for the cancellation, saying the congresswoman called up her donor class to silence us. We know the reason that nothing really changes is because our representatives are bought and paid for by the same billionaires, she said on Sunday. They ran us around all week, canceling on us in multiple venues because we were bringing together a movement of people that are refusing to accept the world as it is and demanding power. It is literally a landlord revolt. Yes, it is a capital strike. Yes, dude, I have the other article as well. Literally right here, okay? Stop. This reporter reached out to a couple of the venues, caught a couple in lies, 2 of them owned by the biggest GOP Colorado donor. Yeah. Anyway, and it's crazy because like there are workers that work at these venues, right? So you can gain additional insight into the decision-making process just by that alone. Just something to consider, right? Anyway, so DeGette spokesperson James Owen said the claim that the congresswoman had a role in the venue cancellation is ridiculous. If Maylot Quiros wants to campaign with someone and said America deserved 9/11, we'd do nothing to stop her. In a 2019 stream, Piker said the United States deserved 9/11. He later said the comments were inappropriate. They never mentioned like what I was talking about. He later said that he brought up the fact that he was referencing blowback as a concept immediately, but regardless, not that it matters. Representatives for any of the 3 venues did not respond to comment requests. Hill Probasco, leader in the Denver chapter of Democratic Socialists of America, which helped organize the rally, said Piker chose not to come because of security risks throughout the event. He streamed from what appeared to be a hotel room. It's a risk to be that out in the open with as many threats as that guy has to deal with every day, Probasco said. I think he probably, from what I hear, felt it wasn't the best place for him to be. Piker's a controversial figure and outspoken against Israel's military campaign in Gaza. If it wasn't a last-second switch-up and we already had prior clearances or no, like if it wasn't a last-second impromptu situation, and I still wish I went, and I'm still beating myself up over it, but people on the back end on my team were like, we will not allow you to risk yourself and other people to do this, considering the amount of very the amount of overt and also credible death threats that I receive, even leading up to events like this one. He said he's received death threats, especially following the assassination. There was a small counter protest at the rally across Lincoln Streets at Veterans Memorial Park. About 12 people waved Israeli flags and signs that read anti-Zionism is racism, and Hasan Piker's lies fuel hate crimes. At one point, when the crowd was quiet, a person not associated with the counter protest yelled, "Fuck you" to those gathered. State Senator Julie Gonzalez, Democrat running in the U.S. Senate primary against Senator John Hickenlooper, also pulled out of the event because of safety concerns, she wrote on Instagram. Quiros spoke about 10 minutes, repeating campaign themes about getting corporate money out. I'm so mad because what we're doing is what is necessary, she said. We cannot continue to live in a country that's allowing fascism to rise, that's allowing our economy to be grinding working families to the ground. If you zoom into the back, you see the counter-protest people waving the Israeli flag. Oh, is it right there? Oh my God, there's like 8 people there. That's so funny. Yeah. I love that these guys, though, I feel like a lot of these dudes are they spend a good deal of time. Just maybe this guy's like sincere in his questions, right? But like, there's a decent amount of people. Oh no, who knows? But there's a decent amount of people who just like spend every single moment just fucking. Their only political expression is just like opposing what I'm doing and trying to maneuver around it in the most like negative way they possibly can, which is very cool. Didn't someone try to say there was like 60,000 people there? Yeah, that was, I mean, I didn't believe it. I thought it was ridiculous. In any case, this Colorado Times recorder, The Muckraker by Logan M. Davis, reached out to the venues. Anschutz linked venues tried and failed to block a progressive political rally. High-profile political rally featuring Democratic congressional candidates and social media influencers from across the country took place at the state capitol on Sunday after 3 separate local venues canceled contracts. At least 2 of the 3 venues, which backed out of the events, are owned by or otherwise financially entangled with Republican mega donor Phil Anschutz. Anschutz, Colorado's wealthiest citizen. Though Anschutz has long been known for his involvement with the Republican politics, the rally dusted up as yet another indication of his growing attempts to influence Democratic politics as well. Sunday's rally was held in support of Maylot Quiros, the Democratic candidate challenging longtime Denver congressional representative Diane DeGette. The rally's featured speakers are united by their identities as young candidates pushing for a more progressive Democratic Party and have attracted both criticism and support for advocating in favor of free Palestine and end to the unconditional arms shipments to Israel. Though Quiros has drawn allegations of anti-Semitism for a critical stance on Israel's actions, her positions on the issues are shared by a majority of Americans. This is how you write an article, by the way. God damn. This is how you write an article where you literally don't, because like when NPR writes this article, they say local Jewish organizations have critically panned Maylot Quiros and leave it at that. Okay, this article doesn't do that. This article doesn't engage in that kind of hack behavior and straight up says, no, these are majority positions. It's ridiculous, right? These are majority positions. These are not like radical positions at all. And obviously it's silly to try and demand like a ban over these positions. Despite the allegations which Jewish Quiros supporters tell me they believe were made in bad faith, Quiros has attracted a great deal of support in the lead up to this month's primary elections. First, the event was scheduled for Real Works and Tracks, the co-owned music venue and the queer bar in Denver's Rhino neighborhood. Until last week, that plan looked set to go ahead. Then the venue suddenly backed out. After Real Works and Tracks backed out, the event was rescheduled for Ogden Theater on Colfax. Then Ogden backed out, and the event was moved once again to the Stanley Marketplace. On the day of the event, the Stanley Marketplace also backed out, and the rally was ultimately held on the west steps of the state capitol. So what happened? Quiros supporters have suggested DeGette's team was behind the cancellations, an allegation which the DeGette campaign denied in a conversation with Colorado Newsline. Business records and emails between the Quiros campaign and the venues, though, indicate that another hand was at play, one which, like so many others who have attempted to wield the Israel-Palestine conflict as a cudgel, appears to have much more to do with domestic American politics than with anything happening in the Middle East. Philip Anschutz is Colorado's wealthiest man and state's largest funder of right-wing candidates, organizations, and causes. With a net worth of $26.6 billion, Anschutz's influence has been felt in Colorado for years. Though the cornerstone of Anschutz's fortune was the oil company his father founded, he has diversified over the years into railroads, news media, and entertainment. His entertainment company, Anschutz Entertainment Group, or AEG, owns stadiums, sports teams, concert venues, and properties like Coachella Valley Music and Arts Festival. The Ogden Theater, which was scheduled to hold the Quiros rally until he canceled his contract with the rally's organizer on Friday, is also owned by AEG. In an email to the Quiros campaign, Jennifer Robinson, AEG's regional director for special events, said the company's leadership was involved in the decision to cancel the rally. Holy fuck. Due to significant pressure and concern from local community who have reached out to our leadership, we have made a decision to cancel hosting this event at the Ogden. When I reached Robinson by phone, she told me that she was not authorized to speak on the matter and referred me to AEG's corporate press office at the company's Los Angeles headquarters. A spokesperson for the company told me that the decision was prompted by safety concerns due to threats made against Piker, a deviation from the previous explanation of significant pressure being applied over the booking. AEG did not answer the questions about what kind of pressure was applied and what pertained to or who applied it. That's crazy. And I don't believe that at all. What I do believe is it was, that's bullshit. They never mentioned that. Though not owned by AEG, Real Works and Tracks, the first venue to cancel contract with Quiros, is financially entangled with Anschutz's company. Real Works and AEG are united in what's called a promoter venue partnership, meaning that AEG books talent and provides box office services for Real Works. The venue, formerly known as Exto Event Center, rebranded in 2021 with a focus on becoming a music venue, a vision that has been accommodated by Anschutz Entertainment Group, AEG. While the Ogden was initially open about the fact that AEG canceled the rally contract due to individuals reaching out to company leadership before telling me a different reason, Real Works and Tracks, which are co-owned and co-located, were both scheduled to play a role in the weekend's rally, took a less direct route, initially blaming their withdrawal from the contract on an HVAC issue. This is consistent with what they were saying, by the way, which I still think is bullshit. But they did say this initially. I've got some bad news for both of us, really. Stephen Hicks, who works in event productions for Real Works Tracks Denver, wrote an email to the Kuros campaign last weekend. Hicks said the space had a huge problem with their air conditioning system and would be conducting repairs from Wednesday, June 10th to Wednesday, June 17th, rendering the venue unable to host a rally on Sunday. This project is set to start being dealt with on Wednesday and will take at least a week. With that, I regret to inform you that we can no longer host your event on Sunday. The HVAC was working that weekend. We sent people and have videos of it. Yeah. As of the time of the publication, Hicks has not responded to my outreach. When I spoke to the AEG representative about Real Works and Tracks, they did not feel they had enough information in front of them about the relationship between the companies to answer questions. The last venue to back out of a contract to host a rally was the Stanley Marketplace, the mixed-use retail and dining space located in East Colfax neighborhood along the Denver-Aurora border. Unlike the two other venues, the Stanley Marketplace, which is currently in the process of changing hands, did not share the reasons for its cancellation with the campaign in writing. I reached out to the company for clarification and to ask if they were pressured to cancel the contract and have not received a response. By the time the rally on Sunday afternoon, two things were clear. First, there had to be a concerted effort to stop the event from going forward. And second, that effort had failed. In intermittent rain and sun, hundreds of people gathered at the west steps of the Colorado State Capitol to cheer for Medicare for All, housing first policies, and universal child care. Yeah. Venues that have hosted Robert F. Kennedy Jr. thought that me, Maylot Quiros, and numerous other wonderful progressive candidates were a bridge too far, because Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is an elite. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is not a danger to the interests of the elite. So, regardless of whatever, there probably wasn't as much business owner and landlord pressure applied against the venue for having Robert F. Kennedy Jr. there. And even if there was, they could obviously cast it aside. The success of the rally, though, is of secondary interest to the great lengths gone in an attempt to kill it. That 2/3 of the venues who engaged in that attempt are owned by otherwise reliant or by otherwise reliant on Phil Anschutz leaves little question as to who was behind it. The billionaires don't just buy politicians, Quiros told me. They own the places people gather, where voices are heard. They decide who gets a platform and who doesn't. Phil Anschutz and the rest of the oligarchy thought their venues canceling by the last minute would stop us, she said. We showed up at the Capitol anyway because they don't own democracy. The fight is not over, and this movement is just getting started. Phil Anschutz has a decades-long record of warring against Colorado progressives. There's a reason to believe that he waged the latest battle in that long-running war this weekend, and a reason to believe that he ultimately lost that battle. As a challenger facing off against the long-term incumbent, Quiros enters this month's primary election as the underdog. With such frenzied efforts being employed against their campaign at this late date, though, it's clear that many are afraid she won't stay the underdog for long. That's what it is. I mean, it's not like a silver lining situation, okay? It's not a silver lining situation at all. It's just the truth. Whatever their internal numbers look like on the Diane DeGette campaign, they must be panicking, okay? They must be panicking because it's very clear that, I mean, these are attempts made by desperate oppositional figures, okay? This is what you do when you feel the fear. Because if Maylot Quiros' campaign was utterly irrelevant, right, and wasn't making significant moves, and we saw that obviously isn't the case. I mean, considering that she was able to still gather a crowd of 600 people in a moment's notice in a totally different location, it's clear to me that there is a lot of motion there. And that, I suspect, also pairs up quite nicely with these kinds of initiatives coming from big business owners for Colorado. Yeah, if she had zero shot at Diane DeGette's seat, none of these venues would have a problem hosting her. Okay? None of them. If she was simply an oppositional figure that would fizzle out and wasn't representative of a broad movement that is growing in this country all around the nation, and certainly in Denver, Colorado, they would gladly take the money. They wouldn't just burn it. For them, it seems worth it. It seems worthwhile to lose whatever amount of money that they're losing with the hopes that they can offer some kind of hurdle to hopefully discourage people. But I'm glad that I still, got to interview these candidates. They're so awesome. Got to fundraise for them. And perhaps even more importantly, I went to the canvasser after party, and I got to see all of you there. All of you have been knocking on doors and spreading the good word and trying to take the angst and the anger and the anxieties that you feel about the future of America into something more productive. You know, there are definitely people out there who are worth it. Okay, Maylot is one of those people. So yeah, I didn't go because I was really tired after the rally, and now I'm kicking myself. Snooze, you lose. But I'll come back. Don't worry. I'll come back. I'm sure that meant a lot to those canvassers. Very dope of you to go to that. Yeah, of course. So you should say fucking and start smoking crack in stream. Use your newfound crackhead powers and start a communist crack-fueled revolution. Yeah, I think that's probably not the best. I'm gonna be honest. I'm not gonna do that. I don't think. Yeah, I feel like that's not the best idea. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's certainly didn't even work out that well for Hunter Biden, right? And I don't have my father's not the president, right? So he can't even fucking bail me out at all. So I'm just not gonna do the crackhead socialist revolution, communist revolution. I don't think I'm capable of doing that. So yeah, where were we? So that's another story that I wanted to look into a little bit. Speaking of which, speaking of like insurgencies and the terrifying nature of said insurgent candidates, Collins aligned groups already booked $100 million worth of Plattner attack ads. The GOP plans to spend over $300 million through the election day, nearly double their 2020 ad spend in Maine. Bro, that is absolute insanity. By the time 2028 rolls around, we're gonna be dropping like $10 billion on campaigns, on the presidential campaign, and Senate races are gonna be $1 billion. Money is so fake. Money is so goddamn fake. It's unbearable, dude. I hate it. I hate it so much. What the fuck is happening, dude? These wealthy people are literally doing the exact same thing that companies do. Instead of when a labor force decides to unionize, these guys at corporate will literally hire, to the tune of tens of millions of dollars, an elite legal team to destroy the unionization effort, instead of taking those tens of millions of dollars in profit and giving it to the fucking workers. Sometimes they spend, actually in many instances, they spend far more money on the legal team to disrupt the unionization efforts than what the union would be asking for in terms of additional benefits, additional compensation. For them, it's the threat. It's the threat of a victory that matters, okay? For them, they don't want any kind of hope. They want to destroy hope. If you open the door up to any kind of victory here inside of a workplace where there's any initiative, unionization initiative that actually works, then all of a sudden other people are going to do it. Other workplaces are going to pop up and they're going to try to unionize. And the same goes for this election. If you have an insurgent candidate, an insurgency candidacy that is running on an anti-Israel ticket, running on a pro-Medicare for all ticket, all of a sudden, all of these forces get scared, because if they win, then that means others will run in the same way. And now you have a caucus. Now you have an actual force that is fighting a legislative battle with tremendous amounts of power, albeit still getting limited as we move in the direction of the unitary executive theory. But you now have a group of fairly powerful individuals that have been elected to positions of power specifically to fight back against corporate interests. And that is unacceptable. This is why I don't cast aside electoralism so easily, because I look at the forces. I look at the most powerful forces in this country, and I look at what they spend their time and money on. Okay? If this shit didn't matter at all, they wouldn't be spending billions on it. They'd be like, voting doesn't matter at all, right? So a lot of you, that have dove into that, spent countless hours reading theory, understand the concept just as I do of bourgeois democracy. And yet you cannot comprehend a world where there is real opportunity to make some changes, albeit marginal. You might consider it to be marginal, you might consider it to be inconsequential, but you never comprehend the importance of a megaphone that comes from an electoral run, and also the importance of a person that is a prominent part of the legislative body that will fight, or a coalition that you can build at the legislative front that could potentially move the American political conversation in a direction that is far more open-minded to socialism. Okay? Reason why I never shy away from exhausting all democratic avenues, right? And I don't tell you to stop there. I don't tell you to fucking turn and burn. You're like, oh, you voted, you're good. Get the fuck out. I will never cast that aside, right? There's so much more that needs to be done. But this is one fairly important avenue that we should not be casting aside. Take advantage of every opportunity. Okay? Take advantage of every opportunity. Take advantage of every route, including routes that you consider to be stupid and silly. But also recognize, if you can't see it on your own, if you can't see it on your own volition, then look to these unbelievably powerful forces and why they are so aggressively trying to thwart this movement. Okay? I know it's really easy to just go on Twitter and be like, this guy is a sheepdog for the neoliberal Zionist Democratic Party. He just wants to take all this revolutionary potential of the masses and like feed it back in the Democratic Party. But like, there's a reason why they're not going after hammer and sickle Twitter users, and they're going after my bitch ass. Okay? My Democratic Party sheepdog ass is getting ass fucked on a daily fucking basis by numerous governments. Why the fuck do you think they're not coming after you? Why? Why is it my ass that's getting fucking gaped? Why? I've been doing this shit for a decade. And until recently, until I decided to become more active in this part, in the electoral route a little bit, and actually put a couple fucking numbers on the leaderboard, ain't nobody was gaping my ass. And now it's gaped. Why do you think that's the case? Why are they not yelling at you? You got the radical points. You're posting about Yahya Sinwar all day. Why are they not treating you in the same way? I don't even got a problem with that posting too. And yet you yell at me. Wake the fuck up. Yeah. Michael from Pennsylvania is right. He says, you and I breaks when the conditions are in favor of it. You support the Green Party in the UK. You support Morena in Mexico. You support Unbowed LFI in France. We're perfectly willing to do the dirty break if there's actual emotion behind it. Exactly. We got to be serious sometimes, man. Anyway, I'm preaching to the choir. Obviously, many of you in here understand that, but there are still like these weirdos on the edges that will fucking spend every waking moment being like, I'm actually now basically the same as fucking Neera Tanden. I'm the same as like Matty Iglesias. I'm the same as every other like neoliberal consultant class person who's going to try to tackle this problem of Hasan Piker in this community from the left. And it's just so strange. I don't understand it. We need all the fucking allies we can get, okay? Whether they are further to the right, it doesn't matter. And there's plenty of figures who are further to my right that I work with, that I try to build relationships with, because I see them as a important part of this fucking pipeline. I don't just like immediately cast aside these allegiances because I have like significant fucking disagreements with them, because that's just not how organizing works. Some motherfuckers out here behave like the masses are ready, where there's tremendous appetite for revolutionary politics. There might be down the line, but it's certainly not because of what you're doing. Yeah. I mean, there's people who have directly called me racist, right? Like Connie Chen. I have my person in the fight, Shoykot. Hot take, people who think we're in a moment where a clean break is currently the strategy are hypocrites. You can't claim the system prevents itself from improving and believe that we can just flip a switch to make it better. Yeah. I have my guy Shoykot in that San Francisco race. He lost. He was in third place, right? Connie Chan called me an anti-Asian racist. She made it to the runoffs. I said, hey, far better option than Scott Wiener, who has basically spent the last decade glazing Israel, only to then on a dime flip around and realize he has an election that he has to win. So he has to fucking be like, oh yeah, I actually don't fuck with Israel at all. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Just call me racist. I don't give a shit. I'm still, I'm pro Connie Chen. And Shoykot is too. But there's still so many on the schizo left front that I find to be strange. Like the way they talk about Shoykot still. Oh my God. Speaking of which, Shoykot obviously paid a lot of money for his canvassers, right? For his operation. It didn't work. But here's what he did. He took it because he has these contracts, right? And he decided that he would get his canvassers to go and work for Connie Chen. They also did a sit down where he endorsed her. And there are still motherfuckers out here in San Francisco talking about, he fucking sucks. I hate him. It's just like, dude, shut the fuck up. Okay. Please just shut the fuck up. Stop being a baby. Stop. Like, obviously, Shoykot understands the moment and its seriousness and what it requires. You don't. Please just stop being fucking annoying. It's not going to change anything. It's not going to make me shy away from my fucking support against Scott Wiener. And it's probably not going to stop Shoykot from supporting Connie against Wiener as well. But you guys are just fucking insane, dude. Like, how do you not realize that you're not a normal person at all? Your brain is fucking fried. I understand how devastating it must be. I understand how devastating it must be to organize through everything in one of the hearts of capital in this country against the tech fascism that was growing, that you saw, that you experienced, right? And then you had a bunch of candidates lined up, and then they got destroyed due to these powerful forces, okay? And you attribute Shoykot to that. I say it's fucking stupid. Regardless of what his like initial I don't know. Hold on. Jesus Christ. Regardless of how you feel personally about Shoykot, like, just shut the fuck up. Okay, please. Like I said, they hate him like he donated 10 million to that race, but it was just 10K. San Francisco leftists are so psychotic. Yeah, I just don't understand where these guys' priorities are.
Hey, Connie.
Hey, Shoykot, how are you?
I'm good. First off, you ran a great race. Congratulations.
Thank you. You did too.
I know we had our differences in the primary, and that's all right. That's how democracy works. But I think you and I agree on the most important issue right now, which is that if we actually want to create a society that works for working people, we have to break the stranglehold of corporate money in Washington.
Not only we have to break that stronghold, the corporate stronghold, but we also need to make sure we have progressive taxation, that billionaires and their corporation pay their fair share.
Yeah, that's why I'm really proud to endorse you in this race, because you are the only candidate now who doesn't take any corporate money. You support a wealth tax on the ultra-rich, and you've been really clear that you're going to stop sending endless bombs abroad, spending billions on wars and on genocides, and instead invest that back home here in housing, healthcare, and education.
Absolutely. We look forward to working together to make sure we stop Donald Trump's $1.5 trillion on war and making sure that money, we brings that back and they're in public education. We're not going to take your endorsement and the people that have supported you and been behind you for granted.
Did you take AIPAC money? No. AIPAC, through subsidiaries, in a last-ditch effort, dumped like $400,000 into her race. Okay? Like, that's it. It was a last second dumping. And I explained it at the time to you in the same exact way that Bushra in the Kat Abu Ghazalek race got a last-second money bomb from an AIPAC subsidiary. These guys, AIPAC and the pro-Israel lobby, are unbelievably sinister in the way that they operate, in the way that they move. They don't move like other lobbies do because they recognize that their cause is very unpopular. Okay? And I explained it to you that Connie Chen, I believe, is not as radical as Shoykot is on the issue of Palestine, on the issue of Israel, but it doesn't matter. Like, it wasn't, they thought that she would be a preferable candidate to Shoykot, but their person in this race has always been Scott Wiener. Okay?
We're going to still make sure that we will do the work and earn their votes. So I really appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Well, I appreciate that. So we are here at Joe's Ice Cream. So first off, we gotta get some lunch and we gotta get some ice cream. So what's your favorite flavor?
Vanilla. Vanilla will be my favorite flavor.
Well, you know, I love vanilla too, but it is Pride Month, so we gotta put some rainbow sprinkles on that. What do you say?
Anyway, I mean, look, the thing is like she's she's just an inoffensive, somewhat progressive candidate, okay? And I think it's going to be tough for her to defeat Scott Wiener regardless, because San Francisco politics is fucked. It's unbelievably fucked. But yeah, vanilla is apt though. What ice cream would you have picked? Bro, chocolate chip cookie dough is not even a question. What the fuck are we talking about? You know this already. Chocolate chip cookie dough all day, every day. Also, the convo will be NIMBY versus YIMBY now instead of Israel-Palestine if Shoykot had won. Oh my God, I don't even want to get into the fucking YIMBY-NIMBY shit. I'm not, look, if Connie Chan wants my support, I'm perfectly willing to give it to her. I don't think she will. But outside of that, I mean, I'm obviously still in favor of her winning over Scott Wiener. Definitely 100%. I will say though, I think San Francisco is so fucking lost. I think San Francisco is completely cooked because liberals, like the most woke San Francisco liberals, are still like, you know, fairly out of touch. Like they voted for Nancy Pelosi excitedly. Anyway, I remember one of the big explanations for Gideon's loss was that she ran so many ads and got so much national money that it fucked up her branding. Collins has far more credibility, but there could be a cost here if she overdoes things. Yeah, I think so. I think it's going to annoy people. My boyfriend's brother is an adamant Scott Wiener supporter. Yeah, I don't even understand how one arrives at that position, but we're at. Jeremy, can you hear me? Hold on. Let's see. Okay. Hello.
Hi there.
Hey, what's going on? All right, Jeremy Scahill of Drop Site News in the flesh. Well, not in the flesh, but joining us live right now. Thank you for coming on. Always a pleasure to have you. A real honor. There's also, Moz, if you can put the link in the chat and now and then, 20% off for people who are subscribing to Drop Site using the link dropsitenews.com/Hasan. You'll get 20% off your subscription. Obviously, they don't actually paywall their coverage, but it's important to support independent news. And these guys are doing a remarkable job as always. So go support Drop Site at dropsitenews.com/Hasan. Okay, so I'm going to do, as always, a little bit of, where is it? A little bit of moving around, maneuvering here, and try to put you on camera and change your name and title and stuff. But, okay, boom, it worked out. Okay, I did it. I was able to do it. All right.
There I am.
There you are. And it says Cenk Uygur and Anna Kasparian under your name, which I will be changing in a brief moment. But Jeremy, wonderful to have you on. As always, phenomenal work so far. I heard you on your old stomping grounds earlier in the morning at Democracy Now!, talking about what you're going to be talking about right now, the Memorandum of Understanding, or rather, a Memorandum of Understanding to sign the Memorandum of Understanding, which will unlock a 60-day ceasefire period between Iran, the United States of America, and maybe with Israel as well. There's a lot of naysayers. I'm very critical of this deal, but I wanted to hear your perspective as someone who is, as a brilliant investigative reporter, goes and talks to the people on the other side. So let's begin.
Yeah, I'll just back up a little bit. Last night, I was in touch with an Iranian source and was asking, what the response was going to look like to the fact that the Israelis had bombed, Dahia, the southern suburb of Beirut, and the Iranians had said, some weeks ago, and then they followed through on it, that if Netanyahu and the Israelis started attacking Beirut, that Iran was going to respond. And it was a significant sort of turning point in this process because the Israelis had consistently violated the terms of the April agreement that J.D. Vance brokered in Islamabad with the Iranians. The Lebanon was supposed to have a ceasefire as part of the original agreement that the Trump administration made with the Iranians that was meant to then open up the space to negotiate a deal that then started to be referred to as an initial memorandum of understanding. And then Trump and Netanyahu tried to carve out this alternative path where they started working with the president of Lebanon, Joseph Aoun, and they created their own kind of fraudulent so-called peace process. The stated intent of it from the Israeli and American side was to try to enlist the Lebanese government as their kind of domestic troops against Hezbollah. And in fact, the president of Lebanon, 2 weeks ago, or a little bit less than 2 weeks ago, actually issued a public statement when the Iranians were demanding that the ceasefire apply to Lebanon, basically telling the Iranians to stay out of Lebanon's business, which then got him criticized by a lot of people within Lebanon itself. But the Iranians had stopped short of taking military action against those ceasefire violations, even though they felt that they would have been justified. But then when Netanyahu started pushing his forces, Israel's forces north of the Litani River, occupying more swaths of Lebanese land, more Lebanese civilians, and then threatening to bomb Beirut, the Iranians said, if you do that, we're going to come in and respond to that. And that happened. And I think that took a lot because this was a rather extraordinary moment. In the middle of these high-stakes negotiations with the Americans, the Iranians struck back against Israel, not for bombing Iran, but for bombing Lebanon. And I think for a lot of people, that was sending a message that Iran really meant it when they said that this was a red line. And so Trump also had said this wasn't going to happen again. So when it did happen yesterday, the Iranians were saying, we're going to respond. And I was about to go with a story based on what I was hearing from Iranian officials that they were going to strike. At one point, I was told the strikes were going to begin within 1 hour. And so as I was preparing that post, I was going back and I was saying, so you're certain that this is happening? Yes, we're certain that this is happening. And then I got a message, wait, hold up a second, something has happened. I turn on Jazeera and I see Donald Trump is saying, oh, there's going to be an imminent deal. And then while I'm talking with the Iranian official, the Pakistani prime minister posts on Twitter that the two sides have agreed to this deal. Now, what I heard immediately after that was that it was a unilateral announcement. And so the Iranians, and by the way, there were Qatari officials in Tehran at this moment. One of the background stories here is that Qatar really took over the prime position of mediator behind the scenes, in part because the Pakistanis were really unable to kind of seal the deal. I mean, it's a real thing. And Qatar has a complicated relationship with Trump. There's financial interwoven interests with Jared Kushner. There was the long history with the Gaza deal. And so the Qataris have really been the closers of this. And the Iranians speak in a much more kind of respectful, it's not that they're disrespecting the Pakistanis, but they speak in a more serious way about the Qataris and felt that they were better assessors of what Trump was actually willing to do and what he wasn't willing to do. Mm-hmm. And so once that announcement was made, there was a flurry of discussions with the mediators, and they were all begging Iran not to strike Israel. And the Iranians, I'm told, then said, okay, there's a couple of outstanding issues here that were not resolved before you guys made this announcement. So if you want this thing to stick, you're going to have to meet us where we've stated. So the Iranian narrative on this, and again, we haven't seen the text of this memorandum of understanding, and it could actually crumble because of that, because Trump is saying one thing, he's saying it has certain conditions in it. The Iranians are saying something different. But what I understand is that the Iranians did feel that they got concessions that they wouldn't have gotten had Netanyahu not done that strike and the Iranians not decided to say, okay, we're not going to retaliate against them right now. The Iranian narrative on this is that they got Trump to agree to a much swifter lifting of the military blockade in the Strait of Hormuz. that they were able to get Trump to agree to some sort of conditions on financial aspect of this. Again, we haven't seen the text yet. So, and it's hard, there's different interests also. When you talk about Iranian media, it's not a monolith. You have different media outlets that are close to different entities within Iran. And in fact, at one point, the state broadcaster of Iran today, IRIB, actually posted on Twitter, there are only 2 state news agencies in Iran, because they were kind of clarifying that there was a lot of misinformation where people were saying state-affiliated news agency about news agencies that aren't. But what we understand is that the Iranians felt that they had gotten substantial enough concessions that they didn't go forward then with striking Israel. There are conflicting reports, and this is really to put a fine point on it. I believe that Lebanon is going to be the key to whether or not any actual short-term or medium-term deal happens, because Netanyahu and his defense minister both came out today and said we're remaining entrenched where we are inside of Lebanon, and that Trump is making a deal with Iran, but we're our own entity and we have a right to set our own policy. So they're saying they're not going to withdraw. Some Iranian sources have indicated the Israelis to withdraw. Other Iranian sources that I think are actually more likely giving a realistic assessment is that there's some language about the sovereignty and unity of Lebanon and some provision that states that Iran has a right to self-defense. And the Iranians, I think, would define violating the ceasefire, continuing to attack Lebanon under that umbrella. So that's a point that could raise some contention. But clearly, the Israelis want to try to sabotage this before it even gets going. I would say in the big picture, Hasan, that Trump made some massive capitulations here. I don't think there's any way to other way to slice it.
Yeah.
He's sitting there in France with Macron, a short time before you and I started talking. And he's saying the most important thing is Iran is saying that they're not going to have a nuclear weapon. Well, not only has that been policy of Iran for a couple of decades, but if you go back and read the preamble to the 2015 JCPOA, the Iran nuclear deal negotiated under Obama, in the preamble to that agreement, Iran says the exact same thing that Trump is celebrating as a victory right now, which is that Iran agrees not just to not develop a nuclear weapon, but to pursue or acquire one in any form. That was already in the deal. Trump is saying, and the Strait of Hormuz is going to be opened, and look at how oil is coming back down, and it's going to take some days, but we're gonna get that strait opened up. Well, the Strait of Hormuz was open before this thing happened. Yeah. The other thing, and I think perhaps most significant in terms of the capitulation narrative, is that if you go back and look at what the Iranians were telling me and other journalists, and at times what they were even saying publicly before the war started, Iran was entering those negotiations with the Trump's Gulf buddies. I started saying that like the Iranians sent people with PhDs to the negotiations, and Trump sends people with last week's golf scores, to the negotiations. But the Iranians were there, willing to put a lot of things on the table. And right now, what's not being discussed is Iran's ballistic missile program. Yeah. Right now the Iranians are saying that they're open to a dilution of the highly enriched uranium that is above 60%, but that it's going to happen within Iran. And Trump himself has now started indicating that that's what he is willing to accept. But to be clear, the nuclear issue has nothing to do with this first memorandum of understanding. The memorandum of understanding covers the Strait of Hormuz, a cessation of the hostilities, and then an initial unlocking of frozen Iranian assets. Trump and JD Vance have kind of shifted how they talk about this now. I had been told 2 or 3 days ago by an Iranian official that it was unlikely that Trump was going to announce or publicly own any unfreezing of assets at the front end of this deal because he has been bashing Obama for it. Yeah. JD Vance today indicated that there may be some of that happening. Without question, money is going to Iran if it hasn't already. Well, the question is, how's it going to be spun?
We already know that
there are these reports about the Emiratis.
Yeah. That's what I was pointing to. Yeah. $3 billion to some total of, I believe, $20 billion has been reported. And the $3 billion is already actually flown into Iran directly from the UAE is the initial reporting on this.
The Emiratis are denying this, and it may or may not be true that it's $3 billion or that it's the Emiratis, but I don't have any doubt that billions of dollars are going to be going to Iran as a result of this agreement. And I suspect that some already started flowing to them even before this. So the Iranians would also point to any shift that we see in that posture as a result of last night's kind of a to strike Israel. So the Iranian narrative is that they were able to get more concessions out of Trump. On the bigger picture, though, and in some ways this is more important, I mentioned Lebanon. What I'm hearing from Iran is they don't have any faith that this is going to result in an actual long-term deal. I do think they genuinely would like to make a deal. I think Iran wants comprehensive sanctions relief. That would be the big prize of any nuclear negotiation with the United States. They just simply don't trust Donald Trump, and they certainly don't trust Netanyahu. And what they're saying is, in the medium term, we assess that Trump and Netanyahu are going to try to decouple Iran and Hezbollah, the Lebanese resistance.
Yeah.
And the Iranian and Hezbollah strategy is we're going to try to decouple Israel from the United States in terms of the next front of this war. Israel, without a doubt, is going to intensify its covert actions inside of Iran. Israel is going to try to destabilize the Iranian state. Israel wants to recreate a more intense, larger scale version of the violent episodes that we saw in January of 2026. There's no question about that. But right now, there's internal debate within Iran. Some fairly prominent political forces in Iran were very much against this deal. There were protests against Abbas Araghchi, the foreign minister, against Mohammad Ghalibaf, the Speaker of the Parliament and the lead negotiator, at times even calling, in quite violent ways for them to be removed from the process. But in general, Iran, I believe, is a nation of institutions and structure, and I don't believe that the Iranians would go forward with this deal unless there was buy-in and approval at the highest levels of political, military, and religious power in the country.
Yeah. So one of the questions I have, and I think this is a question on everybody's minds, is what kind of assurances could America have possibly given to Iran, and whether or not Iran basically took the additional concessions that Trump may have made in the last hour, opening up the Strait of Hormuz and removing the blockade that the Americans had in the Strait of Hormuz, not over the course of 30 days, but instantly, as Trump seemingly has been on board with now, and potentially the unfreezing of billions of dollars of assets. Is this basically a bribe for Iran to release their conditions on Lebanon, or is this a real commitment from Donald Trump that he will restrain Israel? Because as you and I have discussed in the past as well, that is the primary focus for long-term stability for Iran. Obviously, sanctions relief is the most consequential one for the Iranian economy to no longer suffer, and that volatility is what actually aids Israel's campaigns inside of Iran to foment some kind of counter-revolution, to foment some kind of instability, and whip up the masses into taking arms against the state potentially. Yeah. But outside of that, I think that Iran understands that this is an existential crisis, and therefore their primary focus here is to get America to restrain Israel. Like, it's not necessarily, from my estimations, and I might be wrong on this, there are people who obviously care about Gaza inside of Iran, inside of the Iranian leadership. There are obviously people who care about the Lebanese population there as well. But their calculation almost seems very pragmatic, where they're looking at if this is a game of proxies and there are different players involved, then they cannot allow Israel to continue behaving in this belligerent manner. Their entire ballistic munitions program is dedicated to ensuring that Israel cannot encroach on other countries in the ways that it has. So the best possible way to restrain Israel is by going to the United States of America and demanding this. Do you feel like they've what is your read on this? Has America given anything to Iran that shows that this is a real restraint upon Israel is going to happen here? Because Israel is still continuously saying they're going to continue pummeling Lebanon.
As we speak right now, it's there is an interesting track of leverage that the Iranians remain firmly in control of, and that is that when they they split the negotiations into two parts. Remember, Trump at the beginning was demanding that he was saying that the American military is going to go into Iran and retrieve the nuclear dust. He was saying it has to be a total surrender. He wanted all of this stuff to be part of whatever deal was going to be signed. That had to do with the nuclear issue, that had to do with ballistic missile range, that had to do with support for regional allies of Iran. None of that stuff is in this first part of the deal with any substance. So and this was an Iranian plan. The Iranians were the ones that said this needs to be divided into two. The answer to your question in the short term right now, looking at this MOU, Hasan, is that the Iranians do not want the ability of the United States to pull back any of its commitments. And so they are making the phased process, the kind of sequencing of this, such that if the United States doesn't fulfill its obligations, it doesn't release Iranian funds, Netanyahu then resumes a large-scale attack on Beirut. The United States keeps military assets in the region. The United States continues some form of a military blockade, or they engage in some chicanery in the Strait of Hormuz. The Iranian position is then we can counteract that and we can stop the process there. That may be it may be overstating Iran's ability, because Iran has to take into account its relationship with other countries and the fact that the situation in the Strait of Hormuz is also damaging the economy, the agricultural sector, the basic livelihood of many countries around the world that are friends of Iran. So the stakes for Iran of resuming this after we open the thing up, after things start to get normalized, would be high, and the narrative would be slightly different. But Iran has built this in. That's not something that existed in the JCPOA. Iran had very limited ability to fight back against U.S. breaking of commitments. So what I'm told by Iranians is we built this in a structured way so that we have an ability to enforce the agreement, not just the American side. Once you get into the issue, and by the way, one of Iran's biggest problems right now is liquidity. Iran doesn't have cash. And it's not that Iran doesn't have resources or that Iran hasn't created a war economy. It has. But the cash flow situation is real, which is part of why they want the assets to be unfrozen at the front of this, why they want to be able to have some of these oil sanctions lifted at the front end, which I'm told the Iranians are getting out of Trump right now. But as we move then into that next phase, the Iranians now have to start asking, what leverage do we have as Trump starts focusing on the highly enriched uranium? The fear, I think, would be that the thing stretches on. Netanyahu starts getting away with it. Trump comes up with some new concocted narrative about it. And the Iranians then have to say, are we willing to now resume bombing Israel because of what they're doing in Lebanon? Are we willing to reimpose a kind of shutdown of the Strait of Hormuz, or the attempt to limit any ships that are in any way affiliated with the United States or its allies? I don't think Iran's Arab neighbors want this thing to resume. The big story of this later is going to be, this has really transformed that region in a way that I don't think the neocons envisioned. I think the tone is shifting quite dramatically against Israel, and the concern of the Iranians that were really critical of this deal was that Iran has never had and may never again have more leverage than it has right now, and they feel that this is still not enough protection to make a comprehensive deal, particularly with an erratic liar like Donald Trump.
Yeah, that's why I was bringing it up, because I feel like there's gimmies on both sides, right? For the American side, I think unfreezing of assets, especially through a more opaque funding structure, like by way of regional partners, is probably the easiest concession that the Americans can offer to the Iranians. And then on the Iranian side, given that they have already made prior concessions on the nuclear program, that has always felt like, to me, the gimme on the Iranian side for the Americans, to make the Americans look like they're actually, winning something here, despite the unfathomable amount of leverage that they've been able to fight for and successfully win in this process. And
you brought up Gaza too.
Yeah, I was
Gaza, and I mean, you've talked about this. I think it's actually worth talking a little bit about it. I mean, I asked Iranian officials about this, and I was saying earlier today on Amy's show that, like, the answer on the Gaza the Gaza question is not. I haven't found it a satisfying answer. I understand the logic of the Iranians, but I basically said, why aren't you making a bigger focus on Gaza? Israel. I mean, here's a statistic that's worth repeating. Israel has killed more Palestinians since the October 2025 ceasefire, has killed more Palestinians since that ceasefire was signed than Hamas and the other resistance groups killed Israeli civilians on October 7th.
Yeah.
Just in this period since the ceasefire.
Yeah.
The Israelis are violating every single day, every component of the ceasefire.
Yeah.
And so, when we say the Iranians at one point did start saying, all regional actors,
including Syria as well, right? They were demanding
all theaters, yeah.
Yeah.
And Iraq in particular. So, but the Iranian answer on this is that is twofold. One is there already is a process that the Palestinian leadership has agreed to participate in, these negotiations with this so-called Board of Peace. There is a United Nations Security Council resolution. The Palestinian delegation, as we speak, remains in Cairo, where it just delivered a response to a proposal on how to move forward addressing Israel's violations of phase 1 of the ceasefire deal, and they're demanding that Hamas disarm, and there's a whole process. So they're saying the Palestinians have this process. And by the way, Iran is in touch with the Palestinian leadership. There was a call between Abbas Araghchi and Khalil al-Hayya, the lead negotiator for Hamas recently. Hamas has a representative to Iran. There are warm, as they would say, brotherly relations between the two. But Hamas never has had the type of relationship with Iran that Hezbollah did. This is a media concocted story. The idea that Iran was the sort of mastermind behind October 7th is pure lies. It's a complete and total lie. The Palestinians are a national liberation movement, and they are overwhelmingly funded and fueled by their own ingenuity and an assortment of their allies. It's not that Iran isn't an ally of the Palestinian resistance. Of course it is. But Hezbollah and Iran have a much deeper partnership that Hassan Nasrallah himself openly spoke about, that the Iranians openly speak about. It was Hezbollah that decided to join the front when the United States and Israel attacked Iran on February 28th. A couple of days later, Hezbollah fully joined the front. Hamas has not fired a single rocket at Israel since the ceasefire. So what the Iranians are saying is the conditions are different. And what they'll say in their defense, and they don't take a defensive tone, they're saying that on a strategic level, their view is if they don't defend the Lebanese front, that if they don't prevent the Israelis from running the deck, that this is going to have a catastrophic impact on the Palestinians, because the only real force that stood up after October 7th alongside the Palestinians was Hezbollah. This is their closest ally directly next to them. So Iran's argument would be if we lose this, and if we somehow were to abandon Hezbollah, it would also be an abandonment of the Palestinians. And we're trying to approach this in a strategic way, but we have not forgotten about Gaza. That's their position on
and
this.
There's also, from what I understand, the talks are going to continue, and I assume that the cessation of hostilities in numerous theaters is going to expand as the talks expand as well. Just as when they look at the fine print of like the denuclearization side of things, in the 60-day ceasefire period, if they sign the MOU without Israel trying to ruin it in some meaningful way, I suspect that there will be more talks. There will be further talks about like what Israeli restraint looks like later down the line. Do you agree with that?
Look, we have to look, I think, also at the Israeli elections. I mean, you look at what passes as the left, in establishment Israeli politics.
They left Israel.
You look at, right. But I'm talking about, though, even at the level of political opposition parties running against Netanyahu, whether it's Lapid or Gantz or others, the rhetoric about Netanyahu is that he didn't go far enough, that it was a failure.
Oh yeah.
That he's lost against Hezbollah, that they're still soldiers, that they lost against Hamas, they're still refusing to disarm, and they still control 30 or 40% of Gaza, that the Iranian state is still intact, to the point where right before you and I came on the air, Netanyahu is, giving this speech, and he's saying, "Oh, we're going to remain in our positions inside of Lebanon." And then he says, "We never said that our goal was to overthrow the Iranian government. It was to destabilize it and create the conditions so that the Iranian people could rise up, and we still maintain that track." But I bring this up because this is going to be an election issue, and Netanyahu said he is seeking the office again, that he is running again, and so. I think that the motivation and the desire for the Israelis to keep this war or even escalate it in Lebanon is very much on the table. And I think we're going to see in very real terms how far Trump actually would be willing to go. The Israelis are arguing that maybe a conflict with the United States on this level is necessary, that we need to assert our right to continue doing that. What the Axis of Resistance forces have said over and over is, let's see what Israel does when it's on its own, when it doesn't have the United States constantly backing it up and trying to make excuses for it, not to mention arming it to the teeth. My suspicion is Trump's not going to do anything, that Trump's going to try to come up with some fake, justification for it, or call for calm, or go to Barack Ravid and say, "I said the F word 20 times to Netanyahu on a call." But it's going to come into conflict with Trump's deal. And unfortunately, you and I talked about this, I don't know, like a year and a half ago about the Gaza situation. The only thing that potentially gets Trump to do anything toward Israel is when it starts to affect the, Trump family business or Trump's ego. And so I'm very pessimistic about the chances for Lebanon, the Lebanon part of this sticking with any realness. It's possible. It's possible that there would be some framework that appears to be a ceasefire, but getting the Israeli troops to do a humiliation march out of southern Lebanon, that would be extraordinary. It's not unprecedented. Nasrallah famously, stood in victory before the world after what many in the region view was a Hezbollah defeat of the Israelis, 20 years ago. So it's not without a historical precedent, but under this nutcase in the White House, by the way, I know you've seen this, but I'll just tell your listeners in case somebody didn't hear this. A few weeks ago, I was told by the Iranians that they had enlisted the services of senior psychologists to start assessing what exactly is going on with Trump's brain. And, they talked about him being a psychotic individual. And so they started to work with mental health professionals to cater and edit and review the messages that they would send to the mediators to give to Trump. And they said that once they started working with these psychologists, they noticed that the responses started yielding results for the Iranian side.
Yeah.
And they attributed it in part to the way that the psychologists were helping them to craft their message so that Trump would respond to it. And so, we're in a situation where we have Trump just had 22 medical professionals involved with his, assessment, more than any other president has had for any of their single medical reviews. The Iranians and the mediators both recognize they're dealing with an unstable, erratic character. And the Iranians took the step of actually having psychological professionals working the case because it was probably the most responsible thing to do.
Yeah. So I think you and I both agree here, but I want to hear your perspective further on it. That this was a major pressure valve release for Donald Trump, right? Like Iranians did actually offer a tremendous gift to Donald Trump on his birthday. It sounds really silly when we have this conversation on these, childish terms, but unfortunately we do have a childish president. And I can't for the life of me figure out exactly what they saw from the Trump side that was different than a week ago or different than 2 weeks ago when this back and forth was taking place, or even different from the last time Israel felt like a deal was close and decided to hit Dahia, as they did earlier yesterday. That they saw something from the Trump side that was different this time around, that they were willing to offer him this massive W, this big moment of relief for the markets, which obviously is probably one of the only resilient pressure points for Donald Trump that he responds to.
Well, and also, the big boy was going to his fight match last night at the
Yeah.
White House, and they had their carnival, and Don Jr. was up on the roof taking pictures. How awesome is this that we have
Yeah.
this fight going on? And Trump got to go and have his happy birthday night watching the,
And G7 as
the
well.
fight.
He's going to go to the European
And
leaders as he is right now to like basically tell
yeah.
them that you guys
He
suck.
wants to cruise in. I'm the peace man. It was like the whole thing. It's the markets. It's
Yeah.
it's the G7. It was his big night, at the White House with the UFC. But all I can share with you guys is just transparently the TikTok of how I started hearing about this stuff, because I actually think it's relevant. Last week, I was hearing a very pessimistic tone from Iranian negotiators. They were saying everything is basically done. And it's been done since late May. Like, we've had this thing locked, and Trump keeps changing the game, issuing sweeping new demands. The mediators will come and they'll say the Americans have agreed to this. And then like an hour later, Trump posts something on social media. So they were saying nothing is happening. And I'm telling you, even hours before Trump made that announcement, the Iranians were saying, I think it was the night before Trump's announcement. So this was 2 nights ago. I was told, look, there are 2 main issues. They wouldn't tell me what they were, but they said there are 2 main issues that we've told the Americans are sort of our drop dead red lines that they're not budging on right now. And if there can be a creative solution to those, then we're going to all be able to announce this, that this understanding has taken place. And then yesterday, as I told you, I was told we're an hour or so away from attacking Israel in response to the bombing of Lebanon. And then, literally, I was going to publish that because it was what that plan was. And in fact, Iranians were saying this publicly. And then these meetings happen and the Qataris are there. And so I do think it's plausible, Hasan, that part of what happened is what the Iranians are saying, that Trump recognized that this Israeli attack on Beirut was going to mess up his entire deal. He recognized that the Iranians had a legitimate right to strike, that they had told Trump that they would strike if Netanyahu did this. I'm responsible for it. And I think it is plausible that those issues the Iranians had identified and were having trouble getting past with the Americans via the mediators came through at the 11th hour because Netanyahu did that. I think that's plausible.
Yeah. That's the main, that's what's being reported at this point. So one of the things that we obviously can now rely on or look forward to, I guess, is not just like the Israeli posturing and the saber rattling, which there's plenty of that, and plenty of crying from people who obviously care more about Israel's interest than even America's interest. But the other thing that we can look at now to figure out whether or not this deal is resilient, this MOU is real, is what Israel will actually do. So one of the Iranian memorandum of understanding points that I've heard over and over again, but again, we don't know if it's real or not, is the idea that is the assurance that Trump gave Iran that Israel would not only stop bombing Beirut, but also pull its forces from Lebanon in its entirety. Now that seems far-fetched, and I don't even know if it's even possible at this point, given the domestic considerations from Benjamin Netanyahu and how much Israeli society is up in arms, saying that this has been a spectacular failure. But obviously, America does have this power if they chose to make sure Israel is restrained, considering that Israeli fighter jets are actually American fighter jets. The munitions that they're deploying are actually American munitions. The jet fuel that they're using are actually American jet fuel that they're taking advantage of. So without America's go-ahead, Israel can't behave in this belligerent manner. What do you suspect Israel will do is what I'm asking, because I think they're going to try to spoil this by taking bolder and bolder steps, where Iran will probably recalculate their strategic military deterrence. Like, will they reestablish it? And Israel will see how far they can violate the red lines being drawn.
Yeah, this really, I think, is, if not the central question, it's one of the main ones that everyone should really keep their eyes on. Weeks ago, when Netanyahu started moving further north, when the Israelis started moving their troops further north, I said on a few of our streams and elsewhere that I suspected that what was happening is that Netanyahu wanted to push as far into Lebanon as he could so that when the music stops, meaning when Trump does actually announce some kind of a deal, that the Israelis are deep into Lebanon so that it gives the appearance that by simply ceasing fire for a period, that a deal has been achieved or a victory has been kind of won in the sense that, okay, we've gotten everybody to stop shooting. Hezbollah is not firing, the Israelis are not firing, but the Israelis are then entrenched there. And it's much more difficult to get troops to withdraw than it is to stop firing. And now there's so many troops so deep into Lebanon that it would give the public appearance of a kind of humiliation march that happened as a direct result of Iranian intervention. And it's interesting, Joseph Aoun, the president of Lebanon, had a call with Arachi today, and his tone shifted quite a bit, where he didn't specifically thank Iran for what it's done regarding Lebanon, but he acknowledged that the Iranians and he acknowledged that countries had included Lebanon in all of this, which is an interesting shift in his tone from some weeks ago when he was basically telling Iran, we don't need your ceasefire, which was crazy. I mean, it's just pure lunacy. But so having said that, some Iranian sources and officials were saying and suggesting over the past 12, 15 hours that Trump had agreed that the Israelis were going to withdraw from Lebanon. When I first read that, I said this would be an extraordinary term, because I had been read the exact text the night before. Now, it could have been changed. Maybe it is in there. But the text that I was read the night before that the Iranians said was what had been mutually agreed to mentioned nothing about the ground troops. It just stated a cessation of hostilities, a ceasefire. It didn't say anything about the withdrawal of troops. And the reason I remember it so vividly is because I've been asking about this repeatedly. Because ceasing fire is one thing, withdrawing the occupation forces is another thing entirely. We see the problem of that in Gaza. Well, the Israelis are both firing and moving deeper in with their occupation forces. So if it's in the deal, that's quite an achievement on the Iranians' part, because then the guarantor of that is Donald Trump.
Yeah.
And then the Iranians can rightly make the argument that this is an act of aggression against a party to the ceasefire, and the terms of it said they would withdraw, and they're not withdrawing. So Iran's position would be very strong to argue that. I'll be surprised, but I'll be impressed if that is a term in there. We'll have to wait and see. Somebody is claiming they're going to publish this thing. The real crazy thing that could happen is that competing versions could be published. Right now, we have J.D. Vance talking, we have Ghalibaf talking, we have Arachi talking, we have Trump talking. The rubber hits the road when we see what both sides have agreed to. And I suspect that, the longer this thing drags on, it's not to the benefit of this agreement. They need to publish this thing and show everyone what the actual agreement is. So I would say that the Israelis are unlikely to withdraw short of what you're describing. If Donald Trump really wants to make this a priority, he can get the Israeli troops out of there. All the bluster from Netanyahu and other politicians will go, they can cry all they want to the moon. If Trump wants them withdrawn, they're going to withdraw. That's just the story. The other thing is the issue that I see a bunch of commenters here from your community mentioning the $300 billion reconstruction fund. That's an interesting question. Iran has said differing things over the past 48 hours about where this is going to fit into the agreement and who's going to be funding it. The Iranian position is they want $300 billion as a reconstruction fund, and the funds for that are going to be provided by countries that participated in the attack against Iran, and they would define as that being those Gulf countries.
Yeah.
Now, Trump and Vance may see some utility to that scenario that is better than other forms of giving Iran money, where they basically say, this is a humanitarian gesture. Trump says he'll go and maybe he's even going to go to the quote unquote signing ceremony, that it's going to be a new day. And, the Gulf countries have generously decided to help poor Iran recover after, we had to obliterate all of these things because they wouldn't say that they wouldn't have a nuclear weapon. They could say that this fund exists for those purposes. We're getting some hints from the U.S. that something like that is going to be on the works. I don't know if it's going to be $300 billion, but it does seem like something's going to be there. We really don't know who's telling the truth until we see the document. Yeah. And I suspect that what they claim to have digitally signed isn't even the final thing. Because I think there's still some very serious technical, at a minimum, technical issues being discussed ahead of this potential meeting on Friday.
Well, the other thing that we can also look at and interpret is troop positions, naval assets, whether they retreat in a meaningful capacity. and also oil tankers and other ships transiting through the Strait of Hormuz unimpeded. Because there's one element here where the Iranian side is saying that there are still going to be strict controls over who gets to transit through the Strait of Hormuz unimpeded, whereas the Trump side has very clearly stated that no, all ships can now transit through the Strait of Hormuz. And then last but not least, once again, what Israel will do. There's a Haaretz article that just came out saying Israeli withdrawal from Lebanon, not part of U.S.-Iran deal, a White House official says. So Israelis are very stern on this position that like their sovereignty will not be violated by the American side. Now, of course, we know that that's, there is no such thing as Israeli sovereignty without the American go-ahead. So any kind of initiative that Benjamin Netanyahu takes here, if it doesn't follow significant punishments from the Trump side, like significant restraints from the Trump side, would imply that America is probably on board with what Israel is doing, while simultaneously telling the Iranians something different.
But the Gaza analogy, I think, is relevant in a narrow set of ways. The deal that was signed between the Palestinian side and the Israelis in October of 2025 had maps for withdrawal of Israeli forces to the so-called Yellow Line, and then it was going to be a further withdrawal and pullback. The Israelis have violated every possible aspect of the ceasefire, and in fact, they've moved deeper into Gaza. And my colleague Sharif Abdel Quddus did a story recently based on satellite photos that were analyzed by forensic architecture, showing the construction of what appear to be kind of military infrastructure in the eastern part of Gaza, where the Israelis seem to want to build some kind of a Potemkin village. But the point I'm making is that as the Israelis have violated this and they've moved deeper rather than further out of Gaza's territory, of Palestinian territory in Gaza, there's been no one to respond to that on a military level, because if the Palestinians respond, they're going to say, oh, they violated the ceasefire, and then it's going to be, they're going to just go complete full-blown scorched earth on them again. And so the Palestinians have shown restraint. They've appealed to the international community. No Arab country is standing up for the Palestinians on a military level whatsoever. Iran did at times, during they don't have an Iran in their corner right now. Hezbollah is in a totally different position in that sense. Because if the Israelis are violating a deal where Trump is the guarantor of it, and let's set aside the issue of the withdrawal of troops, because I tend to embrace your skepticism on this. As I told you last night, when I heard it, I was saying, okay, I'm skeptical of this. If they did it, I'll be very impressed. But I tend to doubt it. And the fact that American officials now are saying it's not part of the deal, we have to wait and see what's in there. But let's just say it's a ceasefire and the Israelis move deeper in, or there are reports they're going to send even more troops into Lebanon, or they're going to start hitting Beirut again. What lingers over the whole thing then, and Trump has to be aware of it, is that the Iranians could say, you're not going to stop them, we're going to stop them. And the Iranians start launching attacks. Then Trump's going to have to say, well, does the war resume again? Or do I say now that Israel gets to attack Iran again? Things could cascade into something really atrocious, really fast as a result of this. So the Israelis are doing what they always do. And the question is going to be how Trump is going to handle it. But Hezbollah has a different guarantor than Hamas and the Palestinians have. And it's horrible for the Palestinians. It's absolute just living atrocity that we watch every single day. I hope people understand this, that whole situation there, more Palestinians have been killed than Israeli civilians died on October 7th since that ceasefire was signed. They don't allow the agreed upon aid to enter. They don't allow heavy construction equipment to enter. They are assassinating the very officials that they signed a ceasefire deal with, in addition to murdering children, women, and others on a daily basis. It's an abomination. But Hezbollah would say, if we're party to this agreement, then that means Iran gets to address ceasefire violations.
Yeah. And Kojat actually restricted additional humanitarian aid, including food, from going into Gaza right after they struck Dahia, and then Iran retaliated militarily.
Those who punished the Palestinians.
Exactly.
That's another thing.
This is the one speed
he's going to continue to punish them.
Yeah.
The Palestinians, as this election season goes on, this is something. no one should stop talking about Palestine. We should not stop talking about Gaza. This is exactly what the Israelis want, because the Palestinians are going to be like their punching bag. They're going to be whipping them, killing them, murdering them, punishing them, occupying more of their territory. They're going to take out so much of their anger about whatever defeats Trump is negotiating his way into. They'll take it out on the Palestinians.
Which goes back to the same exact point over and over again that Israel has shown the rest of the region. Israel only responds and only retreats when there's sufficient military deterrence. Something that we also saw with our own two eyes, the strategic patience or the strategic restraint deployed by the former supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei was something that Israel saw as perceived weakness. And perhaps they greatly underestimated the Iranian deterrence capabilities, and we saw that happen as well within the last 108 days now. Having said that, however, any kind of lack of response from the Iranian side, I believe, will be perceived as weakness, correctly or incorrectly. It doesn't matter. Will be perceived as weakness by the Israeli side and certainly by the Trump administration as well. I mean, judging by, I'm not a psychiatrist, right? But judging by the way that Trump has talked about like any kind of concession, any kind of interest from the Iranian side to come to the table and follow along in a ceasefire negotiation, Trump perceives as weakness by the Iranian side. The Iranians are scared that they're that they're worried that the American blockade is effective, that the American military response has been effective in deterring the Iranians from establishing sufficient military deterrence. So that's what we're going to see. I think Israel is going to actively prick and actively try to undermine the establishment of the MOU. And until Donald Trump turns around and punishes Israel for it, if Iran if Iran doesn't retaliate, then they're going to keep pouncing, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I think I've been debating this with some friends who are Iranian academics and analysts too about this issue of, if let's say we get this MOU and the Strait of Hormuz is open and Trump finds a way to repatriate a substantial enough amount of Iranian frozen assets that the Iranians feel like they're keeping their deal, and there's something resembling a ceasefire in Lebanon. Maybe it's not that the Israelis fully withdraw, but there is some action that kind of bridges it from one week to the next, and we kind of move toward the nuclear negotiation issue. And then you're in a serious process. And instead of sending Trump's golf friends and Jared Kushner, they start to send technical experts, and the Iranians have their technical experts. And there starts to be incremental discussion about the lifting of sanctions. Let's say that starts to go on. The Iranian internal situation, we don't know entirely where it's going to fall. There certainly has been a rallying around the flag dynamic in Iran. There's no question about that. The huge displays in the street. Yeah. This is not just the party has told people to come into the streets. Iranians of a variety of political perspectives, including people who are opponents of the current Iranian government, have made very clear their opposition to the Israeli-U.S. war against their country and the threats of Trump to destroy their civilization. But when the kind of war footing starts to become different, and it becomes a negotiation footing, then the divisions within the political echelons of the society start to become more real, more textured. There's discussion about whether to ratify certain agreements. You also may have an appearance publicly, perhaps even at the funeral procession or the funeral services for laying to rest the late supreme leader. Maybe Mojtaba Khamenei is actually going to appear publicly and is going to give a speech, and we're going to get some sense of how he sees things. We do get information, but we haven't heard him give a speech. We haven't seen him give a speech. So all of that will play out. There will be political debate and discussion. Iran is not the monolithic one-party society that it's so reduced to in the American narrative. There is actual debate. There are differing points of view, and there's the broader context, which it's been strangled with economic sanctions for a long time. There's been financial mismanagement. There was the massive Bazari protest that took place. Before that, there were protests of oil sector workers. The anger at the government was real. on financial matters. That doesn't mean that people were saying we want the state demolished or we want the government gone. Certainly some people want that, but Iran is a very diverse society on every possible level. And so when then that's your reality, Ghalibaf the other day said that this is the language we speak best. We can speak other languages, but this is the language we speak best. That was and referring to being on a war footing. When you're not on that war footing anymore and you don't have the constant specter of America and the Zionists attacking you, then you have to deal with like, what do the people actually believe now? And to me, that is going to be the next question. And when you have the US and Israel trying to foment internal violent rebellion or insurrection or riots or attacking police stations or religious institutions, and you have an economic situation that isn't markedly improving, and you have people struggling. Iranians are like anyone else in the world. They don't want to have 100 times inflation. They don't want to have the price of carrots going up multiple factors from the time you get paid to the time you go to the market. No one wants to live like that in the world. It's perfectly normal to say, I don't like what my government is doing, or to recognize there's a foreign power involved with this, but also my government has its own responsibility. So when all those issues become the kind of dominant conversation on the street, then we'll see what kind of reality exists there. And I don't know the answer to that question. I don't think anyone does right now. And I think that we're going to hear a lot from Iranians in the weeks and months to come, and we're going to understand where they fall on who's to blame for this and what they think should happen next.
Yeah. Well, Jeremy Scahill, thank you so much for coming on. This was wonderful as always and very informative. I look forward to reading more about your reporting on the matter. Hopefully
we can discuss it in London.
Yeah. Oh, well. Yeah.
Terrible.
Well,
I was supposed to be with you
soon.
there, and then no, not too soon, man. This was outrageous. You know, I went on Sky News then talking about your case, you and Cenk being banned, and now this Israeli group, this Israeli entity group, Camera, is going after Yalda Hakim and Sky News for having interviewed me, and it was during that interview that I was denouncing the UK's targeting of two of you and setting it in the context of what they're doing to Palestine Action, which now they've just upheld their prescription as a terrorist organization. These heinous prison sentences that they just hit people with. But you know, I'm joking about you and I meeting in London, but I'm bringing it up because you know, when they go after you, it then shed light on the fact that this is part of a sweeping attack on critics of Israel and an attempt to criminalize activism on behalf of a people who are being subjected to genocide with the support of the British government and the American government. And it reminds us that all the counterterrorism laws in the US, if you trace it back historically, they all go back to trying to criminalize support for Palestine.
Yeah. I mean, the first ever legal mention in the legislature of terrorism comes from an anti-PLO measure, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, this is baked into America's like anti-terrorism, counterterrorism laws. And it is always, Israel has always been at the forefront of that initiative. And we're seeing it come to a, I guess, final conclusion because like they're exhausting all of the goodwill that remained in the Western world, where the overwhelming majorities are saying enough is enough, and they're demanding that their elected representatives recalculate their allegiance to Israel. And so I think Western countries now have a new calculation here. Do they abide by the democratic process? Do they allow there to be some kind of pressure valve to be released because the demands are getting overwhelming? Or do they just drop all pretense of democracy, the democratic process, and just show their voters, show their populations that they have no investment whatsoever in maintaining even a theoretical democratic process here, all at the behest of a foreign nation that is actively destabilizing global energy markets due to its own belligerent nature, due to its own belligerent ambitions of expanding with unlimited support from the West, of course, the Greater Israel Project.
Yeah. Hey, you know, Hasan, before I say bye, I also want to just mention, I mean, I often express my gratitude to your community of viewers and the audience you've cultivated. But I was thinking, you know, when I saw you get banned and then we Dropsite took a position that we would no longer participate in the South by Southwest conference because of the way that it responded to your banning, and the statement that they issued, which made it sound like it was a basic immigration matter that had no political, component to it at all. But as we sort of discussed how we would respond to seeing this happen to you, we also, in part, it was political. It was clear, we should not be endorsing this, and we need to use our platform to make a statement about this. But also, it was when you knew that Dropsite was coming even before we launched it, and part of what we had no idea if anyone was going to read us or support us, and there were a handful of people, yourself and Amy Goodman, really prime among them, that we said, well, at least we know that those guys are going to try to tell people that this publication exists. And so I want to give big gratitude because your community of people were among the first people that signed up to become subscribers to Dropsite. So we'll forever be grateful to you for having our back right out of the gates.
Of course, and vice versa. I mean, I'm forever grateful that there are real investigative reporters out there who are not, stopping themselves from pursuing the truth and going out and talking to the supposed foreign adversaries that America actively tries to undermine the position of. There's no way to come to a reasonable conclusion without understanding the logical through line as to how these groups exist, why these groups exist, what their goals are, and what they're choosing to do. So it's we all try to play a role in this in small part. So thank you.
Stay strong, Hasan, man. Don't let them get to you ever.
No, of course not. Thank you. Jeremy Scahill, everybody from Dropsite News. Go to, let's talk about the ceasefire. A real will they, won't they situation. I'm also going to have Jeremy Scahill at 1 p.m. Pacific in 13 minutes. Talk about the ceasefire process in great detail.
This morning, after weeks of uncertainty, President Trump is touting this long-sought 60-day ceasefire agreement, announcing on social media that the deal with the Islamic Republic of Iran is now complete. Iran confirming the deal. The Strait of Hormuz should open once the deal is signed in Geneva on Friday. But no text of this framework was released.
This is a memorandum of understanding. A lot of these details are going to be worked out as we go forward into the next round of negotiation.
But in addition to reopening of the strait, this initial agreement, according to a senior administration official, leads to the dismantling of the Iranian nuclear program, leads to the United States destroying and removing enriched uranium from Iran, calls for inspections to ensure a long-term commitment and that it's long-term enforceable. And Iran gets rewarded economically only if they meet the obligations under the deal. Wendy Sherman was one of the negotiators for President Obama's nuclear deal, the JCPOA, that President Trump threw out in 2018. President Trump says this is the...
I like that they're finally coming to the... Listen, I like that they're finally coming to terms with something I've been saying literally before this war even started, that the JCPOA was good, all things considered, and that Donald Trump ripping it apart at the behest of Israel in his first term was unbelievably stupid. And I kept repeatedly saying, like, why are Democrats not making a bigger fuss about this, if you remember? And finally, now that there is a deal that's imminent, seemingly, according to Donald Trump, if he can't restrain Israel, there probably will be no deal, let's be real. But now that that has happened, Democrats are finally figured it out. Now they could talk about the JCPOA and be like, well, remember when we had a much better alternative to what Donald Trump did, which was like burning hundreds of billions of dollars, having a bunch of defense contractors in the process, having a bunch of active duty service members in the process at the behest of Israel, and a bunch of Iranians, which they don't ever bring up, obviously, because they don't give a shit about that. But destroying the global energy markets. Yeah.
Exact opposite of the JCPOA. Do you see it that way?
No. I think that this probably will turn out somewhat similar. We're in a very different place, however, because we did not have virtually 1,000 pounds of 60% highly enriched uranium, which is quite concerning, nor all of the other problems.
The JCPOA took 20 months to negotiate. The Trump team hopes the deal will be complete in 60 days. But even the preliminary agreement almost didn't happen after a day of violence here in the Middle East that could have scuttled the deal when Israel struck Iran-backed Hezbollah targets in Beirut, prompting outrage from President Trump and Iranian.
Yeah, you have to remember, Chuck Schumer was against the JCPOA. So, at the time, he was actively against it. He supported Benjamin Netanyahu coming to the United States of America and delivering his speech in front of Congress. So, just to put things into a different kind of consideration for you, this should help you understand what Chuck Schumer says going forward, and why he wasn't as aggressively championing Obama's previous JCPOA when Donald Trump decided to rip it apart, or even when Donald Trump decided to go to war with Iran at the behest of Israel. Like, there was very little pushback from the National Democratic Party. Let's be real. Jewish Dems not supportive of Trump's negotiated MOU with Iran. The Jewish Democratic Council of America calls it, at best, just a statement of intention lacking details, and at worst, an admission of defeat by the United States. I mean, that is the case. So just remember that. Remember who chirps here, okay? Remember who yells at this moment. A lot of Democrats are going to show exactly where their principles are. A lot of Democrats and a lot of Republicans are going to show you exactly who they are and exactly what they care about. This is another great opportunity to see exactly, which is like pulling out the rock and seeing who's scuttling about, okay? People that will get frustrated by this, instead of saying like, look, obviously this was a failure by the Trump administration. However, any movement anyone who doesn't say that, anyone who actually opposes this memorandum of understanding or opposes the ceasefire is very clearly Israel first. Because there's only one group of people in the entire planet right now that is not experiencing a moment of respite, a sigh of relief, now that seemingly there is some stability, some movement in the appropriate direction. And that is Israel. Okay? That's it. It's the defenders of Israel. No, it's not Jews. You're an idiot. Jesus Christ. There are plenty of Jews, including many Jews in this community, all the Jews in this community, that are obviously in favor of a ceasefire, dumbass. No. Has your analysis changed from yesterday at all when we first heard about it? No, it has not. And I'll tell you why. Because the same spoiler party is still Israel. It's entirely dependent on I am not sighing relief. I want Iran to have a nuke. This makes it impossible. Okay, well, sad day for the Iran nuclear proliferation defenders, but
raising doubts the deal could get over the finish line. Former Israeli senior military intelligence officer Avner Vilan telling us that it was doubtful Prime Minister Netanyahu would support the deal.
I think Prime Minister Netanyahu would think it's a bad deal because it gives Iran a lifeline of financial aid, financial support, where what Iran really needs is more pressure.
Israel's defense minister Katz says Israel will not withdraw from southern Lebanon and that Israeli defense forces will remain without any time limit. And this morning, Israel's national security minister making it even clearer, saying on social media that Israel is not bound by the U.S.-Iran agreement, which he said does not ensure Israel's security. So these are going to be very difficult negotiations indeed. Robin?
They certainly will, Martha. Thank you for your reporting on that.
Everybody at this summit will be wondering, where is this deal on the continuum from an extension of a ceasefire to a permanent settlement? They're all very familiar with Donald Trump's bombast. They're wondering how close it is, how much it really improves, if at all, on the original deal that President Obama led in 2015 with Iran and which Donald Trump ripped up. And they will be, as they have shown themselves, these other leaders of the G7, very willing to praise Donald Trump, very willing, no doubt, in the case of Britain tomorrow. I'd expect to hear Keir Starmer say we stand ready to help with sweeping mines out of the Strait of Hormuz and the rest of it. But everybody's scratching their heads about the details. And all these other leaders, to varying degrees, but pretty much all the others, would like the focus to be somewhere else. This is not a war that most of them wanted, and they would like the focus to be on Ukraine. President Macron in the chair will be trying to pull the focus across to Ukraine tomorrow. I'd expect to hear a bit more about some sanctions that are being applied to Russia from different countries and the rest of it. But these summits are increasingly becoming a search for a common ground that seems to shrink in front of our eyes. And you get a sense of that. That whole search bleeds into, that problem bleeds into the logistics of these summits. President Macron, like other hosts, is worried that President Trump might leave early. He's left 2 G7s early. So he dangled the carrot of a dinner in Versailles at the end just to make sure that he stays till the end. This is a summit, by the way, that is happening a day later than planned because President Trump wanted to watch cage fighting on the White House lawn. So everybody making adaptations around the president, and one of those people will be Keir Starmer. We don't need to repeat what quicksand he is on at home in domestic politics, but he's got a bit of quicksand here. He hasn't seen President Trump face to face since he really annoyed him by not backing him on Iran and allowing British bases to be used for offensive attacks on Iran. And now, added to that, he has a whole disagreement about social media.
Thanks, Gary. Gary Gibbon there in Evian. Well, before he took off for the G7 in the early hours, the US president was, as Gary said, hosting a very different kind of event, celebrating his 80th and America's 250th birthday with an ultimate fighting championship on the White House lawn. Harry Fawcett reports.
Obviously, we'll be talking about this as well, but, dude, it is nutty. All circus, no bread. We're cooked. Yeah, they're missing a fundamental point of the bread and circuses. But anyway, Jeremy Scahill's here on the call, so I'm actually gonna join him right now. And hold on, and we're gonna be talking about the where the heck is it? There it is. Okay, here it is. We're going to be talking about the situation, the MOU, the Memorandum of Understanding, and where. But let's take a look at this. Yes, I got the Daniel Cormier thing too. Hold on.
No question what Donald Trump was determined to have for his 80th birthday, an end to the war so he could concentrate on the fighting. Part Dr. Strangelove, part Imperial Rome, the UFC Freedom 250 cage fight on the south lawn of the White House. A confection of Trumpian patriotism, capitalism, and TV spectacle.
It doesn't seem real. None of it seems real.
Trump had earlier posted that an agreement had been reached with Iran, that the Strait of Hormuz would be opened, telling the Wall Street Journal there was no rush to extract Iran's highly enriched uranium, that he'd never cared about regime change. A little over 12 hours later, a more traditional presidential arrival for the G7 summit in the French Alps.
Everything is very nice, thank you.
Alongside President Macron, he basked in the immediate effect of his announcement, a surge in the stock markets, a fall in the oil price.
The Iran deal that we made is going to bring a lot of success to the world because the oil was really clogged up there for a while. He would call me on occasion and say, come on, please, let's go with the oil prices. But the oil is coming way down, so I'm very honored by it.
Each side promoting its own version of the memorandum. The US said it meant permanent toll-free travel through the Strait of Hormuz. Iran that it would collect service fees. Iranian state media said the US had been forced into a deal that would release half of the $24 billion of frozen Iranian assets. The US insisting Iran would have to make good on commitments before it got a dime.
Such deep-rooted mistrust exists between the Iranian people and the US government. The United States still has a long way to go before it can earn the trust of the Iranian people.
Throughout the war, the US insisted its chief goal was to deny Iran a nuclear weapon, a job now to be done not by strikes, but 60 days of talks. The reported outline, a multi-year ban on uranium enrichment, followed by a cap, along with an unspecified means of dealing with Iran's current near-weapons-grade stockpile.
It is doubtful that any agreement that arises is going to be significantly different or a significant improvement from the deal that we had in the first place.
All of which only ups the pressure on the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who so hated Barack Obama's deal and rejoiced at President Trump's decision to pull out of it. His closeness to Trump, so often used as an asset at home, could this election year now turn to liability with allies and opponents alike?
The agreement with Iran is a bad agreement for Israel and for the entire free world. Iran must not have nuclear weapons.
With the stroke of a pen, the tremendous military...
Dude, Yair Golan is so funny. This is supposed to be like the woke centrist. This is the woke Israeli left. Okay? And his entire screed on this straight up was like, Benjamin Netanyahu has basically been serving Hezbollah and serving Iran. The fact that Benjamin Netanyahu could not actually militarily punish Iran, like, it's crazy. It is crazy. The Israeli left, with the exception of obviously our anti-Zionist friends in the Knesset, it's like 3 of them, okay, is completely insane. Obviously, the expectation from Yair Lapid is that he's going to be militant. He's been militant, right? But it's funny because this guy, what's his name, Yair Golan, is supposed to be like, he's supposed to be a little bit more moderate, I guess, than even Yair Lapid has come out time and time again, and Naftali Bennett certainly has come out time and time again and said insane things about Lebanon. Like, oh yeah, we have to fucking do the same thing that we did to Gaza to Lebanon, right? Like this is the Israeli opposition. Former Israeli Prime Minister Naftali Bennett, who once famously ran on how many war crimes he conducted on numerous campaigns into Gaza, says, against the Iranian axis of evil, we will fully renew the octopus doctrine that we began implementing in my government. One hand prevents Iran from breaking through to nuclear capability. The other accelerates the collapse of the regime through political, economic, and technological and military means. The countdown to regime change in Iran will begin the moment the government in Israel is replaced. Soon the people of Israel will choose new leadership, energetic, determined, and professional, that will restore security to Israel and care for you, Israeli citizens, wholeheartedly. Here is the centrist critique coming from Yair Lapid. We still need to hope that reports about the agreement in Iran are not true. But if they are, this is one of the most shocking failures of Israel's foreign and security policy, and it is entirely on Netanyahu's account. He sold the Americans an overly optimistic script without detailing the risk map to them, and lost their trust in the middle of the war. He did not assemble a professional team to work with the separating elements in the American regime. He failed to convince the Americans to bomb Iran's oil and energy facilities and did not close the matter in advance. He failed to convince the Americans to include the issue of ballistic missiles in the agreement or even in the negotiations. Dude, what planet are you on? Like, the way... This is the opposition. These are the wokes. These are supposed to be the wokes. This is Israel's Chuck Schumer. Which is ironic because Chuck Schumer also aligns with these guys. It is an insane country. When I say Israel is an insane country, when I say it's a Nazi, what I'm talking about. Okay? It's literally Captain Crunch, oops, all Nazis. Okay? What the fuck? Any opposition with viability is currently hitting Benjamin Netanyahu's Likudniks from the right, even though they're supposed to be to the left. This is literally Hitler-Endsieg level of delusion. Israeli society has lost its dang mind. When I say their political expression only goes rightward, this is what I'm talking about. It's insane. It's totally fucking out of control. It has no basis in reality. They have completely lost touch with material reality. They've completely lost touch with their inability to militarily achieve these objectives. They're just like, it's like Hitler in the bunker, okay, going, yeah, let's just invade Moscow. What are we doing? Come on, let's get our forces ready to go. You know, let's take out the Kremlin. Let's strike the heart of the USSR. What are we doing? It's like, you don't have the troops. You don't have the motion. With what? With what capabilities do you want to advance this agenda? Channel 12 did a montage shitting on Bibi for dropping the ball on Iran. Boy, the most shocking moment in this excellent deep dive into Netanyahu's crash and burn conflagration with Trump's is veteran reporter Shimon Schiffer's testimony that as president, Barack Obama knew that Netanyahu in private conversations referred to the president as boy. Benjamin Netanyahu lived in Philadelphia, so he knows what that term is, by the way. You can't even hit the, oh, he's Israeli, he doesn't know. No, Benjamin Netanyahu was an unvarnished racist. Just so you understand. Like, what's so psychotic about this is that, like, if American support is withdrawn from Israel at this point in a meaningful capacity, and I cannot believe I'm saying this, Benjamin Netanyahu is going to become one of the only logical parties that remains in proximity to power or has any crumb of power in Israel. I cannot believe I'm saying it. I'm not saying he's a reasonable guy. He's a fucking genocidal piece of shit. He's a genocidal racist monster. But the rest of Israeli society, partially geared up by Benjamin Netanyahu's numerous decades of endless belligerence, literally think they have some kind of impact that they could push for militarily when they clearly don't. It's genuinely varying degrees of Hitlerian thought here. Okay? There are different versions of Adolf Hitler here. Some demanding the final solution, some demanding the Endsieg, some demanding an opening of a new front. But it's all Adolf Hitler. All of it. This is this is literally a you and what army moment. He pushed the Kurdish plan without taking into account the expected Turkish response and Erdogan's influence in Washington. He did not take into account the significance of rising oil prices in the U.S. just months before the congressional elections. He did not take into account the significance of lifting sanctions and funneling tens of billions of dollars into the Iranian economy under the supervision of the Revolutionary Guards. He did not take into account the possibility of bombing the energy facilities of Gulf states and failed to leverage the ties with the Gulf states to bring them into joint combat. By the way, these guys are so belligerent and so insane, they don't even realize that some of the takes in here against Benjamin Netanyahu are contradicting. Some of these criticisms directly contradict one another. Hold on. Doors open. Like this, some of these criticisms are valid, except they contradict previous criticisms. He failed to convince the Americans to bomb Iran's oil and energy facilities and did not close the matter in advance. And then point 9 says he did not take into account the possibility of bombing the energy facilities of Gulf states. What the fuck do you mean? On the one hand, you're mad that he couldn't convince Americans to bomb the Iranian oil facilities, but then also saying that he did not consider, Benjamin Netanyahu did not consider what it would look like. You could take all that. What it would look like if Iran retaliated. Yeah, no shit. Of course Iran was going to fucking retaliate. Yeah, I do. Is there... Wait, what the fuck? This is wrong. This is completely... I don't know what they did. This is the wrong order. They said... I'm going to call the guy real quick. Yeah. Okay, here. Here, take it back. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, door's open. Anyway, one Likud source privately complained to him that the emperor in Japan is in defeat. Sue them? Okay, Ethan Klein, calm down. Yeah. 300 billion return is confirmed and Israel is losing its mind. Vance's senior Trump admin is confirming the 300 billion reconstruction offer is real. Yeah, they did. Of course Israel's losing their fucking mind because they're petulant, spoiled, entitled, arrogant Nazi babies, okay? It is a nation led by petulant, arrogant Nazi men, children, and babies. Because remember, the only thing that, after fucking this whole ordeal up, I never understood what you meant when you talked about Israel being against the nuclear deal. From their side, wouldn't it be easier to attack if they didn't have anything to defend themselves? Wait, what? No, Israel knows the Iranian nuclear program is not a real thing, okay? Obviously, they don't want Iran to have nuclear arms because nuclear sovereignty is the easiest shortcut for Iran to maintain some semblance of defense against whatever Israel may be planning to do. Fuck. Hold on. 1 second. There's a lot happening here that I need to fix. Israel obviously doesn't want Iran to ever have a nuclear weapon, not because they're going to use it on Israel. Nobody that has nukes are going to actually use them. You don't develop nuclear arms to use them. You develop nuclear arms to never use them. Okay? But Israel doesn't want Iran to have nukes because Israel wants to blow up Iran. If they have nukes, all of a sudden you can't fucking blow up Iran. Look at North Korea, for example. So the fear here from the Israeli side is not about like a legitimate threat that they perceive from Iran with nukes. The fear was that if they didn't blow up Iran this time around, that they're not going to have sufficient support from the West to blow up Iran in the future. They did not genuinely think that Iran was ever going to give up their ballistic missiles program. That's insane. They thought, perhaps foolishly, that they would be able to militarily punish Iran with additional American involvement. But Donald Trump was, no matter how insane he wasn't so insane that he would go with boots on the ground military warfare into Iran. That's it. Israel thought if we can just like goad Trump into going to war with Iran, we can goad him into going to war with Iran further and maybe even send boots on the ground. And hopefully that military quagmire where we could just go along with whatever our ambitions are and turn Lebanon into Gaza and turn the rest of Syria into Gaza, maybe even go to war with Turkey later down the line, you know, all this shit.
With the stroke of a pen, the tremendous military achievements of our pilots in the skies of Iran and the heroism of our fighters on Lebanese soil were erased.
Both Iran and the mediator Pakistan say an end to the fighting in Lebanon is included in this initial agreement. Israel's defense minister insists its troops will remain in the south indefinitely, that Israel will respond with full force if attacked by Iran as a result. Throughout the talks, events in Lebanon have threatened to derail this agreement. They could still, even after it's officially signed on Friday.
Harry Fawcett reporting. Well, let's go now over to our foreign affairs correspondent, Secunda Kamani, who is in Beirut. Secunda.
Well, Aisha, close to 4,000 people have been killed here in Lebanon during this conflict. Today, there's been relative peace, although at least one person died as a result of Israeli fire. As you heard in that report, the US-Iran agreement, it seems, is meant to include a ceasefire here, but it's not clear what exactly it says, if anything, about the presence of Israeli troops in southern Lebanon, where they're occupying a chunk of territory. Israel says that they're not going anywhere. Hezbollah, for its part, says that it will not tolerate continued Israeli attacks, as we saw following an earlier ceasefire. For many of the more than 1 million displaced people, though, this has been a chance to finally return home.
Roads that had been deserted, now coming back to life, as families forced from their homes by war return to southern Lebanon. Their route lined with rubble and debris. The city of Nabatea had been a ghost town during the war, battered by Israeli strikes. Even paramedics had been targets. Now they're helping spruce up the streets. Little remains of the city's historic market. Abu Ali's coffee roasting business had been a local institution for nearly a century.
I normally would say we take a hit, we fix it, we make it right, but it's completely destroyed.
Do you think you'll rebuild your shop?
God willing, tomorrow, or in about 6 or 7 months, you will come and see what's here. One of the most beautiful establishments in Nabatea.
The mood amongst many of those returning is celebratory, but the damage inflicted here is immense.
Well, this is just a scene of complete and utter devastation. It's almost as if this city has been hit by an earthquake. Of course, actually all this damage here caused by Israeli strikes. And just yesterday, it would have been far too dangerous for us to be here setting foot in the city centre. Even now, Israeli troops are just positioned a few kilometres away. We've been hearing a drone overhead. No sign yet that they're going to be withdrawing from the positions that they've been occupying.
In the distance, several explosions ring out. Local officials have warned residents not to rush back. Dina wanted to check on her home as soon as she could, after being amongst the more than 1 million displaced in this country. As soon as she gets back into her apartment, Dina prostrates herself in prayer. Next up, it's watering the houseplants. Her home was badly damaged in the last round of fighting in 2024, she tells me. and she'd only been back a few months before this latest war started. I hadn't even finished paying for the repairs, she says, and then it started all again. Despite or because of repeated devastating conflicts with Israel, many in southern Lebanon have long been supportive of Hezbollah, who they see as a resistance group. Others in the country blame Hezbollah for entering the war with Israel. But not here. Daniel is Dina's nephew.
We lost everything. We lost material things, and we've lost so many friends. That's the worst part.
Who do you blame? Who do you hold responsible for all of this that you've been through?
Israel. All the responsibility is on Israel. In the end, we're a people defending our land. To be clear, group. But we're defending our land. This land, we love it, and no one can come and take it from us.
The queues of cars heading back down south are growing longer and longer. But further clashes between Hezbollah and Israel still look a very real possibility. And amidst the rubble, you wonder how long it will be before this country is dragged into bloody conflict once again.
Well, this whole deadly and costly war has, I think, been an exercise in the limits of military power. For the Americans, there's going to be a lot of scrutiny on whether this agreement with Iran really is any better than an agreement that could have been reached prior to the war. For Prime Minister Netanyahu, he's seen his relationship with the US deteriorate whilst the Iranian regime and Hezbollah are still very much standing. And for Hezbollah, which, let's remember, started this latest round of the conflict here by firing at Israel, well, Israeli soldiers now occupy even more Lebanese territory. So, in short, despite all the loss of life, all the economic damage, what fundamentally, you could ask, has really changed?
House, I understand Donald Trump is speaking now in France with the French President Emmanuel Macron. Let's listen in.
D'anniversaire et de célébration, et je remercie son équipe, les ministres et ambassadeurs et l'équipe la plus proche d'être là à ses côtés. C'est important qu'on puisse d'abord avoir ce G7 au lendemain d'un accord essentiel qui a été scellé avec l'Iran pour parler évidemment de nos grandes crises, l'Iran, l'Ukraine, nos guerres, leurs règlements, construire la paix et restaurer la prospérité, mais aussi voir les voies et moyens de coopérer entre nos économies.
Okay, as we await translation, I'll try and guide you through what the French President Emmanuel Macron has been saying. For now, he is just welcoming formally the U.S. President Donald Trump.
250 ans d'indépendance, la France ayant été aux côtés des États-Unis d'Amérique à Versailles dans 2 jours. I wanted to say,
so he is referencing the dinner that Donald Trump will be invited to in Versailles, just outside of Paris, that will be in commemoration of the U.S.'s independence anniversary, the 250th anniversary, which we know is very important to Donald Trump and which will be taking place early July in the U.S.
And it's a very important one because first it will fix the nuclear issue. And it's a very important matter for peace for the whole world. And it will reopen Hormuz. And so we are ready to...
Dude, what's crazy about it is that France was the country that literally offered shelter to Ayatollah Khomeini, not Khamenei, but Khomeini, during the period of conflict. Like every European nation's investment in sovereignty has just fallen apart. Like this is a country that said no to NATO initially, right? A country that has its own nuclear armaments for a very specific purpose, the purpose of sovereignty. And now you're seeing how much the attitude has shifted. Ridiculous.
Take our fair share of the burden and be part of the commitment of the international community in order to support this deal. And we will discuss about that together and with colleagues later on. But it's a very important step towards peace, but as well for global economy. We will have the occasion to discuss about the war in Ukraine in order to re-engage together and negotiate a good and solid peace and sustainable peace. And President Zelensky will be with us as well tomorrow. And obviously we will have the occasion to bring this G7 to speak about a series of issues from rare earths, critical minerals, trade, etc., where we have to build convergence among the G7 members. And it will be the occasion for us to celebrate the 250 years of independence for the US. And Versailles is a good place because this is where the king and his minister of foreign affairs at the time did support the US during years, but as well prepared what we called the Paris Treaty in 1783, which was the final point of this war. So it's a great honor and a great pleasure to have you, Mr. President, in Evian and Paris.
Thank you, thank you. So, Emmanuel has been a special friend of mine. We've had a fantastic relationship. We've worked on many deals together. I'm very happy to say, very signed, the deal's all signed. And the strait is already partially opened. As you know, they're doing a little hunting for a couple of mines that they've already found.
Dude, for France, Israel's incursions into Lebanon is beyond just a violation of international humanitarian law. It's also a violation of like French sovereignty to a certain degree, because obviously they have a special relationship with Lebanon. I mean, it's not an accident. Earlier, you saw a Lebanese person speaking French, right? Like it's a colonial holdover state that the French have an interest in. So when Israel violates Lebanese sovereignty, they're actually also undermining that French connection as well. But because the rest of the world is so goddamn cucked to Israel, you can't even broach that subject from that perspective.
But it's essentially, ships are starting to go out now. On Friday, it'll be completely opened. We got along very well with Iran. It's a different set of leaders. As you know, the first set is gone, the second set is gone, and we found the third set to be very smart, strong, very smart, but we ended up making a deal. I felt badly that we had to go back on the attack for 2 nights, and I thought a third, but we made it before that happened. But I think a lot of great things are going to happen in the Middle East right now, and very importantly, the oil is plummeting down, and the stock market is shooting up like a rocket today, like record kind of numbers. And the oil has taken its biggest plunge, and we're into the low numbers, not quite back yet, Kevin, to the extent, but we're getting close to the numbers we were before it all started. And the main thing is that Iran will not have a nuclear weapon. They fully agreed to that with strong policing powers, and they won't have a nuclear weapon, which is what it was all about, because they probably would have used it if they had it. So we had 2 big moments. When they terminated the JCPOA, that was the Obama deal, the Barack Hussein Obama deal. And when I terminated that, it was very important because it was a road to a nuclear weapon. It was a horrible deal for the United States. It was a deal where billions of dollars was given to Iran. It was a deal where $1.7 billion in cash was put on a Boeing 757, I guess, right? But it was put on a big, beautiful Boeing 757. They needed a Boeing 747, to be honest with you, because there was a lot of cash. $1.7 billion was taken out of the banks and given to Iran.
Oh my God.
And on top of that, tens of billions of dollars was paid. So they tried to bribe them to make a deal, and that didn't work. It never works. And we've done a great job, and hopefully it's going to be a good relationship, and we're going to get along. And if we don't, we go back to where we started, but I don't think that's going to be necessary. The Iran deal that we made is going to bring a lot of success to the world, because the oil was really clogged up there for a while. He would call me on occasion and say, "Come on, please, let's go with the oil prices." But the oil is coming way down, so I'm very honored by it. I want to thank you for your help. You've always been a help, and it's an honor to be with you. We had a very good conversation yesterday with President Zelensky and President Putin, and I see maybe we can do something there. I really do. I think they're both open to it. So I'm going to, now that this is finished, we're going to be focusing on that, see if we can get that one done. 25,000 people a month are dying, mostly soldiers, and that shouldn't happen. But I had two very good conversations yesterday. We'll be talking about it. And we had a really exciting, I think maybe one of the most incredible evenings in the history of the White House. We had an evening last night with the fighters, and I was very happy. I called last night, very late last night, to congratulate you, because in the heavyweight division, a French fighter won. I don't know, is that maybe more important than the World Cup? To some people it might be.
Dude, what the fuck? Bro, what are you saying, man? Oh my God. Oh my God. It literally is just an old rambling baboon, bro. He's straight up losing it. He actually is losing it. I mean, it's so crazy. Defenders of the JCPOA often say, look, this was correct. Turns out you can have the JCPOA and war with Iran. Yep. It's actually worse, like from the American perspective, if the goal here is to just like deny Iran anything. Obviously, it's worse because Iran now holds a very important card that they had not in the past utilized, which is the Strait of Hormuz and control over the Strait of Hormuz. Technically, they don't even need nukes anymore because they have that. And it's obvious that America is incapable of militarily forcing Iran to submit. And if you can't force Iran's submission with your military force, then you got nothing. They can just fucking shut down the Strait of Hormuz again. I genuinely can't think of a more anti-American president than Donald Trump. Like anti-American from the perspective of like America's strategic interests, force projection capabilities. Like he truly lives up to the name JD Pondon, man. He truly does. A lot of people don't see it. They don't understand it because like they're stupid and they think, oh no, Trump is a patriot. He's a Republican, and therefore he obviously is way more invested in America's dominance. But it's like he has almost single-handedly destroyed what remained of American force projection capabilities with this idiotic quagmire. He's not even good at American imperialism. He's not even good at Israeli imperialism. Like, this is American imperialism to advance Israeli imperialism, and he fucked up both. I said it earlier. Amit Segal said, it may be dangerous to be America's enemy, but to be America's friend is fatal. Henry Kissinger, right? I said, it's so funny that they're complaining because the U.S. has signed off on a ceasefire after we burned $100 billion at Israel's discretion to destroy Iran, lost, caused a global energy crisis, destroyed U.S. force projection capabilities, and all Israel's now asked of here is to stop invading Lebanon. And they're crying. Like they're acting as though, Tel Aviv is burning or something. I've never seen such babies, man. Trump's capitulation is for him a strategic withdrawal to fight Iran another day by other means than failed military means. Whereas for Israel and Netanyahu, Trump's capitulation is a strategic and political catastrophe. They will work to flip the table militarily. Yeah, it is totally ridiculous. Totally ridiculous. The next 65 days until the final deal is signed will be the greatest fight in the Israel lobby's history. They will stop at nothing to derail it. The closer it gets, the more unhinged they'll become. Perhaps the highest stakes 65 days in modern history. I agree. I love that Iran is like, no, we won't charge a toll. It'll be a convenience fee. Some change. It's just the new Ayatollah is Ticketmaster. Yeah, I mean, they're going to massage the language. They're fine as long as, it's not even about the money that they're getting from ships that are transiting. It's actually about the principle of maintaining control over who gets to transit the Strait of Hormuz. That's what the real thing is here. Because the amount of money that they can collect by way of fees, by way of tolls, or what they call an environmental protection fee, which I thought was really funny. They literally said that they were like, yeah, we won't actually collect a toll from every ship that's transiting through the Strait of Hormuz. We'll just collect a fee for them, like a green fee, right? To ensure environmental protection. Okay. I mean, sure, whatever. Yeah, they're playing the woke DEI libtards. Okay. That's what Iran is. You thought Iran was green for Islam. It turns out it's green for a Green New Deal. Okay. But in any case, all of this is a terrifying prospect for Israel because Israel thought they got close to goading America into full tilt escalation.
To some people, it might be, you have a good team in the world. very good team, but you have good fighters too. And you're a great country, and it's an honor to be with you. Thank you very much.
Hey, sir, are you going to try to attend the signing ceremony on Friday?
What the fuck?
Well, it depends. JD's coming in for it. He was originally going to do it. I'll probably be gone by then. We're having dinner in a day and a half, right? We're going to be staying quite late. So I may be involved, I may not. But JD was coming in for that specifically.
Mr. President, when will the text of the MOU be released?
I think pretty soon. I would say, I want it to be released because it's a very powerful document. It's not like the Obama document, which was just a terrible document. This is a very powerful document, and I want it to be released. So probably pretty soon. I would say sometime after Friday, because the Strait opens completely. It's open now, but it opens completely. We'll have all the mines knocked out of.
Is it?
For the most part, we have a lot of lanes right now already.
Mr. President.
So I think sometime in the very near future. Yeah.
Mr. President, does the deal involve any sanctions relief for Iran? When would that go into effect?
No, it doesn't. Well, they have to. It's really a behavioral thing. If they do what they're supposed to do, that starts taking effect.
Monsieur, vous êtes prêt à prendre au nom de la France dans le détroit d'Ormuz, vous avez parlé du porte-avions Charles de Gaulle. Mr. President, what do you expect from France and
Well, I would love them to do that. I don't think we're going to need much help because we have an agreement where it's going to be open. And it's toll-free. We had a little argument on that. It's toll-free. So I don't think we're going to need much help. But I don't think it's a bad idea to have a ship or two up here from a few countries. You'd be a great country to do it because you never know what happens. But I think it's going to be open, and I think it's going to be free sailing. We do want to see if we can straighten out the Lebanon thing, because it just seems to just never end. And that's a mini version of what we were doing. But
yeah, I wonder who's responsible for that. We're all just collectively trying to find out who's responsible for the death and destruction in Lebanon. It almost feels like it's the same party that's also presenting hurdles in front of a ceasefire negotiation. Oh, well, yeah, I guess maybe it's Obama.
And it should not be tough. It should not be tough. So Hezbollah, we have to have a little talk with them.
La question qui était posée en français sur la contribution, nous sommes prêts à avoir dès demain des chasseurs qui sont sur place et qui peuvent aider aux missions d'observation, et sous 48 heures des frégates qui peuvent évidemment se déployer.
The French President Emmanuel Macron has just been asked about any French participation and efforts in helping reopen the Strait of Hormuz, and he is saying right now that France will be sending military assets to help in that endeavor.
Les parties prenantes de l'accord et les deux parties, en particulier autour du détroit. Et nous avons agrégé avec une mission ad hoc où d'ores et déjà une vingtaine de pays ont
The French president now confirming what had been in the works, that France and the UK will be leading a mission to help reopen the Strait of Hormuz. This will be led by France and the UK, and he said some 20 countries will be taking part in this.
It's over. It's a trap. Okay, I see what's going on. America wanted France and the UK to be involved in this, not just for like military purposes, because obviously American military is already so dominant. It's not like they need the additional manpower. But the reason why they wanted America and the UK and France to be involved in this is so that they would apply more diplomatic pressure to Iran, all at the behest of Israel. So now, here's what takes place. If they enough to actually move their assets into the Strait of Hormuz, eventually what's going to happen is Israel is going to violate the ceasefire in such a severe escalatory manner that it will be virtually impossible for Iran not to retaliate. And that retaliation will most likely be timed by Israel to have European vessels all in and around the Strait of Hormuz. And that's, of course, from the Iranian perspective, more targets to hit. And they will given the rules of engagement, they'll probably hit the European targets if they abide by this. If this is a real commitment, Israel will try to maximize the impact right as the demining operation is taking place, you know? This is I really hope that's a really bad take. No, I'm just, look, it's one way that I can see this collapsing. Because for Israel, their goal is to collapse the negotiations. They don't want a negotiation. They want to create by force a coalition of the willing against Iran. Okay? America has also tried to do that in the early stages to shut off Iran diplomatically from the rest of the world. They will not be a coalition of the willing. They will just be a coalition that happened to be at the fucking wrong place at the wrong time, that found themselves in this quagmire. And then they'll have to respond militarily to Iran. I really don't think this is happening. I just don't think that this war is ending. I hope I'm wrong. I don't think Israel is going to allow it to end.
Very frustrated with how the Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu has been responding to this, continuing to launch strikes in Lebanon right before this agreement was signed. You mentioned what he told Axios, but he also said this to the New York Times. He described Netanyahu to the New York Times as a very difficult guy and went on to say, to be honest with you, he should be very thankful for us, to us for doing this, because if Iran had a nuclear weapon, Israel wouldn't be around for 2 hours. That was a direct quote from the president. I think that just goes to show how tense this relationship between the U.S. and Israel is at this point. The president really not wanting them to threaten this upcoming agreement, John.
No, again, when we get that text, it'll be interesting to see domestically and around the world how it is received. Elena Treen in Geneva this morning, thank you very much. Kate?
Let's talk more about this. Joining us right now is the Axios Global Affairs correspondent.
Oh, thank God. You know, this is where Barack Ravid is the most activated. You know what I mean? When there's a controversy between Israel and America, they are fighting. Trump has said Benjamin Netanyahu is poo-poo, and Benjamin Netanyahu has said Trump is gay. I have very good sources.
CNN political and global affairs analyst Barack Ravid, and it's your interview that really set things over the weekend on fire with what President Trump told you. And one person not heard from yet publicly, it does appear, is who we were just talking about, Ben.
I do think it's really funny that like the entirety of Western mainstream media promotes a guy who has been wrong like 500 times amidst the last 108 days. And they still will literally hold his word as the most important word, right? And he's straight up an Israeli IDF asset. And I don't understand it. Like, this man has never broken a fucking story that was valid. Do Barack and Donald just share a bed, always cuddle up and spooning? Literally always there at a moment's notice. Yeah. I mean, come on, man. Who the fuck? No one believes this shit. Anyone who's been paying close attention to this understands who Barack Ravid is and what his goals are. It's mind-boggling to me that so many professional journalists very clearly have highlighted a Unit 8200 military officer as like the #1 Western reporter. It's crazy.
Benjamin Netanyahu himself. And after that extraordinary interview that you had with the president this weekend, Barack, what are you hearing today?
Well, I think Netanyahu, his people and his mouthpieces in the Israeli media are all furious about this deal. The Israeli ambassador to Washington has been making phone calls to members of Congress, telling them how much Netanyahu is concerned and disappointed about this deal. One of Netanyahu's key mouthpieces in the Israeli press, a guy called Inon Magal, wrote on X a super strong post where he called the U.S. negotiators, Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, Jew boys. He called Vice President Vance scum. He said they're working for Qatar and the other Gulf countries. So when somebody that close to Netanyahu writes those things on X, I think it gives some sort of an impression about how Netanyahu and his close circle, what they think about this deal.
And the Lebanon front, I think it appears, is going to be more and more critical to how long this framework exists and stays in place if they're going to continue negotiations of...
Like, if you think Randy Fine is like an unhinged fascist, now imagine like the average Israeli politician. You know what I mean? What does Jew boys mean? That they aren't men? I think they're just anti-Semitic. I don't know. It's Israel. They're everything. They're all the racisms. So it's not shocking to me.
About the long-term future and stopping any long-term future of a nuclear program. Israel's defense minister said this morning that they are not withdrawing.
I've only ever heard Nazis say that. Yeah, dog. Israeli politicians are fucking Nazis. So it shouldn't come as a surprise to you that they would deploy Nazi-style slurs against, American Jews that are a part of the negotiation process, who have literally been on board with Israeli goals the entire way. Yeah. Go read up on how Israeli society broadly, like what Israeli society considered Holocaust survivors. Okay. If you want to learn more about these are the types of shit that Israelis were saying, like early Zionists were saying about Holocaust survivors, literally is the type of shit that like Nick Fuentes would be shocked by.
Southern Lebanon. So what is going to happen here? What are you hearing behind the scenes?
So first, I have no information that points to any demand by the United States, at the moment at least, for an immediate Israeli withdrawal from southern Lebanon. What I heard from U.S. officials is that basically in Lebanon they're talking about a ceasefire, which means everyone hold in place. No military action, neither by Hezbollah nor by Israel. And from what I heard from regional mediators, that in the talks between the U.S. and Iran.
Why should I? Why we keep trusting Axios? So I've told you this already. Barak Ravid is actually very informative, just not in the way that you think he is, right? Like Barak Ravid has tremendous insight into like what's going on. It's just, if you listen to his reporting, you have to read it as, this is what the American side wants us to hear. This is what the Israeli side wants us to hear. It's not that he's like breaking any serious news. The type of news that he's breaking is exactly what you should understand. The American side is telling you, like, this is what we want out there. Right? This is what they want the narrative to be. And he absolutely trades, like he has obviously the highest level insiders within the Israeli government that he gets information from, which he trades with the highest level of the American government. I assume Trump just directly calls him all the time. But ultimately, it doesn't matter, right? Ultimately, it doesn't matter what Trump is saying about Benjamin Netanyahu. What matters is what Trump is doing about Benjamin Netanyahu. And as long as there is no retreat of IOF soldiers from the Lebanese state boundaries, that means that there's nothing on the MOU, or rather, Donald Trump is not enforcing what Iranians have claimed is on the Memorandum of Understanding.
Through the mediators on over the weekend, the point the U.S. made is, you, Iran, make sure Hezbollah doesn't shoot, and we'll make sure Israel doesn't shoot. But the thing is that the Iranians don't feel that Trump really has a way to make sure that the Israelis don't take military action.
This is such manufactured bullshit. No, I don't. I mean, I think the Israelis are mad at Donald Trump for sure. Here's what I will say. There are degrees of priority for the Israeli government, for Zionism as a whole, as a movement, right? The highest priority goal here for Benjamin Netanyahu and his war cabinet is to get America to destroy Iran, right? That's it. They want to do that because they don't want any kind of sovereign regional power that could potentially strike Israel, that could potentially punish Israel militarily. As it seeks out further territorial expansion. So Benjamin Netanyahu, for 3 decades at this point, has very actively tried to goad America into going to direct war with Iran. America has given assurances to Israel or has aided Israel's goals in destabilizing Iran by way of sanctions and obviously through other mechanisms of instability. And it has been somewhat effective. That's the reason why there is a robust movement that has grown inside of Iran that constantly gets very frustrated with the Islamic Republic and will go out in the streets and sometimes will protest even violently with arms that they may or may not have gotten from the Israeli side. Protests that started with the Bazari protest, the market owners, right, which is technically a part of the Islamic Republic is like base of support. They were mad because of the economy. They were mad because the economy had been destroyed and because the currency was worth nothing due to American financial engineering at the behest of Israel. But then that escalated into a much larger protest, a much more violent protest due to American and Israeli interventions, as we know now 100%, because both the American side and the Israeli side openly admitted it. That all is a broader part of the agenda, but there is a limitation to what America in the past was willing to do for Israel. Every single former president before Donald Trump said no to invading Iran militarily or no to escalations against Iran directly. Donald Trump changed that dynamic and was the first American president to lean into Israeli demands and go and strike Iran. And on the first day of Operation Epic Fury, they not only struck Iran, but they decapitated the entire leadership structure and also killed a bunch of schoolgirls in Minab. 168 of these little girls that were at school were murdered by American Tomahawk missiles. They did a double tap. And that was all for Israel, right? But even Donald Trump has some real red lines. Now, the real red line for Donald Trump has always been to go up the escalation ladder to such a degree where they actually commit to a full-scale invasion of Iranian soil. Donald Trump doesn't want that. It's very obvious he doesn't want that. He likes in and out, fast bombing campaigns where he gets his wishes across, right? He loves Venezuela. He does not like what's going on in Iran because Iran caved. Iran was resilient. Iran actually punished America and defeated America. So from the Israeli calculation, from the Israeli side, they're actively trying to continue this tit for tat. They're actively trying to continue this instability with the hopes that Donald Trump will commit to going up the escalation ladder and militarily invade Iran. Now, the fact that we don't have enough troops to conduct a successful long-standing invasion of Iranian soil does not matter to the Israeli side. They don't care, right? It's clear that they don't care about what this does to American force projection capabilities. It's clear that it doesn't matter how much America's defensive munitions have been depleted in the process of defending Israel. They don't care about any of this stuff. They don't even care about their own safety and security for their own civilians, right? Or rather, in their calculation, they feel like Iran would run out of munitions before they could actually start successively striking Israel to such a degree that, you know, there's a tremendous amount of civilian casualties in the process. They believe that America would fight their battle for them in Iran. They're wrong. It's clear that Donald Trump does have one real red line, not like the fake bullshit like, oh, don't hit Lebanon, this or that. The one real red line that Donald Trump has is not going up the escalation ladder so much that they actually invade Iran militarily with boots on the ground, military invasion. That's the problem here for Israel. That's their real goal here. They think if they can continue fucking up the ceasefire deal that's in play, that if America is thoroughly embarrassed by Iran, not by Israel, but by Iran, which is ironic because Israel is the one that's humiliating America currently, that they can probably goad America into taking further action because Trump is so unstable. Trump is so crazy. Trump is clearly not invested in longstanding American commitments to the rest of the world, to the energy markets, to our global allies. And that's what it is. I don't think Trump, maybe I'm wrong, but by my estimation, I don't think Donald Trump is willing to take it to that step. But that doesn't mean Israel won't stop trying to take it to that step.
Action in Lebanon. I think this is why that's going to be a main sticking point in the implementation of this deal. And also next week, on June 22nd, there's supposed to be another round of direct negotiations at the State Department between Lebanese and Israeli officials. The U.S. wants a deal between Israel and Lebanon.
Bro, Barack looks like a ghost, dude. I don't know. The color has been sucked out of him, by the way.
Not through Iran, but through direct Israeli-Lebanese talks. And I just wonder if the Israeli government will be open enough to actually have good faith negotiations when it is so mad about the current deal.
Yeah, I mean, as Aaron David Miller had put it, I know you'd sent it out. No U.S. president has said publicly about an Israeli prime minister what Trump has said about Netanyahu, from what President Trump said to you on the phone over the weekend. As I read multiple times, it was not to be missed. In case you didn't hear me, Barack.
Not a slip of a tongue, multiple times.
It definitely was. Great reporting, as always, Brock. Thanks for coming on.
Well, Israel is making it clear it is not happy with this UN-Iran agreement. We are hearing criticism from politicians of different political camps. And as we've been reporting, Israel's defense chief says the IDF won't be pulling out of Lebanon. CNN's Oren Liebman has the view from Jerusalem. And why is it that Israel, seemingly across the board, at least when it comes to government officials, so unhappy with this agreement? And do we know where the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu stands?
Well, we don't know publicly because he hasn't made a statement about the ceasefire deal yet or what his intentions are here. In fact, the only statement we saw on social media yesterday that had anything to do with President Donald Trump was a happy birthday message that celebrated how closely they're...
This guy always looks to me like a different, Barack Ravid variant, by the way. Am I crazy? This is Vegeta Barack Ravid. He also kind of looks like a shark. I just they made these guys in a lab. They made these guys in a laboratory. And this is like a different Barack Ravid variant that they also rolled out. Yeah, Sharak Ravid.
They're working together, and yet other ministers in the government, in the opposition, have come out against this deal, specifically because of what is expected to be the demands upon Israel as it relates to Lebanon. Iran, pretty much from the beginning, has demanded that any ceasefire between the U.S. and Iran include Lebanon and a potential withdrawal of Israeli forces. Well, Israel's defense minister said he will not, and that Israel will not be withdrawing forces from the territory it occupies in southern Lebanon. So clearly signaling there. And he talked about, by the way, the existing and expected pressure. So there's clearly an expectation that the U.S. will put pressure on them to withdraw. The question is, ultimately, how does Benjamin Netanyahu handle this pressure and what are his options? Trump has clearly boxed him in at this point. Trump, in fact, said just a couple of days ago that Israel should not be attacking anywhere in Lebanon. He also said Hezbollah should not attack Israel. Well, we've seen him say that in mid-April, and that fell apart within a matter of days. So it's clear the Israeli government, ministers, those who are very close to Netanyahu, are very unhappy with this agreement, the language they've used, the statements they've put out. Netanyahu has been very careful here. He has virtually never publicly criticized Trump. And at least as of right now, that is still the case, Becky.
This is an MOU. It is effectively a promise to talk at this point. Oren, is there a sense that many Israelis in and outside the government actually agree with Mr. Obama? This is likely to be just like the old deal, which Israel didn't like the first time around?
I think that's sort of dawning on the Israeli public and Israeli.
It's so crazy that Donald Trump, American presidencies only go in one direction because American trajectory is just so downward that every president that comes after the next is just moving this country in the same downward trajectory that like Barack Obama looks like a fucking hero. Okay? Like the JCPOA and what Barack Obama did looks like one of the greatest diplomatic achievements of all time. Okay? It's incredible. And it was a profound achievement for the record. At the time, like, I mean, it took 20 months to put together. It was a multilateral deal with like China and Russia involved as well. And it turns out America had it so good. America had it so goddamn good, man.
Politicians, we've even seen some of the pro-Netanyahu right-wing media start criticizing not only the deal, but also President Donald Trump as well, which would have been unthinkable just a few months ago or just a few weeks ago during the war. And you're exactly right to point out what this is, Becky. All this memorandum of understanding is an attempt to reset the situation, what it was before the war. There are no promises that we're aware of on the highly enriched uranium or Iran's nuclear program or its ballistic missiles or proxies here. We need to wait to see what's in the deal, and certainly Trump could help us by releasing the text of the MOU. But all this really is right now is talks about talks as they try to reset the Strait of Hormuz to what it was before. It's also worth pointing out that Trump has repeatedly boasted about Iran not having a nuclear weapon under his agreement. Well, if you look at the language of the Iran nuclear deal under former President Barack Obama, the JCPOA, that's provision 3 under the preamble and general provisions that Iran will not have a nuclear weapon. This isn't some new thing that Trump has discovered. It is exactly what was in the Obama-era nuclear deal.
When you start looking at all of the different bits and parts, one of the big points that may be difficult is what is happening with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and Israel in all of this. There has been reporting on Axios where we just heard from the reporter there, Barak, who says, look, multiple times the president cursed about the way in which Netanyahu has been dealing with the United States over this conflict. What do you make about what will happen if Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu doesn't stop attacking Lebanon, for example?
Yeah, at that point, the ball's in Iran's court. Did Iran get sufficiently bribed by the American side that they won't retaliate and then get fucked over in the long run? Or will they reestablish sufficient military deterrence by striking Israel as they said they would? That is the question. Because I think it's a given. I think it's a very high likelihood that Israel will severely escalate. They got one speed, man. I just don't see them ever backing down. They're desperate. They understand the situation at hand. They recognize that they don't have a lot of support from the Western world. This is their last shot. Hasan, I thought you said yesterday that Iran was showing weakness by continuing the deal despite Israel bombing Lebanon. I mean, am I saying anything different currently? Am I saying something different currently? I think Jeremy might have talked about this earlier, but it's a really big win for Iran that 2 of the 3 reasons given for attacking Iran have been completely taken off the table. The U.S. is not even talking about ballistic missiles or proxies. That was always bullshit. It didn't matter. And yes, I did talk about some of this stuff, including that, and you can rewind if you subscribe. For those of you, please subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service, the People's Broadcasting Service. You can subscribe. It's completely voluntary if you want to support independent media. You can subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime, or you can get gifted a sub. And if we get to level 10 Hype Train, as always, I will be carrying the flame. The daily flame torch bearing ceremony will take place at level 10 Hype Train if we get there. But yeah, if you subscribe, you can rewind. That's how it works. Piker Broadcasting Service.
So I mean, this is something Kim and I have been talking about over the last couple of weeks as well. I think, the
subscribe, please. Nick's tickets broke the bank. Yes, it did. It did break the bank.
The flashpoint in Lebanon is probably one of the biggest risks to the agreement outside of getting through some of these details. And as Barack rightly pointed out and you mentioned here, there's been a number of tit-for-tat responses that have led to escalations. And what happened yesterday in the latest round is a reflection of the discussions I've had with Israeli officials. The political establishment in Israel would much rather see this war saw through till its end. destroy as much of the military capability as possible. It really wants regime change, but that's not really realistic without boots on the ground. So the IDF, the U.S. military, and the political establishment in the U.S. is pretty happy at this point with the level of damage that's been done to the Iranians, that they no longer pose like a real existential threat to the Israelis or U.S. forces in the region. But yesterday, a few drones were launched in northern Israel. Prime Minister Netanyahu responded by strikes in the Beirut suburbs, which was seen as a red line for Iran. The thing that made it difficult is they put the U.S. in a bind. The individual they killed is somebody who used to meet with in a prison in Baghdad. His name was Ali Musa Duke, one of the founding members.
Iran's missile program and its proxy are two of the biggest features of Iran's influence in the region that cause trouble for the U.S. and Israel. They genuinely do want them gone. It's not just made up. No. Okay, well, I want Iran to have a nuclear weapon so they can have nuclear sovereignty. What we want is immaterial. What Israel wants is totally and utterly irrelevant. What America wants is utterly irrelevant. My point was, that was never a sincere point of contention. It was never going to be a sincere point of contention. No country on the planet would be like, okay, we won't do a nuclear arm, but we won't do nuclear arms, but we also are just going to neuter our defensive and offensive capabilities. No, it's not happening. There was not a single sincere analyst that factored that part into their real analysis. Oh, we are at level 4 hype train almost. About to be level 5. I didn't even realize. That's the point. From a position of strength, the U.S. can make those demands they were. No. I think Iran would die before they would allow that to kill them in the long run. That's why I'm saying it was not a real part of it wasn't a real point of contention. Like, there are additional things that America could ask, and if they won militarily, they would be able to get, but they lost, so they can't get it. This might be a dumb question. Would Russia ever give Iran a nuke to improve its political standing? Abso-fucking-lutely not. Vladimir Putin would give Iran a nuclear weapon. You have a higher likelihood of getting a nuke from China, and that is also unbelievably unlikely. Vladimir Putin Russia is basically little Israel and vice versa, or big Israel, and Israel is little Russia. Guys, all of the maneuvering that Russia does seemingly against Israel is for its own benefit as a regional actor. And it's usually not against Israel necessarily, but against the United States of America. Israel just happens to be the extension of the United States of America. Israel is an entry point for every Russian oligarch into the rest of the market. Like, they all are dual citizens. Many of the Russian oligarchs are literally dual Israeli citizens. The idea that Vladimir Putin is like sincerely anti-Zionist or whatever is fucking ridiculous. It's not real. I just don't think that would ever be real. We're level 5 hype train. What is this? We Are Charlie Kirk Lazy Town cover? Okay, well, maybe. We'll see. But once again, if you want to carry the flame, subscribe or gift subs to others to allow them to to be able to rewind if they want to. There's a reggaeton dance remix of We Are Charlie Kirk now? Okay, calm down.
Hezbollah, who was sent to
Real question, if Israeli politicians started saying death to America, do you think we would still fund them? I think we would. Oh, 100%. Yes. It's not even a question, dude. 100%. What? The New York Knicks star Jalen Brunson married a Jewish woman in 2023 and then 3 years later wins a rigged NBA championship. All sports are rigged and controlled by certain groups. Yo, this shit is so weird, bro. People are so fucking weird about this shit, man. Please stop being so goddamn weird about Jews. Oh my God. Like, stick to Israel, please. This is totally unnecessary, very unproductive. It makes me so goddamn annoyed. And it's crazy because it's the weird fucking Nazi bigots that are saying the exact same shit as like Rabbi Shmuley. You know? Rabbi Shmuley was saying the exact same thing. Jalen Brunson is our hero. Jalen Brunson, our hero, is married a Jewish woman, has a Jewish daughter, and had a chuppah and a ketubah.
Okay, so welcome to New York. The Knicks just won the World Championship. God bless.
Yeah. Stop it. Jalen Brunson is a black man. Celebrate the Knicks if you want. But this sudden interest and attempt to change his identity because of his marriage is cringeworthy at the very least. I'm looking askance at anyone sounding even remotely like Boteach. Someone says Jews believe in Jewish lineage only being passed through the mother matrilineal. She says, I know that, but I don't recall Jewish people being so supportive of interfaith and interracial marriage. Why does Rabbi Dildo need a connection with Brunson? What's up with that? Rabbi Dildo. Let me check in. We are at level 6 hype train. Only 4 levels remaining until we carry the flame. Subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service, the People's Broadcasting Service. Hasan, you got 17K likes on your Randy Famine tweet? Yeah. AIPAC is making not so veiled threats against real Donald Trump to use the senators they fund to try and torpedo his Iran deal, just as they attempted to do with Obama's. If Hezbollah is Iran's aircraft carrier in Lebanon, carrier in Washington. AIPAC says, for 47 years, the Iranian regime has been at war against America and its own people. Over the past year, at President Trump's direction, America has decimated Iran's leadership, nuclear program, and military assets. Working together with Israel, the U.S. military carried out its mission and created the opportunity for diplomatic agreement. The announced MOU kicks off a new 60-day window for talks. We look forward to learning the full details of the framework for these negotiations, including whether the deal preserves the sovereign right of our democratic ally, Israel, to respond to security threats it confronts. Interesting. Congress will play a critical role in working with the administration throughout these negotiations and in reviewing the ultimate agreement. It must support our efforts to maximize our diplomatic, economic, and military leverage to reach a final deal that permanently and verifiably ends the regime's nuclear program, including the removal of all enriched uranium from Iran and the dismantlement of all enrichment sites. The final deal should also address Iran's illicit ballistic missile and drone program and an end to the regime's financing of terror groups that wreak havoc around the world. Interesting. It's so funny because, like, American politicians will look at this and not see it as a not so veiled threat against American sovereignty, American decision making, and will instead go, oh shit, I'm so sorry. Let's give you $10 billion additional dollars, please. And speaking of $10 billion additional dollars, we are at level 6 of the hype train with 2 minutes remaining at 22%. If you want to carry the flame, gift subs now. Where is it? Okay, but what version? I will choose what version. I haven't chosen it yet. It's socialism or barbarism. Thank you for the 10 gifted. Chrisum, thank you for the 5 gifted. Decoy, thank you for the 5 gifted. Sammy Gamer, thank you for the gift. Anyway, that's like saying Israel should not have fighter jets. That's like, yeah. Well, Israel should not have fighter jets. I think that's awesome. We should take away Israel's fighter jets. They clearly don't know what to do with them. They don't use them for any real defensive purpose. They very clearly use them for death, destruction, and genocide. So yeah, we should take their fucking toys away. Socialist Audrey, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Patty Pegan, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I mean, the F-35s have shut off buttons, not the Israeli ones. As a matter of fact, the only F-35s that don't have the American shut-off buttons, I believe, are the Israeli ones. Isn't that interesting? Isn't that fun? Isn't that cool? The more you know. Israel is the only country with an F-35 program that has its own operating system that doesn't run on the American operating software. FDD is taking... Yeah, no, it's awesome. Respect the J-Pod for eating this L with both hands as opposed to the insane cope I've been seeing from the FDD guys. John Podhoretz is losing his fucking mind. Let's take a look.
We stopped carpet bombing them to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Now we're removing, the blockade to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Next time we'll be giving up something else to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. This is the way negotiations with the Iranians work.
It's the way negotiations with us work. Yeah, it's about us. It's not about them. What they want is completely clear. They want freedom of action. They want to be able to close or open the Strait of Hormuz at will. They want to continue their nuclear program.
This is John Podhoretz, the ultimate treat boy.
No, and they want to continue to build ballistic missiles, and we are extending to every one of those. From what
they want survival, they want a nuclear program, and they want to drag out negotiations through the election. They want to humiliate Donald Trump and move on to the next president.
And they've already succeeded. I don't know what they need to keep going for. They negotiate, not negotiate. Nobody on the planet Earth is going to see this unless you are literally a paid agent of MAGA related to Donald Trump or some lunatic who is really excited by the possibility of Trump turning on Israel, there is no person on earth who is going to say that America didn't lose this war. There is nobody.
The U.S. has lost this round, but
Yeah, but they'll recover. They'll recover. U.S. Air Force planes are literally dying from a broken heart after Trump's betrayal, and you're laughing. Breaking: large U.S. Air Force plane, a B-52 Stratofortress, crashes near Edwards Air Force Base in California. Wow. Oh, Trita Parsi did the Tucker Carlson show. Oh, this is why he couldn't come on today. He was like, I'm traveling today, but I'll be available tomorrow. Trita Parsi has a rational pro-American view of the Iran war, so naturally Barry Weiss tried to get him deported. You got big timed? No, dude. No, Trita is my goat. I don't give a shit. Also, he can do whoever show he wants, okay? Whoever's show he wants to do, especially right now.
Ends the way I fear it's.
John Podhoretz loses it over Trump botching the Iran war. I honestly don't know if this could be worse. Trump is choked. He is chickened out. I'm out of my mind here.
If it could be worse, because if this war ends the way I fear it's going to, America is going to be in a strategically, tactically, and militarily worse position than it was.
Dog, it's because of you that America is in this position. If America didn't do this to Iran, the Strait of Hormuz would not be closed. That Iran would not have bombed and hollowed out American military bases, showing the world that America doesn't even have the capacity to defend its own assets in the region. Like, literally, it was guys like you that were like, go, bomb Iran, bomb Iran. It's going to be fucking awesome. You were there every step of the fucking way, egging it on. HasanAbi would go on Tucker's show in a heartbeat if he could make it happen. Well, I haven't talked about this already, but yeah, that is already something that I have put into works. It's just a matter of like whether I can travel or not. So
under Biden and before Trump came back into power. That is to say, he made a choice to test America's resolve, America's ability to win war, to exert its will, to change the nature of the map, and he has choked.
Are you saying he's egging it on because of his egg-shaped head? No. Yeah, Mark Dubowitz. Now, the FDD guys are coping extreme style, okay? Refuel energy markets, rest and rearm the military, develop a plan to support Iranians to cripple the regime, enforce sanctions with relentless pressure, don't get played at the negotiating table, test Tehran early, give little, demand results, walk away fast, hit harder. Bruh, give up. Bruh. Give up, bro. It's over. Bruh. It's over, man. Stop coping. If these guys had any investment in maintaining long-standing aid to Israel in American hands, they would recognize what time it is. They would recognize that America a clock is coming to a close. And if I'm this towering force, this domineering, hegemonic superpower, what the fuck do you think happens to Israel in the process, you idiot? This is what's funny about the Israeli agents. Okay? They're so horny for death and destruction that they can't see anything beyond their immediate needs. Okay? What these guys don't understand is they're like, come on, keep bombing Iran. Just one more bomb, just one more school. Please blow up one more school. Please, I'm begging you. It's going to be awesome. It will surely turn the tide of this battle. What they don't realize is if America went into a long-standing, real battle against Iran, tried to invade Iran militarily, the Strait of Hormuz would be extra cooked. The global energy markets would be extra cooked. And at that point, I suspect China would have no other option but to militarily support Iran. And what America has failed to do in Ukraine, they would lose a millionfold in Iran. I mean, look at Russia. Look at Russia. With the entirety of the Western world's support, Ukraine was able to at least hold Russia back from completely taking over the country. But on the other side, Russia still made significant gains into Ukrainian territory in spite of the entire Western world and America backing Ukraine to the hilt. So obviously, the dynamic of battle has shifted quite a bit. And countries that are capable of engaging in asymmetric warfare through their drone program, which Iran obviously has in more significant ways than Ukraine ever did. All of the Western forces trying to militarily dominate Iran at the behest of Israel's ambitions of regional expansion would be met with tremendous force and backing from China, greatly accelerating America's demise. And what do you think happens to Israel when America's out of the equation? When America can no longer aid and abet Israel and back whatever fucking Israel's most insane, idiotic, belligerent needs are? Nothing remains at that point.
Iraq to help stand up the militias during the U.S. war, and was actually responsible for an operation that killed and kidnapped and executed, execution style, 5 U.S. service members. So justice meted out yesterday, but also at the risk of blowing up the deal. So it put the U.S. in a very difficult position.
Kim, I do want to get your take on this relationship between Benjamin Netanyahu, the Prime Minister of Israel, and President Trump, which has been a very tight one, but now it's a very tense one. Where do you see this going?
Yeah, you know, Netanyahu's got elections coming up, and he has to posture to the Israeli people that if hit...
Sorry to be the actually guy, but Ukraine has probably the best drone warfare program in the world right now. No, it's probably still Iran. The fuck? I mean, Ukraine's indigenous drone warfare program is exceptional. Make no mistake. But Iran was able to stop the United States of America. And I mean, we don't even know what the Chinese drone warfare program looks like because they've never really fucking deployed it. But like, Iran's drones are crazy. Iran is fighting the United States of America. Ukraine is fighting Russia. I hate to be that guy, but scoreboard. Yeah. Dude, Ukraine is just copying ISIS. Low key, yeah, the Shahed is so good that America literally took it, retooled it, slapped a fucking, what's it called? The Elon Musk panel on top of it, and then called it the Lucas. Ukraine has really good FPV drones, though.
He's going to hit back. However, there are a couple of things that could tamp down this violence in Lebanon. One of them is that Netanyahu needs the U.S. relationship. Part of the secret of his success with the Israeli voting public is they know he has a good relationship with Trump. Trump swears about him, but that's also an indication that they have this very familiar friendship. They can yell at each other and possibly in a few days with one phone call tamp it all back down. On the Hezbollah side, Hezbollah right now is largely run by the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps. So they have a certain amount of command and control over Hezbollah and can tell them to lay off. That'll be a real sign of whether the IRGC is also backing this deal.
Yeah, that is actually a really, really good point. Both of you, thank you so much for your expertise. There is so much to be worked out here.
Over the weekend, as you know, I sat down with former President Barack Obama and former First Lady Michelle Obama for an exclusive interview ahead of the opening of the Obama Presidential Center later this week in Chicago. Now, before President Trump's announcement, I asked former President Obama for his thoughts on the war with Iran. You spent a lot of time wrestling with the threat of a nuclear Iran. How do you think things are being handled right now there?
It is doubtful that any agreement that arises is going to be significantly different or a significant improvement from the deal that we had in the first place and had worked for a long stretch of time before the United States pulled out of it. So I'm hopeful that bombing stops and ordinary people are no longer suffering as a consequence of the war. And then in retrospect, it's a reminder that on a lot of difficult foreign policy problems.
It's crazy that it's just Trump is a gift that keeps on giving for this guy. He doesn't even have to do much. He just sits there and is like, remember when I was president? And everyone's like, honestly, yeah. I mean, what can you say about it? It's so goddamn annoying to me because, like, it's not like it is crazy that everything that Trump is doing directly undermines Obama's legacy and therefore is a constant reminder that things were better under Barack Obama. There's no world where anyone can call into question the success of the JCPOA at this point. Obviously, it wasn't the goal was never the denuclearization of Iran, but it's true. Yeah, you have no idea how good Tim Duncan was, but it's not even good. It's not even good. The problem is, it wasn't good. It's just gotten significantly worse. So now we look back and we're like, yeah, man, that shit was actually awesome.
The notion that we can just bully our way or our way to solutions may sometimes seem appealing, but the fact of the matter is that taking the time to explore diplomacy and exhaust the possibilities of coming up with deals that don't solve 100% of the problem, but solve 80, 90% of the problem while avoiding the necessity of going to war. You'd think we would have learned that lesson by now, but it seems like every so often we have to relearn that lesson again.
And again, the negotiations ongoing. We'll see what happens and what will be signed and what will be in and not in on Friday. A lot of questions still here. We're going to have much more on my interview with former President Barack Obama and former First Lady Michelle Obama.
To get more clarity on the details of this deal, we're joined now by
This was wild. ZBS got the scoop on JD Vance, who literally just admitted that they're giving $300 billion to Iran.
President JD Vance. Mr. Vice President, good morning. It's really good to have you here.
Good morning, guys. Thanks for having me.
Yes. So far, the only details we've heard have been from the Iranian officials. What can you tell us about when the administration plans to share the exact details?
Yeah, Gail, as you know, sometimes with these agreements, there are some diplomatic protocols, some technical things to work out. But we plan to release the full text this week. We want the American people to see it. But we've also seen, of course, some misreporting about what's actually in the agreement. We've seen some accurate reporting about what's in the agreement. I think the most important thing for the American people to appreciate is that what this agreement does is really twofold. On the one hand, it ensures that Iran, while simultaneously opening the Strait of...
This motherfucker's on Ozempic and he still looks like shit. By the way, it's kind of crazy. I don't know why he still looks so goddamn puffy in the face.
Hormuz, you already see oil prices from a high of $126 a barrel down to about $80 a barrel today. That's a lot of progress. But it also, Gail, fundamentally extends a hand to Iran and says, look, if you guys are willing to honor your obligations, if you're willing to allow real inspections of your nuclear program, then we will welcome you back into the world economy. I think what the President of the United States wants to do is turn over a leaf of 47 years of a failed relationship between the United States and Iran, but that requires the Iranians to actually honor their end of the bargain. So when people say that billions of dollars of assets will be released, that's not true. What is true is that Iran will have a much better and much more prosperous future if they meet the obligations they make in this agreement. We'll, of course, see. That's one of the things we're going to work out in the technical talks that will follow the official signing on Friday.
Mr. Vice President, it's Ed O'Keefe, and we're so glad you're here in part because, as Republican Senator Lindsey Graham said yesterday,
They're like, no, you don't understand. It's not like the JCPOA. It's going to be so much better for Iran than JCPOA. I promise. Inshallah, once we're done with this deal, it's going to make JCPOA look so bad in comparison. And by that, I mean, Obama didn't give Iran enough credit and enough leeway.
The architect of this deal. So let's walk through some of this. The Iranians are saying that they're going to have access to a $300 billion reconstruction fund. True or false?
Well, Ed, that's the sort of thing they could have access to, funded by the Gulf Coast Coalition, so long as they honor their end of the obligation. I think that one of the things you're going to see, Ed, and people have to be skeptical of this, is that the hardliners in the Iranian system will overemphasize the benefits that Iran gets while underemphasizing all the things that they have to concede and all the things in order to get these benefits. So we absolutely are open to the Gulf Coast countries investing in the reconstruction of Iran, but only if Iran ends their nuclear program, ends their enriched stockpile of material.
Like, there was no $300 billion floated in the JCPOA. You understand? Like this is already a thing that Iran committed to in the past with the JCPOA. It's awesome. I mean, first of all, Iran absolutely deserves it for what we did. Okay? They do. And even more for what we have done thus far. The Iranian people deserve it. 100%. Now, will they get it? That remains to be seen. But it's totally, I mean, from the perspective of like, you know, an America First leadership, this is such a funny deal to try and sell, you know? It's awesome. These guys are just like, yeah, we f***ed up. What are you going to do? We're just going to have to pay these guys. That's what happens when you lose a war. You pay reparations to the side that wins. It's stupid to say Trump surrendered to Iran, first of all, because it's bad politics. Do you want the war to resume? But also because it isn't true. We fought to draw on both sides of making compromise. Now that's how peace works. It's capitulation, and it's good Trump capitulated. And Democrats shouldn't be trashing Trump from the militarist right. But then they wouldn't be Democrats. Yeah, I think Trump is capitulating if these deals, if the MOU is correct, then Trump is obviously capitulating. And it is a good thing that he is. What do you think happens when you make a mistake, when you're stupid enough to go to war and then you lose that war? Yes, you have to stop wherever you can. Okay, so it's a good thing. It's a good thing that Trump is stopping. It's a good thing that they're floating the idea of withdrawing not only secondary sanctions, but like all sanctions, right? Including American sanctions. It's good to open up Iran to the rest of the world. It would be incredible for the American economy. It'd be incredible for the Iranian economy. It would be great for the Iranian people. It would be horrible for Israel. Israel does not want this to happen. So even if you can't find find it in your heart because you think like, oh, these guys are barbarians, like they're scary, they're a scary country. Just remember how much this pisses off Israel. Okay, let that be a motivation for you.
And it's really open to an inspections and enforcement regime that gives the American people confidence they're never going to have a nuclear weapon. So I think the dance you're going to see, Ed, which is going to be interesting, is the Iranian media, especially the hardline media. They're going to talk a lot about what they get without talking about what they give. It's important for all of us to correct that record.
Well, then let's do that here. They say they're going to get $24 billion in frozen funds if they hit certain benchmarks. Is that true?
Well, again, Ed, we're open to a lot of things that are on the table, but that $24 billion just doesn't appear anywhere in any of the texts that we've talked about with the Iranians. What we have said is that we're willing to talk about unfreezing assets, but a much, much bigger deal is unsanctioning their economy so long as they make the long-term commitments on the nuclear program. So, you know, again, one of the things these hardliner elements in their country are going to do is misrepresent the deal so that they can sell it to certain elements of their domestic audience. But I think, again, the text is very clear. There's nothing about $24 billion.
Okay, this is the most, I'm not going to lie, this is the most hopeful I've ever felt about this deal. Okay, this is pure cope. This is tremendous amounts of cope coming from J.D. Vance. And he is the guy that is the liberal whisperer of this administration. So he's just literally trying to sell this. He's straight up trying to sell this to the liberals. This is a great thing on ZBS, nonetheless. Okay, ZBS Morning Tel Aviv. I mean, that's the program. He's just straight up selling it. He's like, no, you don't understand. It's actually great. Iran is getting money from the regional partners, of course, if they abide by the thing that the JCPOA accomplished. But this is certainly much better than the JCPOA. Yeah, much better for Iran. But also at the same time, you know, it's as long as they behave. Obviously, they're trying to sell it to their side and trying to make it seem like they got a much better end of the bargain than they actually did. It's like, okay, but what happens when we get the fucking final MOU? And it turns out, you know, America did actually cave on so many key parts, key Iranian demands. What then?
What there is clarity about.
He's literally trying to sell it. This is good. This is not a bad thing. This is actually, this is hopeful.
Though, Ed, is that Iran gives up their nuclear program for the long haul.
Yeah, keep hammering that point, which was definitely a thing that Iran had never done before, except they did during the JCPOA. And they certainly did during the talks that were happening in Oman. Okay? Interesting. Just saying, that's an interesting assessment. That was always the gimme. That was the easiest concession from the Iranian side because it was something that they had conceded to.
They allow a real inspections regime. And then, of course, we want them to have a lot of benefits. The president has said we want them to be a successful country. Right. We want to turn over a new leaf with Iran, but that requires them to meet us in the middle.
You said a responsible. How exactly then are these benchmarks going to be measured by the United States or by the international community? Who's going in to verify, for example, that all the nuclear material has been accounted for? That they're not, in fact, developing some kind of a weapon? Is it U.S. officials? Is it U.S. military forces?
Well, it's going to be a combination, of course, of the United States monitoring and enforcing this thing, but also the IAEA, the organization that sort of has the expertise to ensure that that enriched stockpile is destroyed and that
Do you
Iran
rule out
over the
then
long
that
haul
U.S.
doesn't try
forces
to
might not
rebuild
be
it.
involved in this? Will U.S. ground troops go in to make sure that we have everything?
Well, look, Ed, we certainly talked with the Iranians about how we're going to destroy that enriched stockpile. The technical details are one of the things that we're going to work on when we start those technical talks on Friday. But absolutely, we're talking about working with the IAEA and working with the Iranians to go in and destroy that enriched stockpile of material. Whether we play an observer role or whether we play a more active role, these are the sorts of things that we'll figure out in technical talks. But what the president has made very clear is the United States will be there to confirm that that enriched stockpile of material is destroyed.
So you don't rule out that U.S. military forces might be part of ensuring this, that they may have to go in?
Well, Ed, I don't think that U.S. military forces are going to be necessary. I do think that we have some expertise on the non-military side in the destruction of nuclear material. And again, that's one of the things the president cares so much about, is ensuring they don't rebuild that enriched stockpile. And Ed, one final point on this. You know, you hear a lot of comparisons. How is this different? How is this the same from the JCPOA? I think that fundamentally misunderstands where we are. We have comprehensively destroyed their nuclear program, and this agreement is about ensuring that they don't rebuild it. The JCPOA was fundamentally about bribing them to stop the construction or to cease a nuclear program that was already in progress. It's a very different background, a very different sort of leverage.
Sure, dude. Sure, bud.
And I think really a different outcome for the American people.
Okay, that is one point of view, Mr. Vice President. But let me ask you this before you go. Is Israel on board with this? It doesn't appear so at this time. What are you hearing? What are you thinking?
Ooh, forgot about that part. Let's see what the Vice President of the United States of America has to say about the real president and what the real president of the United States has to say. Ooh, let's hear from the have you forgotten someone? I consent. Is there someone you forgot to ask? And that someone is always Benjamin Netanyahu.
Well, Gail, of course, Israel's been a good partner, but we do expect everybody in the region. They've been participating in this peace agreement. They've been participating in our talks with Iran. They understand where our perspective is. And what the president has said is that we expect everybody to honor this agreement. There are always, Gail, these bumpy moments with these ceasefires. Sometimes someone will fire and sometimes somebody responds. We think right now that there are probably people within Iran, because the internet blackout, that are not even aware that this deal has happened. So we certainly expect the Israelis are going to be a participant in this peace process, but we think it's going to be good for them. It's going to be good for us. It's going to be good for the Gulf Coast Coalition. And Gail, if the Iranians comply with their end of the bargain, it's going to be good for Iran. It's going to totally change their relationship with the region in a way that will generate a lot of prosperity for their people. But again, only if they meet their end of the bargain.
All right, we'll see what happens on Friday. A lot of people are saying, why don't we sign it today? But you say Friday's a day. We'll all be watching. Well, we thank you, J.D. Vance, for your time this morning.
It's Monday here in Tehran, and it marks a moment that many Iranians did not expect to come this quickly. After months of war, intense diplomacy, and a period of uncertainty that affected almost every part of daily life here in Tehran.
Is that a Saudi accent for the Gulf chatters in here? Or that was the hardest B of all time? I felt like
we are here on the street of Tehran to ask people how they feel about this potential agreement to end.
No, that's Iranian. No, that's not an Iranian accent. What are you, crazy? That is absolutely not an Iranian accent at all. But I mean, no, it's a very specific. Arab accents are very different from one another. He's Sudanese, I think.
The war between the United States, Israel, and Iran.
History has shown that America is a cunning adversary and cannot be trusted. The world should know, however, that we will definitely pursue revenge for a martyred leader.
It's definitely not Persian. I know that.
War hurts business, raises prices, and increases rents. No one benefits from it. Not Iran, not America. I hope for peace.
I remain skeptical about how long this agreement will last, as I do not believe the United States is willing to meet even Iran's minimum demands.
In my view, the agreement is unlikely to hold, as past patterns suggest it may be violated again. This is why some argue that firm positions will remain important going forward.
The United States has a history of not fully honoring its commitments or following through on agreements.
So while this agreement marks the end of one chapter of confrontation, Iranian officials are saying this is really just the beginning of a much more complicated phase where implementation and mutual compliance will determine whether a lasting agreement is actually possible. Al-Miqdad al-Ruhayd from the Iranian capital, Tehran.
So that peace deal announced on the eve of Iran's big World Cup match.
Yeah, this was also lame as fuck, dude. There are Iranian monarchists, from what I understand, back in the day, were far more favorable to like Iranian displays of national pride. And something shifted where there was like a lot more overt Zionist infiltration. Many of them were still obviously Zionists, but there was a level of like a feeling of pride in being Iranian. And I guess what remains of like the pro-Israel Iranian monarchist movement has completely turned into this fucking behemoth where they're shitting on their own countrymen coming to the United States of America to participate in the World Cup.
Here in LA, thousands of Iranian Americans are expected, many holding mixed feelings about the situation overseas. Fox 7's Matthew Seedorf live tonight outside.
Like, it wasn't enough that you just fucking demanded that the American and Israeli government kill your grandparents, that you have no shame whatsoever, that you're just going to shit on your own fucking national team that already has to go through this like humiliation where they're not even fucking allowed into the country. They can only get bussed in the day of the actual event. Like, it's nasty business. It's unbelievably pathetic.
At LA Stadium in Inglewood with more on this. Matthew.
Well, Susan, we're expecting massive crowds here and hundreds, if not thousands, of protesters with that peace deal just announced. Chants against the Islamic Republic Sunday echoing in Westwood. Crowds reacting to the announcement of a U.S.-Iran peace deal.
They want to make a deal that is not something that you can even consider.
Many in LA's Little Tehran.
Thank you, Israel. Thank you, Benjamin Netanyahu. Thank you, America troops. Thank you for blowing my uncle's house in Tehran. I don't like my uncle. Thank you, Benjamin Netanyahu.
With mixed feelings.
We want peace, but we don't want peace with the Islamic terror government down there.
If President Trump wants to call it a deal, it's fine. I don't believe that. I don't believe he's done. I think this is all just to make some peace for the World Cup.
LA Stadium home to Monday's highly anticipated FIFA World Cup matchup between Iran and New Zealand. Security already on patrol alongside high fencing, drones, surveillance cameras, and more.
These cameras are high tech. They can pick up even the smallest items hidden in your pocket.
Regime that executes athletes.
Protest already erupting Sunday outside the stadium. Crowds angry over FIFA's decision to ban Iran's pre-1979 lion and sun flag, considering it a political symbol of opposition to the current regime.
If we can't bring in the flag of Iran, which is the lion and sun, we may just bring some other things that are not banned that will be directed towards FIFA, because FIFA, that's disgusting.
With peace talks continuing overseas, are you going to be protesting tomorrow?
I will be, and then I'm going to go to the game.
Some Iranian fans with mixed feelings on who to root for. So as an Iranian, are you going to root for this team tomorrow?
I'm not a cheers for the Islamic Republic at all.
Bro, I'm fucking rooting for Iran, bro. That is the principal stance to take. You always have to root for the little guys in every circumstance. That's what the fucking World Cup is about. The fuck do you mean? It's happening in 2 hours, by the way, in Los Angeles.
I'm not watching it. I don't want to self-torture myself.
I'm going to scream Iran from the bottom of my heart, but it's not going to mean that I'm...
Yeah, let's root for the little guys at Turkey. Okay, first of all, Turkey is also a little guy. Turkey, small nation. Surrounded by evil countries. Turkey is small nation. Turkey, it's the table. Turk mocked by the Chad Aussies. Yeah, they said this one's for Gallipoli. That shit was fucked up. Okay, that shit was fucked up. I said we didn't forget what you did in Gallipoli, mate, for the fucking Anzac forces. We did not forget what y'all did in, what you fucking Turks did in Gallipoli, mate.
Supporting the individual peoples who are playing in the team, but definitely the name that they carry.
That highly anticipated match is at 6 o'clock tomorrow evening. We're aware of at least 2 protests before then, one at 11 a.m. and another at 4 p.m. Thousands of people will be out here. Reporting live tonight in Inglewood, Matthew Seedorf, Fox 11 News.
The team arrived here in L.A. this afternoon, ready to play tomorrow. Eyewitness News reporter Abigail Velez is live at SoFi Stadium, temporarily known as Los Angeles Stadium, where the head coach was asked about the political pressure the team faces. Abigail?
Someone said they stopped at a Chipotle, and it made me kind of happy, you know? Let them have some Chipotle, dude. Give the Iranian team some fucking tacos. Yeah, I mean, I guess they're in Mexico, so they're getting plenty of it, you know? Give them some American food, man.
Well, Liz, Iran opens up their tournament run in less than 24 hours here at Los Angeles Stadium when they take on New Zealand tomorrow evening. And most teams in that position would be worried about scoring goals. But Iran is worried about political pressure, not just from the host country, the United States, during an active war, but from their own regime, a deadly and an oppressive one.
What?
For Iran's national team, the World Cup comes with pressure on and off the field. The team.
Bro, this shit is so ass. They used to do this about North Korea too. My friends, Iranian in school with me, it's possible to hate both Israel and the Iranian government. Sadly, when the Iranian people try to make change, they kill thousands. So he's happy at least Israel and the US try to do something to make change. Though obviously now it didn't work out for the better. Your friend's a fucking idiot, dude. Yeah, America and Israel really wanted to save the Iranians. Sorry. Oh, that was really funny. Like the first couple of weeks when everyone would just come in here and be like, how dare you? How dare you say that the only salvation for the Iranian people now is to hope and pray that the fucking IRGC remains intact and is able to defend Iranian sovereignty. How dare you? And I was like, listen, big dog, I've seen the way this fucking dance happens, okay? Far too many times. And guess what? Lucky for your family members, if you want a sovereign Iran, if you want Iran not to be fucking pieced up and balkanized and destroyed, thousands of years of culture and history destroyed under American bombs and Israeli bombs, well, American bombs lobbed by both Israel and America, okay? If you're excited the prospect that Iran didn't turn into fucking Tehran, didn't turn into fucking Gaza, then, you know, you should be thanking the IRGC. You should be thanking the Islamic Republic. It's totally ridiculous. I want to say that we came to play football for all the people of Iran, whether they're in Iran or outside of Iran. And football can always unite any faction in the country. What we do is make our people happy, whether they're outside of Iran or inside of Iran. And we want to bring everyone together in this way. Bro, even the Kurdish militias were like, nah, we're good. Yeah, even the Kurds learned the lesson of the U.S. supporting your people after Rojava, told the U.S. to fuck off and kept the weapons. Exactly. Israel was like, come on, Kurds. We gave you all the weapons. Go distribute them to the Iranian population. Come on, foment a uprising, please. And the Kurds were like, we're good, actually. Just as the civilized country of Iran has been united for many, yeah, they're going to be like, no, he's saying that because he's being held, his family's being held at gunpoint. Iranian forward Mehdi Taremi pushed back at the U.S. journalists who asked about safety concerns around the squad. How sure are you that the U.S. is a safe country for us? How do you see us as politicians or as sportsmen? We are sportsmen. Trump has to see it the same way.
The player of a country who's
okay,
at war.
I have a question. Where from USA? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you sure we are safe there?
Well, Donald Trump has said at times that he wasn't sure he could guarantee your safety.
Yeah.
So.
But how you see us as a politician, guys, or we are a sportsman? Yeah.
Of course.
Trump has to see the same things.
Okay.
But we are sport.
目前，伊朗队仍有部分工作人员未能获得美国签。
Many years we want to do this through football, and our intention in participating in the World Cup is to make all Iranians across the world happy. So it's a common trope because like sports obviously has a lot to do with politics. For the record, it's always been very political, right? So it's not an accident that FIFA is behaving this way. But one of the most common metas is like when North Korea was participating, they'll be like, "Oh, North Korean players." They are going to defect. That's number one. But they can't defect because their families are being held at gunpoint in DPRK. And if they actually fucking lose their matches, their family members get assassinated. It's fucking bullshit, okay? Get the fuck out of here.
He moved its training camp to Mexico after the war broke out between Iran and the United States and has faced visa and travel challenges since. Still, in a press conference Sunday, Iranian team leaders stressed unity, saying, "We want to unite everyone in the same way Iran has been unified for years, and we want to do that through football." But that doesn't ring true for these demonstrators. Outside SoFi Stadium Sunday, Iranian-American protesters say the team represents an oppressive regime that has killed tens of thousands of their own people.
Many of them were athletes that were killed during the 2026 January uprising, in which hundreds of cities rose up inside Iran.
Iranian people, despite the World Cup is taking place, the regime in Iran is still in power, terrorizing people, executing political prisoners.
They're urging FIFA to ban Iran from the tournament. Meanwhile, the team insists its focus is on soccer, saying we are not political people. Football is separate from politics. But UCLA political scientist Salma Musa says Iranian athletes don't have the freedom to speak openly.
They should really just be focusing on the game and representing their country, but they're at this really strange kind of intersection between representing a government and representing the people.
And while the team didn't address the political oppression at home, they sent a message to the U.S. during their arrival. Players arriving in Mexico this week wore gold pins with the number 168, honoring the victims of a February strike on a children's school in southern Iran, an attack widely attributed to the United States. And if you remember, FIFA actually banned South Africa in the 60s for decades for their apartheid, while Iranian Americans here demonstrating today say they...
That's crazy to say that when, you know, Israel be fucking event, every international event. Yeah, they should ban Iran for what? For what? Because we fucking blew them up? Like, what do you mean? They should ban Iran for offending Israel? Get the fuck out of here, dude. Jesus Christ. Our media is so busted. Holy shit. Like... American propaganda is so effective. You got diaspora from other countries parroting it. I mean, that makes sense. It's like diaspora always behaves that way. Iranian monarchists will have to carry the moral shame of dancing and twerking for Trump most publicly hours after 168 school children were murdered to their graves. Yeah, if they had the capacity to feel shame, they would feel it right now, but they don't. Clearly, as evidenced by the fact that they're still running this bullshit-ass narrative, talking about how the Iranian national soccer team, is protesting their presence. Beyond disgraceful, says Trita Parsi, the Iranian national soccer team, which will play New Zealand tomorrow in LA, arrived at their hotel only to see a handful of Iranian monarchists protesting our presence and accusing them of being terrorists. It should be noted, Iranian monarchists used to cheer for their national soccer team just to see all the videos of the former crown prince cheering them. But that all appears to have changed after the monarchists joined forces with Israel. Anyway, Cory Booker predictably is attacking Trump from the right, which is expected, of course, because he is a Israel first stooge.
One of the great quotes from American history is a group called Public Enemy that said, "Don't believe the hype." This is an utter disaster. And this president, what he's advertising right now, is nothing more than getting something open that was open before. And what's the price that we're also going to be paying? We're going to be releasing billions of dollars to this enemy that now Iran is going to have billions of more dollars to rebuild their military and to fund
Oh my fucking God, dude. Like, straight up posturing from the right. Oh my God. Hasbro operative.
This is a failed president.
Attack from the right, vapid mugging, brainless APAC demagoguery, my kingdom for an actual opposition party. Jesus Christ, dude. Someone said Tory Booker. Oh, yeah. Speaking of which, by the way, Israel's campaign of punishing its critics continues. Obviously, I myself am a recipient of many of these attacks. Here is another one, though. Nicholas Kristof of the New York Times, who famously on the opinion editorial section that was properly sourced, of course, about the Israeli rapes against Palestinian detainees and Palestinians living in the West Bank. Now, Max Tani reports New York Times is reviewing Nicholas Kristof's columns after he failed to disclose ex-donor ties in a series of columns. When Kristof returned to the paper after a failed bid for governor of Oregon, the New York Times said he would disclose financial ties when writing about former donors. Washington public relations firm SKDK's work on behalf of a pro-Israel organization included extensive opposition research work, cataloging tweets from a then Washington Post reporter covering the Middle East. If I'm reading this right, this phony disclosure scandal is manufactured by one of Kristof's own friendly sources he'd cited in an old article, an elite source who donated to Kristof's 2021 campaign anything to help Israel cover up its torture camps. A source flagged Kristof's failures to disclose after his May column was published, though it wasn't immediately clear what had prompted the source's interest in Kristof's work now. Oh my God. I hope everyone knows exactly what's going on here, right? I mean, it's very obvious. A good faith effort to document conflicts of interest among New York Times columnists. I'm sure this will be forthcoming for all New York Times reporters and opinion writers. I can't believe that, lo and behold, you fucking piss off Israel. There's always something. There's always something people find to try and humiliate you, to try and fucking attack you. Always. They're trying hard to axe anything they can. Yeah, CIA Director Ratcliffe told President Trump and other officials that intelligence gathered by the U.S. raises some serious doubts about Iran's willingness to make nuclear concessions as the U.S. is seeking any final deal. That one is actually surprising because I thought the CIA at this point would be not as on board with whatever the Israeli ambition is. The second time this decade of great power has resorted to war as a solution, only to be left weaker and exacerbate the problems it was meant to solve. The first, of course, being the Ukraine war, which has been disastrous for Russian security versus NATO. Clear lesson for those who want to learn one. Of course, no one wants to learn that lesson. What is this? It's over? What? Guys, let them fuck. Okay? Jesus Christ. Let them fuck each other. They're married. Okay? Even God has ordained it. Why you got to show this shit to me and be parasocial? I'm happy for them. Okay? I'm happy for them. Checking in on our greatest ally. Don't bullshit us, Trump. Netanyahu loyalists rage at treacherous United States over Iran deal. What is this? UK kids react to the ban? Oh, anyway, let's look at some of the other defenders of Israel mauling. So, while Netanyahu's avoiding confrontation on pro-Netanyahu Channel 14, presenters who once called Trump the greatest gift to the Jewish people denounced him today as a loser. One Likud source privately compared him to the Emperor of Japan in defeat. Okay? It turns out people in Israel are not very happy. We covered Yair Golan's statements, but I want to repeat it again. The Democrats, leader of the Democrats. This is, of course, Yair Golan is the woke opposition to Benjamin Netanyahu. A tough morning for Israel. This morning, Israeli citizens are waking up to an agreement between the United States and Iran made over Israel's head. In one signature stroke, immense military achievements secured with the courage of our pilots and the blood of our fighters have been erased, while Netanyahu stood on the sidelines, weak, ill, isolated, and powerless. Trump signs an agreement that funnels billions to the Ayatollah's regime, leaves the nuclear infrastructure intact, preserves the ballistic threat as is, and throws a lifeline to the murderous regime in Tehran. This is the culmination of long years of failure. Netanyahu is the man who, for years, sold the public the false image of Mr. Security, and in reality became the father of Israel's greatest strategic failure in its history. The man who built the notion of Hamas as an asset, who enabled the flow of Qatari money. I love that they have so much smoke for Qatar. It's so funny. Like, Qatar has to live in the ass cheeks of Iran. They literally share a gas field. And for that crime, Israel will never stop yelling about them. It's always funny when Israel's like, you know who really actually has tremendous outsized control over American politics? Not Israel, it's Qatar. Okay. Anyway, who abandoned the diplomatic arena, who dismantled Israel's alliances and left it isolated at the moment of truth. Netanyahu is good for Hamas. Netanyahu is good for Iran. Netanyahu is good for Hezbollah. Netanyahu is not good for Israel. The one who promised total victory ends his tenure with Israel's enemy stronger, Israel weaker, and the deterrence built with the blood of our fighters eroding before our very eyes. Replacing him is not just a political necessity, it's an existential security imperative. Kamala's org listed things $300 billion could pay for. Look at number 3, lib's gonna lib. Healthcare subsidies for 22 million Americans for nearly a decade. I don't know. I have a better solution to that. It's called Medicare for All, but what are you gonna do? Replace him with whom? A Nazi with a different name? Yes. I mean, that's probably what's going to happen. I already read Yair Lapid's response to, here it is. He did a 13-point plan that doesn't even make sense because it falls apart. Anyway, let's take a look at the clip compilation. Deep dive into Netanyahu's crash and burn with Trump. Israel's significant achievements became a dependence in which Netanyahu in most cases can't really say no. Buddy, you're the nation state of Israel. What the fuck do you mean? Like, you know what? This is going to come across like me defending Benjamin Netanyahu, which I'm not. But like, there is no, like, Benjamin Netanyahu has been elected over and over again because he's the best at manipulating American leadership. Okay? And the entire reason as to why this problem has persisted or unfolded in the way that it did is because Benjamin Netanyahu did get his wishes across and did actually goad America into waging war against Iran. They're suffering from their success. The issue is Iran actually did have the military capabilities and obviously the geographic limitations for the natural advantage of the Strait of Hormuz being on Iranian coastlines, being right next to a choke point, a strategic choke point that Iran can easily control. Like, of course this was going to fucking happen. You got everything you wanted. There's no way out of this. Anyway, Hezbollah announces their first operation of the new so-called ceasefire in defense of Lebanon and its people based on legitimate right to resist the occupation. There's obviously some Israeli incursions taking place. That was this morning. J Street had a interesting take. Chris Murphy echoing Cory Booker. Trump parties while America surrenders. There's absolutely zero sense in trying to hit Trump on not having gone hard enough against Iran. You're not going to win on their turf. You're not going to win on their turf. Also, what's the victory here? What's the victory here, guys? That, we just go back and blow up more Iranian schools? Is that the victory? For what purpose? For what military achievement? But of course, here it is, another malding moment. Jewish Dems not supportive of Trump's negotiated MOU with Iran. The Jewish Democratic Council of America calls it, at best, just a statement of intention, lacking details, and at worst, an admission of defeat by the United States. A lot of people showing their priorities here, by the way. A lot of people showing their fucking priorities. Here is Democratic majority for Israel, again, from Jacob Kornbluth. There are concerning details about what is and isn't in this deal. President Trump should bring in serious and experienced negotiators and technical experts to get this deal over the finish line rather than relying on friends, family, and donors. But I thought when the friends, family, and donors were doing the bidding of Israel, you guys were fine with that. Interesting. Massive gift to the mullahs. Why is everyone 12 years old? Yes, that's what happens when you lose a war. You make concessions. Given no one has a time machine and can't and the attack can't be undone. It's unclear what Miller would prefer Trump to do. Start bombing again? Get a better deal via magic? Why does every U.S. pundit play the role of State Department strategist? Why do you care if our violent and capacious empire that sneak attacked Iran gets a good deal? How is any of this of moral significance to these people? Are you on the board of Lockheed Martin? Whatever ends it. Ro Khanna predictably had a much better response than every other Democrat, as always. I mean, he is he is increasingly becoming the singular force of the Democratic Party that is able to channel somewhat of a reasonable take all the fucking time.
Briefly about the war with Iran, because of course the president has said that this agreement is signed, although we don't know the details necessarily. You posted that it was welcome news that such a deal would exist. It does potentially include significant payments to Iran. Do you have any problem with that?
Casey, I always try to be a straight shooter, and I have been for ending this war. And I have said if Donald Trump were to end this war, I would encourage Democrats to support it. And I've lived up to that. I don't view things just in partisan terms. But I will say this, that the deal he's gotten is worse than JCPOA, what Obama secured 10 years ago. We don't have the same international law commitments through.
Also, there's an important lesson to be learned there, which is a diplomatic solution is always favorable to a military one. And unfortunately, when you're a hammer, everything looks like a nail. And America's been hammering that hammer for far too long, and that hammer no longer works. So we should really recalculate not just what we've done here, not just our allegiance to the nation state of Israel, but also recalculate our endless militarism and our saber rattling against countries like China. Diplomacy is the only solution here for changing the American trajectory, because America is in decline.
The UN forced in the way the JCPOA could have. We don't have the kind of intrusive inspections that Obama got. Obama, they made a huge deal about it because Obama just unfroze assets. This is billions of dollars that are going to go to Iran's development. So it fails on that score. And we lost 14 service members and billions of dollars to get here. So this should be a lesson in diplomacy, the kind Obama engaged in, and the bluster and militarism of Trump didn't work. That said, I'm glad he's ending this war. We can't continue this war, which is increasing food and gas prices.
Let's talk briefly.
Why would Rabid put this out? Ratcliffe isn't the only skeptic in Trump's top team. Secretary of State Rubio and Secretary of Defense Hegseth have both expressed concerns. What the fuck does Pete Hegseth have to do with anything? Pete Hegseth is not a thinker, okay? He's just basically a fucking rapist Ken doll. What the hell are you talking about? Fuck it, make Elon pay for it? That's funny. Israel out here Hitler maxing, I can't stop the hammering. Fuck it, make Elon pay for it? I like that. I like that. That's what we should all unite behind. Too much money. It's only one guy can afford to lose $300 billion, okay? An Israeli stab in the back myth focused on Witkoff and Kushner, which, much like the original one, centers around on supposed Jewish disloyalty. Yeah, that's really funny. Just so you understand the level of derangement of the BB cult, this Channel 14 host, who's close to Netanyahu, calls VP Vance scum, and Kushner and Witkoff, two K words bought off by Qatar for the MOU with Iran. Who is not to blame for this whole situation? Netanyahu. Yeah, they're doing... I did see someone sincerely post the classic stab in the back poster, but this time it was America, and it was the American face that was like supposed to be the Jewish face. And then instead of the German face, it was Israel, Lebanon, the monarchist flag of Iran, and I forget who else, but they're such fucking Nazis that they're literally doing Nazi memes. It's so funny. Anyway, as usual, the most anti-Semitic people on the planet are those that support the entity. Of course. Of course. Oh, Mark Levin, he's been crying nonstop. Appalling. They fought besides us. Now we celebrate talks with the enemy, and the enemy knows more than our ally. This is shocking. Netanyahu at the press conferences, we still don't know what the agreement will be. Oh my God. Eat shit, Netanyahu, you fucking piece of shit. Anyway, Oklahomans vote to raise minimum wage tomorrow? Okay, hell yeah. It's just so funny that these guys finally found it in their hearts to criticize Donald Trump. They finally did it. From Trump, the story that the U.S. is paying Iran $300 million is fake news. Wait, what? Million? Yeah. It's not $300 million. It's $300 billion. Oh. Iran has agreed to never have a nuclear weapon. Also, the story that the U.S. is paying Iran $300 million is fake news put out by Democrats. Yeah, because it's Not 300 mil, but 300 bill. Remember, Iran's defense budget is only $9 billion a year. Oh my God, they're gonna make so many Shahed drones with. I am a numbers guy, okay? I'm a numbers guy, and let me tell you, when a war is fought and Donald Trump loses the war, he's gonna do the numbers guy. I know you like the number. 300 billion is nothing. Is nothing for Donald Trump. He's such a good business guy. It's nothing for him. I do like that Donald Trump's assessment. Donald Trump's like way out here is to be like, no, it wasn't us. It's just like unfrozen assets. And also the Gulf countries are paying for it. So it's fine. Donald Trump, he's like, Mexico will pay for the wall. Mexico will pay for the wall. And Dubai will pay for Iran. You need to teach Uncle Sam how to do the Patrick Bet-David voice. It's just, it's tough. It takes a lot. Oh yeah, I saw this one. I think this is a bit though. That feels too funny for it to be real. Yeah, this is also a funny irony here. Hilarious timing that Trump just got through excommunicating the MAGA wing that would have supported his capitulation deal most, Tucker, Massey, etc., in order to throw in fully with the hardcore pro-Israel MAGA wing, Mark Levin, Laura Loomer, FDD, that'll be screeching hardest against it. Making the GCC pay for something they didn't even do is insane. Brother, they signed off on being vassals. Okay? And I'm certain that if given the opportunity to end this conflict, the fucking Gulf monarchs would gladly pay the $300 billion as long as it stops killing the idea of Dubai or killing the idea of Riyadh or killing the idea of Doha, which, you know, to limited degree, they were bombing as well. Are you fucking kidding me? 300 billion is nothing. These guys are just like, all right, whatever, please just stop bombing us. Adam Johnson also giving it to Chris Murphy. Chris Murphy talks about how Trump is surrendering. He says the idea that U.S. is surrendering to Iran is very funny. I'm pretty sure Iran is not occupying Dallas or Kalamazoo or installing a puppet regime in D.C. Tom Nichols is a consistent warmonger and neocon, and it'd be cool if top Dems didn't let him shape messaging around this. Mike Tapp, Labor MP, asked Zach Palensky, do you support Palestine Action Group? Zach Palensky says, the fact that your government has made it illegal for me to answer yes is a damning testament to your flagrant disregard for civil liberties. This may be targeted at those taking action against the genocide, but it sets a very dangerous precedent that puts everyone at risk. It is kind of wild, like, that you can't even say that you support the Palestine Action Group. It's like, it's one of those things. It's one of those things that is really interesting because, like, everyone knows that it's stupid, right? Like, everyone knows that this is a totally ridiculous thing to do, and yet we have to sit there and operate like this is a sincere and totally valid prescription. I don't know. I find it very strange. Have you seen the Israeli Telegram shitting on Trump? Yes, it's my favorite as far as hog posting. Israeli Telegram with 180,000 members is mourning and fury. Is in mourning and in fury. God will curse Trump, the first war in Israel's history that we lost. We have to admit the facts. Iranians taught America a lesson. Hopefully in 10 years, we won't be dependent on American idiots. Well, that might be the case, but not in a way that you're perceiving it. Huh. That would be nice, though. Yeah, we had with the UFC thing. And last but not least, Netanyahu. Sometimes I do not agree with Trump. Therefore, Israel will do whatever it takes to maintain its own security. Good luck. Yeah, that's not the first war that Israel lost. Obviously, Hezbollah has rolled them on numerous occasions. So yeah, last night's UFC incident also had some very funny things that took place beforehand. In a now deleted post, Daniel Cormier exposed Eric Trump for asking him if any of the UFC White House fights were rigged. Okay? I'm going to read you what the text messages were. And this is real. He actually posted this. I don't know if the text messages are real or not. It looks real. It makes no sense as to why he would post fake text messages if they were fake. Okay? Daniel Cormier, famed UFC fighter, now commentator, Says, I'm probably going to get a lot of flack for bringing this to light. However, I refuse to stay silent. The UFC is a sport that I'm deeply passionate about. I will not tolerate this type of insider behavior. Shame on anyone trying to ruin this beautiful event. And it's Eric Trump hitting up Daniel Cormier going, hey, Daniel, I'm going to be attending UFC 250 tomorrow. Saw you were casting. Hope to see you there. Yo, Eric, didn't expect a DM from you. Excited to meet you and the family. Much love, brother. Anything you can tell me about the fighters tomorrow? Who you got winning? Haha. I like to stay unbiased, but I love watching Nick fight. Anything you can tell me about the fighters tomorrow? Who you got? You placing any bets? He asks. He follows through. Nah, I'm actually not allowed to bet on any cards or anything. Are any of the fighters injured that you know of? I'm not quite sure why you're asking me this, but I think they're all in good shape, ... I'll just cut to the chase. Are any of the fights tomorrow rigged? I've been eyeing the Lopez fight, and I think an upset wouldn't be too unrealistic. $. And he responded with, no, none of our fights rigged. And honestly, I'm appalled that you would even ask me something like that. And then he obviously posted it, and then he deleted it, right? Nickel is how his name is pronounced. Okay, thank you. So, and then it's even funnier. He turned around and he claimed that his account was hacked. First, he said he did not do it. First, he was like, no, this didn't happen. What? Upgrade to enjoy all the times? No, man. I'm not going to upgrade. First, he said it's fake. That's not real. Someone fake posted it. Then he realized that obviously, yeah, we're supposed to believe Daniel Cormier was hacked, but then he regained access to the account 2 minutes later without help from Twitter. Right. Eric Trump is as corrupt as his daddy. Where's the video? Where's the video? Because I know there's a video of him being questioned about it when he's getting into the car and he looks like he's shitting his pants. Because they were just like, oh, here it is.
See, what happened with those posts were from Eric Trump?
Not real.
They're not real?
I can't believe you guys believe that. Like, who believes
that? Everyone said it was posted on your account.
I got hacked or something. Who believes stuff like that?
I got hacked or something. Oh, I must have gotten hacked or something. It's like, oh, really? That's the fastest hack and response I've ever seen. Okay. Because it kind of feels like you had a brave moment, an honest moment, and you wanted them to go after the Trumps. And then you got one boss call and it put the fear of God in your heart.
That's crazy.
So you didn't post it?
Why would I do that?
You're a legend.
Hey, what do you think of Josh Hartnett's judgment? What do you think of Josh Hartnett calling Michelle Obama?
The journalists that say you posted it are wrong?
Yeah, absolutely. What are you talking about?
Thanks, Rudy.
You're welcome.
For more content like this.
Yeah, it's not a hack, man. Yeah. Thanks, DC MMA. Yeah, no one believes you. Okay? No one believes you, you piece of shit. Oh my God. As Sam Cedar asked, why didn't he immediately post that he was hacked after deleting it? Yeah. No, we all know what happened. It's a real DM that he posted and then got the boss call from Dana White on. And Dana was like, what the fuck are you doing, idiot? They're going to kill you. So he deleted it and he thought, oh, I got hacked. Why does he even want to bet? His family has made billions since Trump's been in power. Greedy demons. Dude, I was talking to Felix about this. My speculation is, okay, you know how oh my God, I almost said LeBron. You know how Michael Jordan was a massive degenerate gambling addict? And when you become like super addicted to the thrill of gambling, you will literally do the lowest level gambles, right? Because it's all about that win. Michael Jordan famously used to gamble with like the security at the stadium over whether or not he can make like 5 napkins into the trash bin in a row, right? He bet on golf swings and shit. So I think for these guys, it's just doing crimes. I think the Trump family has gotten so used to doing like schemes, like low level, no matter how low level the scheme is. Like he's out here putting potentially billions of dollars of risk on the line to make what? 10 grand on a betting market, maybe 100 grand at that. Like that's nothing for the Trump family. You guys have been stealing from the federal government nonstop. It's so ridiculous, dude. Beyond parody, another precog.
Started using bleeding edge technologies like AI
which means artificial intelligence.
God, Homelander reminds me of Austin so much sometimes. Yeah, it's very clear he posted it and then, like, obviously chickened out. What is this? I don't watch UFC and don't know anything about Sean Strickland, but why is this Fed wearing Splitter Tarn camo? It's literally the SS camo pattern and nothing else. Well, you know. Designed during the Weimar, introduced over a year before the Nazis took power, and was worn by the Wehrmacht forces, not SS. Truly an abysmal display of knowledge on your part. Oh, never mind. I didn't realize it was the clean Wehrmacht. Oh, cool. It was the Wehrmacht. Anyway, where was I? Well, there was another thing I wanted to talk about. Watching Donald Trump and Dana White walk out from the White House to the UFC Freedom 250 claw is such a beautiful tribute to Iran's glorious victory over America. Yeah, look, you guys know where I stand on this shit. I mean, it's idiocracy 100%. I just don't think Trump is allowed to feel happiness. Like, I think you haven't done anything to deserve, like, a good birthday. I know that sounds stupid, and maybe it is, but that's my principle on this. It's like, you get to do weird shit at the White House if you're actually, winning, right? If you're actually doing things, doing right by the American working class. You don't get to do that while you're also failing, okay? In my opinion, you don't get to do that while you're failing. The other side of the story, of course, is I'm reminded of a time when a lot of the very same people that are now celebrating the Trump White House initiatives, the UFC initiatives, used to say Barack Obama's going to turn the White House into a black house. He's going to turn it into a crack house because he's black. Get it? Like, they were being unbelievably, including but not limited to the freak out that endured when Barack Obama converted the tennis court on the East Lawn, I think, or South Lawn, one of the lawns. There's a tennis court. He converted it into a basketball court so you could also play basketball outdoors. They just like added new lines, right? Paid out of pocket and everything. So I said, remember when people freaked out because Obama converted the White House tennis court to allow basketball? People who had lots to say about that are the exact same people who absolutely love this shit. Like, it's almost a flex. This is like unbelievably white trash. But I guess when you're Trump, you get to do it. You get to do whatever you want.
And lastly, Michelle Obama is a man. Am I right, America?
Joe Rogan trying to pull the mic away. Look at this. This is so funny.
Am I right, America?
Look.
Michelle Obama is a man. Am I right, America?
He's like, early CTE symptoms? Yeah, sponsored by Bud Light. Sponsored by Trump's own cryptocurrency. Yeah, don't misunderstand me. Joe Rogan is a piece of shit through and through. But even a piece of shit knows what lines not to cross. Yeah. Oh, Mike Queen, Jessica Tarkov has some choice words on this incident. Let's take a look.
And you've got to mention, and I know you probably don't want to, that the guy who won at the end, that Josh Hokett, gets up there and says, Michelle Obama is a man. That was his final message. So you had a guy who vomited on himself during a weigh-in the day before, stands up there, Joe Rogan. Maybe he was paralyzed in the moment and didn't think, oh, I should emphasize the fact that Michelle Obama, a former first lady, since we're talking about patriotism and paying our respects to the White House and those who have come before us, is not a man.
He's not running for Senate.
It doesn't. And then the White House today won't even clean it up. Stephen Chung's like, well, Josh Hokett had a great night. Dana White's out there saying this is no good. Portnoy, Shane Gillis, everybody knows that it is repulsive, and I presume you guys know this as well. That shouldn't.
How about Plattner?
Why can't you just say that the guy should never have said that Michelle Obama
I'm merely pointing out there's nobody on the left that has any credibility to ask us that question.
Because we don't know what a woman is? Is that what you're trying?
No, because you guys have kept silent on everything. Hell, I seem to remember not too long ago how often I heard that Melania Trump was an escort. Not for.
Wait. Okay. I'm sorry. That's real. Like, you can't get mad that people were pointing to a real thing and then use that as a counter to what people are mad about that is a fake thing. What the fuck? She quite literally was an escort. What the fuck are you talking about? I'm just mad that you said a truthful thing. Remember when you said the truthful thing? Which is why it's appropriate that now our side is saying the fake thing.
From a lot of people who are now huffing and huffing. People who say that a black kid who stabs a white kid, that was just him.
What? What does that have anything to do with this? Trying to imagine if the coverage, if Obama had spent $60 million to host a pay-per-view NBA event at the White House where LeBron called Melania a hooker. Yeah, again, it doesn't actually work that way because Melania is an escort. Like that's just true. You know what I mean? So no, like, oh, imagine if someone did that and then they said Melania was a Jeffrey Epstein affiliate. Okay, she was. What am I supposed to do about that? It's not my problem. She fucking was. Why are you getting mad? Yes. I don't want to watch him fucking throw up on himself. Anyway, Shane Gillis was apparently there and this was his reaction.
Hey Shane, how'd you enjoy the night, man? It's pretty cool. What do you think?
Why does he always dress like he's a golf caddy? I don't understand that.
Josh,
Can you please?
What do you think of him saying Michelle Obama's a man?
I didn't love that.
Didn't love it? How come?
Why did you think?
A lot of people have said the opposite. That's why I
don't like that.
Trump's job.
Yes, we're all good. We're all good. Thank you.
What do you think of the cancel culture?
You guys got me on a couple brewskis.
All right, thank you guys.
But yeah, I didn't like that.
Oh, okay.
She wasn't an escort? Dude, you need to look it up. What? Dude, what the fuck are you talking about? Yes, she was. What? She's literally an Epstein girl.
But whatever, he was funny.
This is the one chat. Okay. You know what's funny? This is the one chatter who listened to the Melania Trump, the Melania Trump random press conference and was like, I believe it. When she came out, when Melania Trump came out and was like, I am not a Jeffrey Epstein affiliate. Do not say this about me. It is not real. This was who it was for. This person watched the Melania movie and thought, fucking Kino, I believe everything. I loved Brett Ratner's signature documentary, Melania. Best film of 2026. I watched it multiple times. And I also further believed when she did the impromptu press conference that even Donald Trump didn't know she was going to do.
Excuse us. We're heading back. Thank you. All right, thank you, Shane.
Did you actually watch the movie? Fuck no, dude. What are you, fucking crazy? What are you, crazy? All right, let's get to the UK.
Changed for the better in the UK. Or the day the country got its hopes up.
What is the Indian Harley issue? Why do you guys keep asking me about this? I have no idea what this is. Call back to what?
Started with a grand announcement.
The government will ban access to social media for all children under the age of 16.
Not only were we following the Australian example of removing under 16s from platforms like Snapchat, TikTok, YouTube and Instagram from next spring, we were going further.
We're taking world-leading action on gaming services and live streaming platforms, where, at the moment, strangers can contact any child unchecked.
Romantic AI chatbots will be banned for anyone under 18, and popular chatbots like ChatGPT or Meta AI won't be blocked, but they'll be stopped from engaging in content with young people. What about the children actually affected by the ban? Despite what the government says, these teenagers don't seem to want it.
I miss using Snapchat a lot because I can't text my friends a lot, and also YouTube because a lot of my childhood memories were on YouTube, like watching with my parents and friends.
My life on social media is just as important as my life in person, so I would feel like I try to get around the ban, obviously.
I think I'd be a lot more bored because there's not much to do in my day-to-day life without it. But yeah, I think I'll be spending a lot more time on homework, which is not ideal.
This social media ban has the potential to be momentous, to inspire generational change, but it all hinges on one aspect working: the ability to properly verify the ages of social media users. If that doesn't work, the whole policy fails. One of the big criticisms of Australia's social media ban is how effective it seems to have been. There is research released recently that suggested that more than 60% of young people under the age of 16, so young people that are now banned from using social media, that they were still using their social media accounts, which suggested that the ban hadn't been that effective.
Yoti runs age verification for some of the biggest companies in the world. According to its CEO, the government needs to urgently learn from other countries if it wants to make this ban a success.
The Australians were very clear that they were the first to do this and that it would take time for them to get this right. I think as an age...
I don't feel good about this because on the one hand, I do think that... on the one hand, I think this has nothing to do with like children and their media diet, or I mean, I guess it does have something to do with their media diet. They just don't want like the kids to get radicalized, but not in the direction of like neo-Nazi stuff, because I don't think they give a fuck about that much. I think they just don't like that kids learn too much about Israel too early without getting the sufficient social conditioning, and I think that's what pushed it over the edge. But I also think it's beneficial because it creates mass surveillance, an opportunity for mass surveillance for people. But also on the other side, I don't know. I feel like it could potentially be, don't destroy me over this. Like, I do think that the internet is rotting people's brains, but I don't think this is the solution to it. Okay? I think the internet is rotting kids' brains. I think it's rotting adults' brains. And I also think that, people would probably behave differently if their identification was associated. Identification was associated with what they were saying on the internet. Having said that, however, it's not the same as like a public space. It's not the same as a public space because it's like totally trackable. And not only is it totally trackable, but it makes people infinitely more vulnerable. You know, the internet, important tool, shutting off access to this unbelievably important tool for communication up until the age of 16 will leave you way more vulnerable by the time you get to the age 17. It's just, you're going to have a bunch of tech illiterate children. That's ridiculous. So yeah, I don't know. Yeah, pretty sure this is all coordinated between key Western states that want to end online anonymity. That's what it is. They're using like valid reasons. They're using valid problems, real problems. Please look into Alex Anthropic Boris before you say he's good. Wait, what? I never said he's good. What the fuck are you talking about? I've been saying he's bad. I literally said I don't even care about this district. I don't want to even think about this district. Hello? Y'all are turning into mainstream media where like, oh, well, you interviewed Tom Steyer, so you love him. You want him to be your dad. You want Tom Steyer to be president because you interviewed him. It's like, I just mentioned him in comparison to the other candidates, but what do you mean? Be careful before you endorse Alex Boris. I'm not going to endorse him. I wish Tom Steyer was my dad. I'd be rich. Yeah. Well, I already have a trillionaire father, so.
Why is it not worth making a small sacrifice in order to save the under-16s? And I think far many more people than that should be saved from the pernicious material in which these tech giants are trafficking.
But it's not a small sacrifice. It's an enormous sacrifice. It's not inconceivable that in a couple of elections' time, if we have a nasty regime in office, they will use the tools and capabilities and legislation that has been slowly introduced to clamp down on our freedom of speech, and slowly over time erode our freedom of speech and make it easier for the government to snoop on us. The Soviet Union would be proud of this.
I just don't think this is actually, I mean, this is a dumbass ban, and I just don't think it's actually good for anybody. And it's not even just bad for under 16s. It's bad for literally everyone, including those who are over the age of 16, because now you have to put your identification to go on a website. to go on the internet. Everyone has to put their IDs up. Banning under 16s from YouTube mostly means banning them from logging in, which means YouTube will treat them less like kids and more like anonymous adults. Great job. Do I think YouTube could handle its responsibility to kids better? Of course. Do I think they could create their product more family utility and less for holding attention? Absolutely. Does this help with any of that? No, it does the opposite. Yeah, I genuinely think the entire point of this is to de-anonymize the internet. The UK social media ban for children from early 2027, user-to-user apps where people create, share, and interact with content, will be banned for under 16s. TikTok, Instagram, Snapchat, YouTube, X and Facebook, WhatsApp, Signal, and YouTube Kids will be exempt. Under 16s will also be banned from live streaming, gaming apps like Discord, and using disappearing messages. 16 and 17-year-olds will face nightly social media curfews and limits on infinite scrolling, with more details next month. AI romantic companion chatbots will be banned for under 18s. This should just be banned altogether. How about they just do a mass ban on that? Why is that good for over 18s? Like, just ban that entirely. What the purpose does that serve? Actually, genuinely, I don't understand that one at all. Like, oh, just, you know, if you're over the age of 18, yeah, you can, you know, engage with these insane apps. So stupid. Adults can, some of us have no social skills. Yeah, buddy, let me tell you, okay? Here's how you're never going to develop them with the AI romantic companion app. Adults can still access social media through age checks like facial recognition, digital IDs, passports, and credit cards. That's what I mean. That is the real reason. That is what this is about. Think about it from TikTok, YouTube, Snapchat, Instagram, X, Reddit, Facebook, Twitch, Kick, Threads. Oh, brother. I mean, this will create an onslaught of less viewership for every one of these platforms too. Because like a lot of people are just not going to put their ID on the internet to access these apps.
Company, we think that not requiring a buffer between the age of 16 and, for instance, a threshold of 18 to ensure that effectively anybody who is a young teenager wouldn't pass for 18 but possibly might pass for 16 hasn't helped.
And tech companies like Meta, YouTube and Snapchat, maybe unsurprisingly, say the ban won't work. In fact, they argue it'll push children to unregulated platforms. But this is all detail of the ban, which seems to be missing from today's announcement. Instead, the government says it will flesh out the finer points in the coming months.
We're making the big decision on the basis of the British public's voice. We want to get the implementation right alongside them as well. And so today is a big decision, but the detail we're going to work through with the British public, with experts, with what is technically feasible.
It seems today was just the big idea. The devil's in the detail, and that is yet to be ironed out. Nikki Carroll, Sky News.
I know in the future it will have a positive impact on young people's lives and their mental health.
I think the issue is right now is the lack of guidance from parents. So I really think it should be.
Bro, what did they find, like, how did they find kids that were like, no, this is great? They must have tried basically every child in the UK to find like 3 that are on board with this, right?
The parents is
what did they do? Give them candy? What the did they bribe these children somehow to get them to say this script? Go watch how excited Larry Ellison was talking about forcing digital ID on the UK, centralizing all data and using AI to enforce social credit mass surveillance. Go look at how eagerly his son bought up the biggest US social media properties to censor criticism of Israel. Yep. Like, there are a million different tools and things that actually aid minors on the internet when they're, you know, being abused, for example. Like, there are so many ways in which this will be bad. There's so many fucking bad, and we're all kind of bouldering down this like mass surveillance situation because like everyone over a certain age, in my generation and above, understand that like the internet is not great for social development. Yeah, they're not trying to give children their childhood back. That's once again exploiting the same frame Jonathan Haidt uses to smuggle his reactionary anti-secularization frame into college education liberal households. What they want to do is stamp out left views and censor criticism. In order to enforce the ban, it's going to dramatically expand ID verification for all adults and shred anonymity on the internet. That process alone will cut off baseline access to information for a huge percentage of adults. Yeah, I don't see this being good at all.
responsibility to guide us children.
It maybe shouldn't have been banned, maybe it should be more restricted so you can't talk to people that you don't know or just people that aren't very nice.
I personally think that it's the parents' responsibility to decide whether the children are mature enough for whatever social media apps that they're asking for, and a complete ban is a bit like authoritative and unnecessary.
And I didn't even get to cover the iDubbbz apology to Ethan thing, which I don't think he should have ever apologized to Ethan Klein, let's be real, but if it gets his ass out of costly litigation, even though it's like totally defensible litigation, you know, you got to do what you got to do. A little bit of pressure from Moist Critical, by the way, and Ethan Klein folded like a picnic table. Folded like a goddamn napkin. Ethan Klein has dropped his defamation suit against iDubbbz after being widely mocked online. He had attempted to sue iDubbbz for showing a comment written by streamer Destiny accusing Ethan of molesting his own children. Klein has not yet sued Destiny. Klein, after iDubbbz films an apology for the message he did not post, wrote, "I appreciate the thoughtful apology. I've instructed my attorneys to drop the lawsuit." Ethan Klein's only statement on potentially suing Destiny for the message is, "Destiny was joking." God, Ethan is so nasty. So nasty. Straight up. All right, drop the rest of the suits then, big guy. You know? Like this is why I wasn't so critical of Moist Critical, because a little bit of pushback, and I think it forced him to buckle. You know? A little bit of pushback, and he was far more he was far more responsive. Obviously, we can talk our shit on this side of the internet all day, every day. The reality of the matter is, no, it's not even a loss of subscribers. He's been hemorrhaging subscribers nonstop, partially due to this battle that he decided to wage against anyone and everyone that's ever made him feel bad, right? Or called into question his comments. Here's the thing. The reality of the matter is, the entire commentary sphere on the internet is unbelievably slanted to the right. Okay? You know this already. You've seen it already. I am a recipient of their endless amounts of hate. But when it's Moist Critical that comes out as a major content creator who's like, this is kind of up, what are you doing? All of a sudden, all of the forces of the internet commentary sphere will take a second look at what Ethan's been doing and maybe realize that this wasn't a legal pursuit that they should be celebrating. That's what it takes sometimes. Here, let's see what iDubbbz said before I end it then.
Hello, everyone. I am going to be talking about a very important and heavy topic for me. If you're unfamiliar with the context of any of this, I'll give you a brief rundown. But that is not the main purpose of this video. I to share a little bit of my side of the story, but I don't want to take away from the purpose of this video, and that is to apologize to Ethan Klein and his family, especially his kids. Basically, Ethan is suing me for having rebroadcasted a statement made by Destiny on my stream. I did display the very disgusting comment for 40 minutes, and it was wrong. It was a comment from Destiny, and I even said that I don't agree with it, but it sort of highlights how I knew that it was a wrong thing to put out there into the universe and show people. Regardless of the point I was making, it was wrong. I was angry, and I was like, how do I get this guy to, one, not clip me, not mock me and harass me on his live stream, and two, this guy's a bully. I'm angry. I'm angry that this multimillionaire is silencing people and suing people who have a much smaller audience than he does, and can barely defend themselves. And so I'm angry. I don't like bullies. So I wanted to do something that would have an impact and, you know, without checking in with myself of whether or not that was a right or wrong thing to do. I justified it in my head at the time. I was like, okay, well, it's not my words, and it's actually said by a really bad guy, Destiny. Not a fan of that guy. It's very clear that it was never the right thing to do. It was a comment about Ethan and his children, and it was disgusting. I said at the time in the stream that I don't agree with it, but still sharing it and broadcasting it to people for 40 minutes, that was an irresponsible and reckless thing to do, especially for parents. Like, there are many parents with kids out there who do not want to see that shit, and it's painful. And I'm sure it was extremely painful for Ethan and Hila to read that shit and have it pop up again and again and again. And just because it's coming from a piece of shit guy, and I'm showing it to people, like, look what this piece of shit said, it's wrong. It's wrong to do. And I didn't, you know, I didn't come to this overnight, right? Like, to be frank, I'm angry. I do not like Ethan. I think he's doing a lot of...
Okay, I don't even think this is like a negotiated settlement, forced apology. I don't think he's a hostage video. Casey Tron's video had far different vibes. I think this is genuinely iDubbbz. Yeah, no, I think this was his own personal decision. I have not talked to Ian at all, so I have no idea. I'm just purely speculating. I know for a fact that the Casey Tron one was obviously a hostage video. That was the Casey Tron one was very clearly a forced statement where that was like straight up scripted by Ethan's legal team or Ethan himself to maximize the damage and like to max out on the humiliation, you know, making Casey Tron apologize to Asmongold, you know, Nick Fuentes funnel Asmongold, self-described Nick Fuentes funnel Asmongold by the supposed anti-Semitism destroyer Ethan Klein, who directed Casey Tron to literally apologize to Asmongold. I just want to point that out one more time. Mr. Anti-Semitism Annihilator Ethan Klein supposedly did that. And, you know, the whole part about like Hasan hasn't like defended me or whatever. It doesn't matter. Obviously, for people with working brain cells, they very quickly understood what that was. With Casey Tron, Ian's apology was not done to avoid the lawsuit. It was done because he felt like it was something he wanted to do for himself. Yeah, I can see that. In any case, you know, I obviously disagree with it. I don't think he should have apologize for it, but if he felt the need that he wanted to apologize for showing someone else's comments, Ian has said this 2 other times already. It's just after the Moist vid, Ethan said he wanted a sincere one and he would drop the suit. Ugh, gross.
Damage to people online, and it changed the way that I was thinking about.
Like, it's just disgusting. It's disgusting to me that Ethan Klein runs around and like gets to manipulate other people's behavior like this, like where he just gets to behave like a petulant child, a sociopath, where he's just like, apologize to me again a 3rd time and maybe I'll consider dropping the lawsuit. It's just bullying. You have a lot of money and you get to bully other people, and it's crazy that it's like in iDubbbz's situation. In iDubbbz's situation, I'm sure this is sincere. I'm sure it was already sincere. He's just, this is the kind of guy he is, okay? Not the kind of guy I am, but this is the kind of guy he is. Yeah, every time iDubbbz has apologized, he's been really careful to point out the tweeting question over and over, and Ethan still refuses to sue Destiny. Yeah, it is Israel behavior. It is. It is literally, it is. Which is really funny because Dan Saltman apparently, I saw someone point out take every time I've said this is spiritually Israeli and be like, this is spiritually Mexican. Okay. And with the AI, change my words and then mass promote that to make it seem like I'm being like, if it was any other country, it's like, yeah, if someone said this is spiritually South African during South Africa, I don't think people would be complaining, you know? So it's ironic because like when you change the wording like that, it changes the meaning. If I said something is spiritually Canadian, no one would think that it's a pejorative. If I say something is spiritually Rhodesian, though, people will understand exactly what I'm talking about. They're so stupid. I thought you were online. How the f do you know this shit? Who the f is Dan Saltman? He's Dan Stalkman. He's like a 60-year-old who spends every waking moment trying to harass, you know, people like iDubbbz. Myself. Yeah, saying something is spiritually Mexican is a compliment.
I didn't think about it. I didn't ground myself. I didn't think about, oh, like who is actually being affected in this instance. And Ethan's family and his kids are being affected. You know, I just because I don't like Ethan, I think it's wrong to find an attack vector that is his kids. It's foul. It's not okay. And I think it was wrong for me to use the Destiny screenshot as a cudgel to make my point. I didn't need to use the Destiny screenshot to make my point. There's a million other ways I could have done it, but I.
If you played Destiny's comments, would Ethan sue you? I don't think so. I have, and also I have in the process of like showing the frivolous lawsuit also.
And I regret that I didn't, and I regret that I ever put that screenshot on my live stream. You know, that's the main reason why I feel like I do need, for myself, for my soul, to own up to this and acknowledge that far. It wasn't okay. Ethan and Hila and their family do not deserve that. At the end of the day, whatever happens with the lawsuit is what it is. For myself, I needed to make it known on the internet that what I did was wrong, and I don't want to be that person. I don't want to behave that way. I want to make content that I'm proud of. I don't want to give in to a harassment back and forth online. I want to put my energy into making content that I can be proud of and that I'm not going to be ashamed of because I lost the plot. I want to stay focused. I want to check in with myself and know what it is I want to be and what I want to do and what message I want to spread. And this isn't a message I want to spread. So I'm sorry to Ethan and Hila and your family. You guys didn't deserve that. I'm going to think about all of this a lot more, I'm sure. But for now, I really do want to just get back to making the content that I want to make. Having said all that, I wish everyone the best. This is
a bit of self-flagellation. I don't think he did anything wrong, actually, but that's okay. He's just being sweet, and Ethan is taking advantage of his sweetness and reform. I know. Ethan is not going to stop harassing you or your wife, no matter how much you apologize. He's too much of an asshole. I mean, who knows? Maybe he will. Hopefully he will. I just, leave this motherfucker alone, man. Jesus Christ. I think it's totally normal to want to check out of the slop factory. I wish Ian the best, but the reality is that these narcissistic smear campaigns never end. We'll see.
I genuinely want to see a better world, and I do not want to be a contributor.
But he's apologizing for using that comment. And Ethan has said that he's like dropping the lawsuit. I don't think he'll stop harassing Ian and Anissa. I'd be shocked. I hope that he does. I hope that Ethan does stop harassing them. I hope that Ethan stops harassing everyone. It's fucking insane. His only content is just like bullying people. It's alarming. It's so strange. Anyway, that's all I got for tonight, though, folks. I'm tired. Okay, 6 hours and 26 minutes. It's fucking over, It's over. I'm quiet quitting. Anyway, love you guys. And I will see you tomorrow. Okay? We got a lot more